Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Lettuce Head Fanfics, back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Was Raised by OFA Ghosts. Please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. He didn't want to leave the 8th, didn't want to pick the 9th. But there was a good chance of him not surviving that injury, and he knew he couldn't risk not choosing another when his brother might have tricked his way out of death's grasp once again. Toshinori would understand, and if he survived, One for All wouldn't leave him all at once. He'd never left a holder like that and never would, not unless he'd been forced to. He still felt guilty for leaving Toshinori, despite countless reassurances from the other holders. But the guilt didn't stop him, and that was what was important. It didn't take long to find the next holder, surprisingly. He could feel the pull of a could-be, would-be hero. No one for miles had as much heroic spirit, the drive to help people, as this one did. So he didn't hesitate to put the thinnest of connections between One for All and this heroic spirit, binding him as the 9th. When he realized that he had just picked a child as the 9th, he felt awful. That was the problem with choosing a successor solely based on their heroic spirit. He couldn't see anything about them but that. Regardless, he had basically just stuck a target on a child's back, if his brother had survived. But maybe, if 8th survived, he could slow the transfer, almost stop it. Maybe it would keep the kid from becoming a target, at least until he was old enough to fight? Not to mention 8th would still be able to keep fighting at close to full strength, if he made it. Yes, that would work. He silently questioned the previous holders and got a unanimous agreement. He was quietly relieved when he realized that Toshinori wasn't yet among them. Izuku hadn't had the best day, though that wasn't uncommon. Kaken and his friends had tried to beat up a kid in a grade below them again, a kid with a beautiful weaving quirk. As usual, Izuku couldn't just stand by while they hurt someone else. He ended up with starburst burns all over his arms and dirt on his clothes where they'd kicked him while he was down. This on top of the injuries he'd gotten while spacing out, and he was pretty sore. The kid had fled as soon as the bully's attention had shifted. He didn't blame them in the slightest. He was trudging his way home, backpack straps pulled tight across his shoulders as he curled slightly. He was alone on the empty residential streets, and while most would have found it eerie, Izuku found relief in the silence. It meant he'd be able to hear anyone coming, even if he couldn't defend himself. Unless they had a stealth quirk that would be fun to analyze though, if he could get them to talk to him, or even just ignore him. Wow, first, you actually picked someone with brains this time. A chorus of voices started, following the statement, and Izuku stopped and spun around, looking for the source of the sounds, but couldn't find anything. He hunched his shoulders further up and covered his ears with his hands, hoping to silence the cacophony of voices, but was startled to find that it didn't even muffle the sound. He could feel the panic rising in his chest and his heartbeat rushing in his ears. There's too many voices, and he can't see any of them, and he doesn't want to be heard again, please. The voices stopped abruptly, and he took a moment to catch his breath before opening his eyes again. He slowly straightened up and looked around cautiously, taking his hands off his ears. He still didn't see anyone, but he wasn't going to stick around and find out, so he sprinted away from the street he was at towards home as quickly as possible. He arrived home slightly out of breath and was both upset and relieved to find that his mom was still at work. Relieved because it meant he had a chance to hide the starburst burns, but upset because it meant he was alone and still not entirely sure where the voices had come from. He made quick work of treating his arms and the newly forming bruises before changing into something with longer sleeves. Just as he'd settled in to start on his homework, he heard a voice speak. "Hey kid, feeling better?" It was a different voice this time. It was softer. He spun around looking for the source of the voice again and was once again met with no one. "You won't find me by looking around. Not yet anyways. We're technically in your head." In his head? Great, now he was quirkless and hearing things. Like he wasn't bullied enough. "Don't worry, we won't bother you at school. Or at least, not on purpose. Stuff might slip over sometimes, sorry." Yup. 9 years old, quirkless, and officially insane. What a wonderful life he lived. "Hey, you're not insane. More like haunted." The voice from earlier was back. And those words were not reassuring in the least. Not helping fifth. Fifth? If he was actually being haunted, did that mean there were 5 of them? Try 7. That thought was not his. But it wasn't one of the voices? Oh no, wait, what happened? First, you're freaking out the kid, calm down. You calm down. We're supposed to be separate, not. Izuku clutched his head and doubled over, a headache splitting through his head, and panic welling in his chest. Hey, Midoriya, calm down, it's okay, you're okay. It was definitely not okay. He was hearing voices, ghosts, whatever, and having his own thoughts be interrupted by something else. None of this was okay. The voices didn't speak again, and he was alone in his head again, left with only a fading headache and an anxious feeling as proof it had even happened. Over the next few days, he got flashes of places he'd never seen, people he'd never met, and he forced down the feelings that weren't his "I'm sorry" and tried not to think about it. The next time he heard a voice was a week later, in his room, and alone again. But this time, there was a person to go with it. Or rather, a ghost. Hey again, Midoriya. Sorry for freaking you out last time. The voice was the same soft one from last time, and it still rang out in his head. The ghost was slightly transparent, and she wore yellow gloves and a cape, with her black hair half tied in a bun. She had a gentle smile on her face, and her mouth moved with the words in his head. I'm 7th, but you can call me Nana. She kneeled to be closer to his height. You really are a ghost? Izuku had turned fully in his chair at this point, facing Nana. She nodded, her gentle smile never leaving her face. Is this my quirk? He felt a bubble of excitement, but then a wave of guilt that's not his own fell over him and his smile drooped. Nana's own fell in tandem, but came back a moment later. Sorry kiddo, not quite. We are part of your quirk though. The excitement came flooding back, and washed the guilt that wasn't his away. He slid off his chair and toward Nana in excitement. I have a quirk. And then he realized what she said. Wait, we... Nana nodded again, her smiling brightening some more. That's right. Remember last time? First said there were... She waited, as if expecting him to fill in a blank, and then he remembered the thoughts that hadn't been his. There's 7 of you? He tilted his head. He was certain of it, but he wasn't quite sure why. Well, there were 7 of us. It looks like first has gotten all tangled up in your head. That's an understatement. Nana cringed, causing Izuku's gaze to snap to her from where it had been unfocused. Wait, the thoughts, the ones that aren't mine? Those are another ghost. Yeah, sorry. That's not normally what happens. We're trying our best to figure out why it happened exactly, but it's a bit hard when we have almost nothing to go off of. Izuku nodded, feeling the guilt again. First feels bad about it. I can feel it. He felt a brief flash of surprise, then more guilt. Nana looked surprised, but tried to hide it a half-second later. You can feel it? Izuku nodded. Yeah. Is he also why I've been seeing things I've never seen before? The guilt felt like it doubled, though now he could feel the ghost's firsts? Attempts at pushing the feeling away. Nana frowned for a moment, before pulling it back into a small smile. That's probably it, kiddo. Sorry. He shook his head, pasting a small smile on his face, despite not exactly feeling like smiling. No, it's okay. I just didn't know where they were from. I was worried someone else was using their quirk on me, but now I know it wasn't on purpose. He wasn't sure how he knew that, but he felt guilt and relief in his chest, followed by what Izuku thought was confirmation. And I have a quirk now. He felt his own joy, even with the lingering guilt of first. Nana huffed and smiled again. Yeah, you sure do. And me and the other ghosts will be here to help. Eventually you'll be able to see all of us, but for now, I'll try and keep an eye on you, okay? He wasn't a child, he could look after himself, but the idea of having Nana around to watch his back was reassuring. The brief flash of indignance was quickly smoothed away with his own reassurance and trust. Hey Nana, if you're a ghost, can anyone else see you? Nana put a hand up to her chin. I don't think so. No one could see. Considering we're part of your quirk, I'm pretty sure that nobody else will be able to know. Izuku pouted a little bit. How am I supposed to get everyone else to believe I have a quirk if they can't see you? He felt faint amusement that wasn't his own underneath the guilt, contrasting his own disappointment. Nana laughed a little, sheepish. Sorry kiddo. We'll figure something out. His mom hadn't believed he had a quirk when he told her. She just got a sad smile on her face before telling him that was great, and to go play. Nana had been a little upset when that happened, but had waved it off when he asked. And the other ghosts were nice too, and usually they were quiet and less actively talking with him, which Izuku appreciated. What wasn't as nice was the perpetual feeling of guilt in his chest from first. He knew he wasn't doing it on purpose, he swears he's not. Sorry, but that didn't make the guilt go away, and he'd like to know why. The why is complicated. Kid, that's not an explanation we'll tell you when you're older, but he's older now. So, he asks Nana. Nana, can you tell me why first feels so bad? The guilt in his chest spiked again. Nana frowned a little, but not by much. I know why he is, but it's something we'll tell you when you're older. Izuku frowned. First said that too. How old is older? Nana put her hand to her chin in thought. Say, when you're 14. What? But that's a whole, he counted on his fingers, 5 years from now. Nana waved her hands placatingly. I know. If we need to tell you sooner, we will, but for now it's better if you don't know. Izuku was walking beside Nana on the empty street home when a thought occurred to him. Oh, this is going to be a conversation. Hey, if you're all ghosts, did that mean you died? A beat of silence passed in his head before a clamor of ghosts talking over each other, and Izuku was futilely covering his ears in an attempt to one at a time. Please, you're freaking Midoriya out, and it stopped. Nana had stopped walking beside him where he stood covering his ears. It's not quite as simple as just dying for us, that's an understatement first please, but it's a part of what we'll tell you when you're older. Amen again? Is there anything you can tell me? Well, I can tell you that some of us are very, very old. First and second are all the way from the beginning of quirks. Izuku stared. Nana, why did you mention that was so cool? Really? That's so cool. Maybe you guys can help me with my history homework. Izuku could practically feel the excitement welling in his chest. He felt amusement well in his chest along with his joy, and heard the agreement of all 6 ghosts in his head. The answer is the 13th of May. He was pretty sure the quirk riots actually started on the 16th of June. No, I was there, it was definitely the 13th of May, that's what you said last time. And he was marked wrong. Nana's voice chimed in his head, filled with amusement. Midoriya is right first. Most school systems say the quirk riots started on June 16th. He was right. It had been almost a year since he'd first heard the ghosts in his head. Over the course of this time, he'd gotten to see all of them like he had Nana, with the exception of first. He'd also learned a few things about dealing with 6 different ghosts, and 1 brain-tangled ghost. The first thing was to not ask for their help with history homework. Because despite some of the ghosts going back to early in the history of quirks, they almost always gave him the wrong answers. First was especially bad at this. It's not his fault that history is written by the victors giving him some of the worst wrong answers, along with second. But generally, asking for help with his history homework wasn't a good idea. All of them tried their best to help him in his other subjects, which was easy for the most part, considering all of them were adults for the most part and he was only in 5th grade, but he always ended up going over his work again to make sure they were correct. 5th had apologized for their less than clear answers in math more than once. Sorry kid, most of us haven't had to do grade school math in years even before we became ghosts. And we can't exactly write out the equations to do it either. That was another thing. None of the ghosts could actually touch anything, not even him. A few of the ghosts said this was expected, and had been what happened last time, so Izuku tried not to think about it. It didn't help with him trying to prove that they were real to his mother though. She should believe you anyways, we are actually part of your quirk, but he tried not to let it get to him. And he'd learned not to try and show Kaken that he had a quirk after the first time. It had ended with him using almost all the bandages and burn cream in his meager first aid kit. How could he do that? Weren't you friends? The most recent thing that he and his ghost friends had figured out was that he was probably stuck with first in his head. It had taken a bit of getting used to, having thoughts from a ghost randomly pop into his head. They seemed to only pop up when they were thinking about similar things, or having something akin to a conversation, so it was manageable, but some of the ghosts were a little worried about how it'd affect him. Slightly less manageable were the feelings and flashes of First's memories. Sorry, I swear I'm not doing it on purpose, it's okay, he knows. There was almost always a quiet feeling of guilt in his chest from First, but over the year he'd gotten better at separating his emotions from First's. It was harder to separate them when it was the urge to protect someone else in sync with his own, or twin bubbling joy at getting a good grade on a test. It was like when they were in sync the emotions were so much more overwhelming. It wasn't often where it happened, but more than once it'd set him crying with it just being too much. Usually anything but guilt brought flashes of a life he'd never lived, slotting themselves in the back of his mind like they'd always belonged. Some were happy memories, of warm takeout with his First brother, a poorly knit scarf, watching an old anime on a fritzy TV, sitting on an old comfortable couch. Those ones he didn't mind, so much of better times that he'd never lived, but they were far and few between compared to the negative ones. Ones of being locked in a room, of cold slivers of metal in a lock, of pain from not having eaten. No, those ones were the problem. I'm so sorry you had to see them, I never wanted you or anyone to. But he would admit they were sometimes useful, like when he'd been locked in the closet at school by Kakin and his friends. His own rising panic in sync with First had slotted that memory in place, and he'd managed to pick the lock before the knowledge had faded to the background. He'd spent some of his allowance on a mini lockpick kit and kept it on him ever since. Fourth was all too eager to teach him how to pick locks on his own afterwards. He couldn't believe it had taken this long for him to realize almost all of the ghosts were heroes. It took him 3 years, despite them teaching him how to defend himself. They were even dressed in, which was retrospectively glaringly obvious, hero costumes. Since he'd first met them. Even with all his hero and comic book knowledge, he hadn't realized they were heroes. What kind of hero nerd did that make him? It didn't help that none of them would tell him their real or hero names, so he couldn't even do a research dive to make up for his knowledge blind spot. They'd all just laughed and made a motion like ruffling his hair, saying that he'd find out eventually, and they're not wrong. That didn't make it better. First, he still wanted to know. He could feel the amusement of First along with the ever-constant guilt, along with his own joking annoyance with not having the information he wanted. Honestly, they were all so stubborn over not telling him anything more than the bare bones about themselves, sticking steadfastly to the "when you're 14" line, which wasn't fair at all. He wasn't 9 anymore, and he'd been excelling at dodging and running away even though it made him feel like a coward at first. They're both perfectly good tactics in battle. Which was why he'd agreed to practicing them in the first place. First, if he hadn't agreed with that assessment, he wouldn't have gone along with it. He thought, having spent a month refusing and having to be convinced by all of us before agreeing. While not wrong, that was mostly because his role model was, and is still, All Might, who never has to dodge things. Ever. All Might is a very unique case. Almost all other heroes dodge. He would have agreed faster if you'd all told him that you were heroes before you were ghosts. That you've got me there. He silently fist-pumped, feeling more amusement from First at the action. Today had been relatively good. Kakin, why do you still call him that? Hadn't been in the mood for bullying anyone today, and his friends hadn't dared to make a move without him. So he was going home without fresh burns for the first time in a while. Someday you're going to realize that's what should have been the norm, kid, and he'd gotten a good grade on his history test for once. Since it had been focused on more recent events, that was one time, I gave you the wrong answers once. And the streets on his way home were completely empty, so he was free to chat with the ghosts as much as he wanted. What's got you smiling now, kid? He turned his head towards where he knew Fifth was walking beside him with a smirk on his face. It's been a good day. Why wouldn't I be smiling? Despite being alone on the street, he kept his voice down. You could never be sure if people were home or not, and he didn't want to cause a disturbance. He heard Nana's voice in his head, and spun to walk backwards briefly so he could face her. That's good to hear, kid. Days where you get your tests back seem to always be a 50-50 chance, huh? He nodded in agreement. Yeah, usually either Kachin is mad he didn't get a perfect score, or because I also got a perfect score. Sadness from First, which quickly vanished under the ever-present guilt that resurfaced. Nana's face was briefly shadowed with something negative before being replaced with relief. Well, I'm glad that he didn't try and yeet you out of the stratosphere again, Second chimed, because as funny as it sounds, That was scary, kid. Of course Kakin is scary. He's gotta scare all the villains away when he's a hero. Disagreement came from first, but that's typical. Kakin will be a great hero, no matter what anyone says. There's a beat of silence before Third breaks it with, "Oh yeah, a real smooth hero too, like sandpaper." He felt First's amusement rise up again in his chest alongside his own mild indignancy on Kakin's behalf. "Third," he whines, "that's mean. Give Kakin a little credit." Third put his hands behind his head and stared innocently up at the sky. "No, I don't think I will. He's practically got a flaming trash can for a personality, with gunpowder pockets in between the trash, Midoriya." Izuku stuck his tongue out in response. This was a frequent argument when it really shouldn't be, kid, but he wasn't going to back down. Kakin would be the best hero to ever live, and he would be right alongside him. Well, that's one thing we can agree on, at least. Second popped into the conversation with, "What is it that we can agree on, First?" "That I'm gonna be a great hero." Second smiled, and he could feel agreement from First, a contrast to the earlier disagreement. "If you're not number one by the time you're 20, I'll eat my entire hat." "Heck yeah, you'll be, kid. You will be a truly excellent hero someday, Midoriya. Yeah. You're gonna knock the socks off everyone you meet, kid. I, too, believe you'll be an excellent hero someday, Midoriya." He turned to Nana, who had a bright smile on her face. "I know that for sure, kid. Someday you're gonna be even better than All Might." And suddenly he was crying. The joy and hope in his chest felt like they were welling up and spilling over, and he's just so happy. Izuku sat at his desk, trying and failing to focus on homework. Deciding he wasn't going to be actually getting anything done, he asked a question he'd been wondering about for a while. He turned his chair towards the center of the room and spoke into empty air. "Hey Fourth, how do you always know when Kakin is nearby?" As if summoned, Fourth materialized in the middle of his room. Fourth put his hand to his chin, as if pondering the question, despite the fact that Izuku was relatively sure he already knew. "Well, it's partially because of my quirk, and partially because he's just really that loud." That startled a laugh out of Izuku. He wasn't wrong, yeah? Kakin wasn't the quietest of people. Still though, you always know before I even hear him. This is a very transparent attempt at getting me to tell you my quirk, Midoriya. We told you that we would tell you all these things when you turn 14, and we are going to uphold that declaration. Izuku could feel smug amusement coming from First, and did the mental equivalent of batting at it with a newspaper. Rude, stop being smug about it then. It's not his fault they keep withholding information from him. We'll tell you when you're older. It's been 3 years, First. 3. And he still knows next to nothing about his own quirk other than having a bunch of ghosts in his brain. A stab of guilt came from First, like a knife to his chest. Nana appeared in the room, looking as guilty as First felt. "That's sorry, kid. We really would like to tell you, but we don't want you to get hurt by it." "If it's something I could get hurt by, wouldn't it be better to just tell me already? Won't waiting make it worse?" More guilt, and the rest of the ghosts appeared, making the room feel smaller than it normally did. "No, trust us on this, kid. It's better that you don't know quite yet. It wouldn't be good if you rushed out and hurt yourself because of what we told you. All in due time, Midoriya. This really is for the best, kid." Izuku felt his face tighten with annoyance. "I don't understand. What are you so worried about me doing?" Even more guilt and regret flashed across the ghosts' faces, and the room just kept getting smaller and smaller. "Oh no, wait, kid." Like someone had flipped a switch, all the ghosts but Nana were gone, but that didn't stop the panic, the feeling of the walls closing in on him as he desperately scrunched his eyes closed and gasped for air in his chair. "Kid." He felt the normally reassuring presence of Nana next to him, and he was pretty sure she was saying something, could feel it in his head, but his thoughts were a roaring fuzz of white noise that deafened him to the voices of the ghosts. "Midoriya." He could hear the blood rushing in his ears despite not having moved from his seat. "Izuku." He snapped his eyes open, his heart still racing, and Viridian through a green fringe met Emerald through a curtain of white. He felt the phantom sensation of hands on his shoulders, and as he blinked, whoever was kneeling in front of him leaned back with a breath. "Geez, kid, way to scare a guy. Izuku blinked for a moment, looking around a little. There was an empty expanse as far as he could see in any direction, comprised of gently pulsing colors that seemed to push against and mix with each other. He turned back to First. It's me, it's First. First? This was First? I sure hope it's me. I'd be worried if there was another person sharing your brain. Izuku couldn't help but stare. First stared back. You know, I thought you'd look older. First made a motion that looked like he was laughing, but there was no sound to go with it, just the ring of amusement and incredulity in Izuku's chest. Rude. Just because I'm a really old ghost doesn't mean I can't look good. Oh, his mouth didn't move with his words. That was weirder than it should have been. I dunno, the way everyone talked about you made you seem like this wise old dude, even if you do kinda act like a dork, but you look like you're barely older than a high schooler. Grief and regret, and oh, that's not what Izuku had been trying to do, not at all. No, it's okay, kid. You're not wrong, I died pretty young all things considered. Couldn't be helped, really. First quickly waved his hands, as if he could physically dispel the sudden gloom. And anyways, this is the first time I've gotten a good look at you from an outsider's perspective. It's a little weird to be seeing you from anything but in a mirror. Izuku tilted his head. Wait, do you see dash? Through your eyes? Basically. Not always, of course. You deserve as much privacy as I can give you despite me literally being stuck in your brain. Well, that certainly is weird to think about. Yeah, this whole arrangement is weird as hell, kid. Where are we even? Wasn't I just in my room? I'm not clear on all the details, but I'm guessing this is just some weird shared brain space. I don't exactly have magic access to more information on this situation than you, though. First gestured vaguely at the expanse around them. What's with all the colors, then? In TV shows and stuff they usually either do this with, like, a fully fledged environment, or a straight-up black void. First shrugged. Well, what do you think? Izuku looked at the ground beneath them, and saw that the space between him and First was filled with rapidly colliding and mixing colors, almost as if, oh, do the colors represent our minds? The other ghosts said we were kind of tangled together, so maybe the colors represent our minds and this, he gestured at the places with colliding colors, represents where they meet and merge. First nodded. That's as good a guess as any, though I am a little worried about the merging part of that assessment, kid. There was the regular guilt. Izuku pushed the feeling away with practiced ease, smoothing it with his own reassurance. You felt it too, right? The way the lines between us have been gradually blurring more and more. He gestured again at the colors. This is an all but literal representation of it, First. It's not necessarily a bad thing, though. Just different. First frowns. I'm not exactly happy that you have to deal with my memories, kid. You deserve the chance to be your own person and not be influenced by a literal hundreds-years-old ghost. The colors around First swirl back erratically, and the collisions between them slow ever so slightly. That you're afraid. Of what? The frown on First's face turned into a wry but sad smile, and Izuku could feel grief and regret once again. Sorry, kid, rule of 14. He groaned, putting his hands on his head in frustration. Seriously? We're literally in a shared brain space and you still won't tell me? What exactly is so important that almost everything falls under that dumb rule? There was the amusement. First always seemed to find it funny when he made his reactions more dramatic, and he couldn't exactly say he didn't enjoy doing it. Shared brain space or not, kid, you're not getting anything out of me. Oh, that's lame. No, lame is spending 6 hours reading All Might adoption fanfics. Hey, at least I didn't read the entirety of the Marvel Spider-Man comics in one sitting. Hey, you take that back. Spider-Man is good. And it was only one arc. That had 50 issues. Izuku came back to the sound of the front door opening, uncomfortably sprawled on the floor of his room. He lifted his head from the wood floor with a groan, before scrambling to his feet as he heard his mom call out a greeting. He popped his head out of the door of his room as she finished closing the front door. Welcome home, Mom. His mom smiled her usual exhausted smile as he stepped out of his room to give her a hug. As nice as the ghosts were, they couldn't actually hug him, and it never failed to improve his mood when his mother gave him one. You're home early. What's the occasion? His mom released him from the hug and waved a hand. Oh no, work just moved my hours around a little bit. More night shifts. Izuku frowned, and felt his own worry reflected back by first. Again? Last time they put you on the night shift dash. Don't worry, it's only a few nights a month, I won't collapse again. He continued frowning at his mom, not entirely sure he believed her, and rightfully so, that's what she said last time, but decided to give her the benefit of the doubt. Just make sure to get enough sleep. Of course, Izuku. Another soft smile, but only slightly less stressed. He wished he could help somehow, and you will someday, but not now. But he felt so helpless, seeing his mom like this. Do you have the night shift tonight? I can help with dinner if you want to take a nap. Second and third were surprisingly good cooks, and they always jumped at the chance to teach him something. Oh, Izuku, I couldn't let you dash. It's fine, Mom. I've got it. Go take a nap. He gently pushed her in the direction of her room before heading towards the kitchen. He waited till he heard the click of her door closing and the rustle of sheets on a bed before he spoke. All right, third, second. How do you feel about helping me cook dinner? Third and second appeared in the kitchen. The two ghosts still had remains of regret on their faces, but Izuku ignored it in favor of opening the fridge and pantry to take stock of what they had. In the end, dinner was relatively simple, because despite second and third's help, he lacked the practice needed to make anything too complicated. His mom was appreciative nonetheless for the meal, and he did the ghost equivalent of a high five with second and third under the table. Today could have been described as, for all intents and purposes, wretched. First, his desk had a new set of insulting graffiti on it, and the teacher called him out for not respecting school property. It's not like you did it. Who would write insults on their own desk? Second, someone had shoved and locked him in the closet at the start of lunch, and being locked in places is just as bad as it ever was, but at least he had his lockpicks. Third, someone had taken and soaked his shoes with who knows what, probably pond water. There were a few leaves inside the shoes. And then there was Kaken. It had been a day when they got their test back, and he'd gotten full marks. Kaken, surprisingly, had gotten a 1 point from full credit. It was enough for him to leave Izuku covered in bruises and burns after class. He'd actually been doing a pretty good job at dodging until Kaken's friends grabbed him. He could feel First's righteous anger at the injustice, could feel it trying to rile him into feeling the same, but he ignored it. Getting angry wouldn't do anything for him, never had, and probably never would. But it's better than this blind acceptance. The way they treat you is horrible, Izuku. He paused where he was wrapping bandages around his torso. I know, First, but what could anger possibly do to help me? The anger fizzled out, leaving only embers and the long-standing guilt. Sorry. It's okay. Nana appeared beside him. He always found it weird that they didn't have reflections. Part of being a ghost, he guessed. Nana always was the best at dealing with emotions compared to the rest of the ghosts. He guessed it was because the others had been ghosts for so long. But they both knew there wasn't much to say in this situation. Hey kiddo. Things you'll get better. I promise. He wasn't sure he really believed it, but holding on to it is better than nothing. Izuku was 13 now. His birthday party was a quiet affair, just him and his mom. He'd politely asked the ghosts if they'd refrain from barging in on his party, with the exception of First because we're literally brain buddies, and for the most part they'd done so. It wouldn't do for him to crack up at a joke from one of the ghosts when it looked to be just him and his mom, after all. No, his celebration with the ghosts always came later. They'd let him stay up late, for once not hurrying him to bed. You're a growing boy, you need your rest, playing word games and shouting over his shoulder. It's a good thing the neighbors can't hear them. That's for sure. As he played a few old platforming or puzzle games on his computer, they were either stupid easy or stupid hard. There was no in-between. His birthdays had been achingly lonely before the ghosts, so even though they weren't perfect, they're all dorks, the lot of them, he was glad they were with him. Izuku. Nana was staring up at him from the snow-covered ground where he was scaling a tree. I get that the kitten is stuck and all, but how do you plan on getting it down? Izuku blinked. He hadn't really thought that far ahead. He'd forgotten he couldn't just do this. Eloquent as always, Izuku. Oh, shut it, it's not like you're any better, First. I'll figure it out when I get there, okay? He heard another pitiful mew come from the kitten a few feet above him in the tree and resumed climbing, brushing snow off the branches as he climbed. He finally reached the branch where the gray kitten was curled, huddled against the tree trunk. "Hey there, little guy. Let's get you down, huh?" He did his best to gently scoop up the kitten with one arm, thankful that it didn't try to scratch him. He cuddled it up against his chest and stood still for a moment to let it settle against his jacket. He looked down and realized that getting down with only one hand was going to be more difficult than anticipated. Oh, really now? It's gonna be more difficult? Who could have predicted this turn of events? "Hey!" Izuku started, and glanced around before his eyes landed on a kid with messy purple hair. He was the only other person Izuku had seen in the park today. He supposed it made sense, not many people wanted to be out right after it snowed. "You stuck?" "Oh, right, he needed to actually respond. You talk to ghosts all the time out loud. How did you forget?" "Not helping, first. Kind of. I climbed up to grab a kitten but now I can't get down dash." Izuku felt a fog wash over him, and the world grayed out. His mind felt like it was full of cotton, and for the first time in years he couldn't hear or feel first. He could vaguely feel himself moving, and words that sounded like they were spoken through a wall. Suddenly the world snapped back into color and Izuku there was first. What just happened? He blinked, and then stared at the only other person around, the purple-haired kid, who was suddenly looking a lot more nervous than he was before, though he was doing his best to hide it. He could feel concern and panic from first, but ignored him. "I'm reasonably alarmed and you're ignoring me," in favor of actually addressing whatever the hell just happened. Okay, great start, now some actual words. "How'd you do that? Was it your quirk?" He was actually curious. It wasn't every day someone used their quirk on him and didn't do it to beat him up. The purple-haired kid's face blanked out and he spun to leave. "Wait." Surprisingly, the kid hesitated. Crap, he hadn't thought this far ahead. Can I get you a hot chocolate?" "Kid, I'm not sure you should be inviting the person who just mind-controlled you out for hot chocolate, but he didn't do anything bad." The other still didn't respond, but he didn't make any moves to keep leaving. Okay kid, seriously." He felt the kitten squirm against his chest. The poor thing was probably freezing. I don't know what you did, but it helped get both me and the kitten down without breaking a leg, so at least let me thank you." The other boy let out an exasperated sigh before turning around. "Where?" Izuku couldn't help the smile that lit up his face. "Oh my god, Izuku, this is going to end badly, not if he can help it. There's a nice cafe like 10 minutes from here. It also wasn't terribly expensive, so he should be able to afford to get both him and this kid some hot chocolate with the money he had on him." The other kid nodded and followed him as he started to walk towards the cafe. They'd been walking in silence for about 5 minutes when Fifth popped in besides him. "Are you even going to ask his name?" "Oh my god, he forgot to ask his name first." Amusement bubbles up and he swears he's going to okay, I'll stop. The feeling dulls only slightly. "Oh my gosh, I'm so sorry. I forgot to ask your name." He rapidly spun to face the purple-haired boy. He bowed slightly, still holding the kitten to his chest, and held out his hand. "I'm Midoriya Izuku. What's your name?" The tired-looking teen blinked. "Shinso Hitoshi." "Nice to meet you, Shinso." Izuku had remembered correctly. The cafe was, in fact, quite cheap, but the hot chocolate was nice and warmed him from the inside. He and Shinso had taken a booth in the back corner and sat on opposite sides sipping their hot chocolate. Shinso, surprisingly, had gotten whipped cream and marshmallows on his hot chocolate, as well as sprinkles. He wasn't even aware sprinkles were an option to be added. He guessed he had a sweet tooth? Or maybe he was trying to push through whatever exhaustion seemed to linger around him with sugar and spite alone. Izuku could understand. Nightmares of a life he'd never lived always left him exhausted for days after. Even if there wasn't a repeat. Hopefully they stopped. They're not going to, but that's okay. A few nights of lost sleep aren't the end of the world. Now that he could feel his fingers, he scrolled through looking for the closest shelter to take the kitten that was currently curled tightly in his lap. The boy across from him was also on his phone, but he wasn't going to snoop. Second popped in next to the table, with a mischievous look on his face. Izuku glared as much as he could without significantly moving his eyes away from the phone. He'd done this in class more than once when the ghosts tried to help him cheat by reading the other kids' tests for him. He always insisted on getting his grades by his own merit, after all, and that wasn't going to change. Unfortunately, it lacked the weight it usually had under test-taking conditions, and Second ignored him and read over Shinsu's shoulder. He watched out of the corner of his eyes as Second's eyebrows lifted a frankly concerning distance. Looks like you and him have the same idea, kid. He's looking up shelters for this little kitten. Okay, while he wasn't happy that Second was violating other people's privacy, he could actually use that information. He wasn't actually sure how any of these shelters would treat a kitten, and he couldn't exactly adopt it. Your mom wouldn't be too happy if you brought home a cat without her permission. Hey, Shinso, do you have any idea where we could take this kitten? I would take it home, but my mom probably wouldn't be too happy with me. The other boy looked up from his phone. There's a shelter that takes strays about 20 minutes from here. We could probably take them there. He turned his phone so Izuku could see where he had pulled up directions to the shelter. Sounds good. We can head there after we finish our hot chocolate. Only if you want to go with me, of course. I didn't mean to presume dash. Shinso cut him off. It's fine. I'll go with you. All right then. Third materialized in the seat next to him, and he had to force himself to not react. You need to talk to more people if this is how you interact with someone who's not a ghost, a bully, or your mother. Okay, not wrong. This whole interaction had been extremely awkward. An understatement. But ghosts randomly popping in and talking wasn't exactly helping him. Normally, he wouldn't have minded, because there wasn't much that could make his non-existent reputation at school worse. So someone catching him being a little weird or mumbling to the ghosts under his breath wasn't going to change much. But he didn't want to immediately put Shinso off by talking to thin air. Shinso downed the rest of his drink, which was probably marshmallow and whipped cream sludge at that point, and scooped the kitten into his arms. Izuku quickly downed his own, barely restraining a grimace as he accidentally got some of the undissolved cocoa mix in his mouth. Good to see some things never change. Just because he almost always got coca sludge in his mouth didn't mean he did it on purpose. First, they both stood and headed for the front, but Izuku went up to the counter and paid for the hot chocolate while Shinso stood by the door waiting with the kitten. When he finished, he walked over to the door and pushed it open, for Shinso and himself. They finally made their way into the shelter, cold wind and snowflakes blowing past them as they made it inside. Third stepped through the closed door behind them like there was nothing there. Well, I'm glad I'm a ghost and not one of you two. It looks like it's freezing out there. He appreciated Third making sure that no one was following them or anything else unsavory, but he could go without the snarky comments, "Oh, you love them. Otherwise you wouldn't put up with mine." He didn't love them as much when it was freezing. First, it had started to snow on their way to the shelter, and the wind had quickly picked up. Getting home was going to SCK. He was really glad the kitten wasn't stuck in the tree anymore. Shinso walked up to the lady behind the counter and started speaking quietly with her. She left through a door behind the counter for a moment and came back with a cardboard box, which Shinso gently placed the kitten inside. The lady took the box and handed him a paper, probably a form, and a pen, before going back through the door with the kitten-filled box. He heard the scratching of a pen for a minute before it stopped, and Shinso turned back towards him and the door. He strode towards the door with a, "Welp, let's go," and opened it without waiting for Izuku to respond. Izuku quickly and almost tripping over your own feet, Shish followed him out the door into the snow. He wasn't exactly sure where Shinso was going, but it'd feel weird to just leave him, so it took about 5 minutes of walking in the snow to realize Shinso didn't actually have any idea where they were going. "Shinso, if you need somewhere to wait for the snow to stop, you could hang out at my place for a bit." The question fell out of his mouth before he even really processed it, the fact that he was inviting another kid over to his house. Well, nothing bad has happened yet, so it should be okay. This is another kid. Other kids don't like him. You need friends. Second chose to chime in. You really do. It's been 4 years since we met you and you haven't hung out with another kid once. Are you sure? You barely know me. He snapped back into focus. He felt a nervous smile make its way onto his face. Yeah. Shinso looked as apprehensive as he felt. Probably because he is kid. Okay then. Lead the way. Shinsu's dad seemed like polar opposites. His pa was the one who picked him up from his house the first time, and the first thing that occurred to Izuku was that they were nothing alike. Long, blonde hair and bright, almost eye-searing clothing. Shinso mock squinted at his pa when he picked him up and made joking complaints about him being embarrassing, but went with a wave and a small smile to Izuku. They'd exchanged phone numbers earlier. Surprisingly, it had been Shinsu's idea, but Izuku was happy to go along with it. Second and third encouraged him to send pre-quirk memes and jokes to Shinso, and eventually he did. He then spent an hour and a half explaining them. Second and third were laughing at his suffering, as was first, whose amusement bubbled up like a wellspring past the guilt. The next time Izuku met up with Shinso, his dad was dropping him off. The two of them looked much more similar in fashion choices and demeanor, dark clothes and perpetually tired. Izuku's mom had greeted him at the door and exchanged contact information for emergencies. He and Shinso had spent half the time watching pre-quirk movies, and the other half with Izuku explaining references. It was easier, thanks to having a ghost from that time PRD sharing a brain with him. Shinso probably pinned him as a pre-quirk era nerd for it though. It had been about a month since he'd met Shinso, and a little more than 4 years since he'd met the ghosts. Shinso had started just coming straight over after school was finished, claiming that neither of his parents came home until later in the day. His mom was all too happy to have a friend of Izuku's over regularly. Somehow, he had managed to keep Shinso from seeing him talking to any of the ghosts and weirding him out. Had, as in past tense. Shinso and him were in the middle of a movie when suddenly the ghosts decided they wanted his attention for something. He'd slipped off to his room with the excuse of grabbing another blanket, assuming it'd be something quick, but suddenly all the ghosts had been talking all at once. It had taken a few minutes to get them to quiet down, significantly longer than it would have taken to get a blanket. He'd been asking them to talk one at a time when Shinso had knocked and opened the door. Said Izuku oh so eloquently, this is your fault. Shut up, fair enough. Should I be worried about your mental health? Because you're in an empty room talking to no one. Shinso looked like he was too tired to deal with whatever was happening, which, to be fair, Izuku could understand. Fifth spoke from where he was leaning against his wall. Welp, cat's out of the bag, kid. Guess you're gonna have to explain us to him. He had a smug, almost pleased grin on his face. Oh my god. Izuku put his face helplessly into his hands. You guys did this on purpose, didn't you? He could feel Shinsu's eyes boring holes into him from the doorway. Yup, definitely worried for your mental health. I'm calling your mom. Wait. Izuku flung his hands up in the universal symbol for wait just as Shinso was turning to leave. I can explain. You have 5 minutes. Go. It's my quirk. I can talk to ghosts, or at least 6 ghosts. Shinso looked unconvinced. Well, at least he had more ideas on how to prove it than he did when he was, you don't believe me and that's fair, but I can prove it. Even more skeptical. This isn't going great, no sheet, first. What, are you gonna have one of them write something on a mirror? Maybe move a pen a few millimeters? No, they can't actually interact physically with the world. They can, however, see stuff and tell me about it. He really wished he had figured this out before everyone had decided he was just being weird for attention. To be fair, reconnaissance isn't something any of us thought of doing before, obviously. If you go back into the living room or anywhere I can't see you, I can get one of the ghosts to tell me whatever you bring up on your phone. How do I know you aren't just crazy with a technology quirk, huh? I mean, you could write something on paper too. Or say something really quietly. Or like, I dunno, do a dance move, say something in JSL. The ghosts will tell me. Shinso didn't look convinced, but left the room and closed the door regardless. He crossed his arms and glared at the ghosts, Fifth in particular. Okay, you guys did this. Now help me prove to him I'm not crazy. The ghosts didn't look too put out by this, which probably meant they'd definitely been planning this. The only one who looked vaguely apologetic was Nana. The ghosts quickly filtered out of the room and presumably into the rest of the apartment. He was going to find out sooner or later. Better in a controlled environment than by you slipping up later. Didn't make it feel any better. He could have at least been in on the plan to potentially ruin his friendship. Fifth's voice rang in his head. He's looking up how to confirm someone is sane, etc. He's also sitting at the kitchen table, tapping his foot very quickly. In case you need more information, said Nana, who was now his favorite ghost. Second favorite ghost. He has stopped looking at his phone, and is now signing the words, "Never gonna give you up, never gonna let you down." Fourth reported, before being interrupted. Second started the ghostly equivalent of wheezing. Oh my gosh, is this kid recrolling us? Didn't that joke die in the quirk riots? It showed up a few times in the pre-quirk shows they'd watched, surprisingly, so he'd probably pulled it out on a whim. Sixth broke into the conversation. He just dabbed. Does he even know what a dab is? Third spoke, sounding like he was barely holding back laughter himself. He's coming back now. Izuku opened the door right before Shinso reached for the knob, for once whatever powers that be smiling upon him. Shinso still looked skeptical, possibly more so than when he left a few minutes ago. Alright, what did I do? Well, first you looked up how to check that someone was sane, which, fair, I know how this looks. Then you stopped looking at your phone and started signing "Never gonna give you up," and proceeded to dab, which honestly made the ghosts start laughing. So hard it was a little hard to understand them, despite them being dead and not technically having lungs. You were at the kitchen table for all of this, and Nana said you were tapping your foot while you were looking up ways to check I was sane. That enough? Shinso looked unnerved. Unnerved was probably the best way to put it. He felt some kind of bubbling amusement from first. He looks like he's first seen a ghost. If he ever saw first in that weird shared brain space again, he was going to strangle him. Shinso looked around the room, his eyes slipping past all the ghosts present. Do you do that a lot? Spy on people with your quirk? It's a fair question. There are a lot of people who would, first. No, unlike some people, he pointedly glared at second and third, the worst offenders of this. I don't like invading people's privacy. It's not like I could do anything useful with any of it anyways. Shinso furrowed his brow. Couldn't you cheat on tests and stuff? Or get blackmail on people? Izuku definitely felt offended now. Theoretically, yes, but I like to get my grades without cheating. And I don't have much use for blackmail. Most people wouldn't think much of anything coming from a quirkless person. There was a beat of silence before Izuku realized what had come out his mouth. Fifth broke the silence. This is probably even more awkward than when you first met. And whose fault is that, Fifth? Maybe the ghost whose idea this was. Hey, I may have come up with it, but I'm not the one who made it awkward. There was no possibility of making it awkward until you decided to out that you exist. It's not exactly a secret. It took a solid hour of explaining to Shinso how his quirk worked. No, I can only see these six for some reason. No, they're not always visible even to me, but I can always hear them. And the additional complication of explaining first, when my quirk manifested, apparently we got tangled or something. We're mostly separate, but sometimes I have to deal with blurring. Before Shinso was mostly convinced he wasn't actually crazy. Mostly. Which is still rude that he even considered it. So wait, why does everyone think you're quirkless? Including your own mother? Izuku shrugged. It manifested really late. I was like 9? And I hadn't thought of using the ghosts to tell me things I shouldn't have been able to know until recently. By then, everyone was convinced I was just making it up for attention. Shinso gave a sympathetic wince. I'm going to throw a guess and say that your classmates weren't exactly kind about this? Izuku grimaced, years of bullying coming to mind. Got it. 1. I wish I hadn't said anything. It honestly got worse after I tried to tell people about my quirk. I'm fine with letting my middle school classmates think I don't have a quirk. Sorry. Izuku blinked, looking over at Shinso, who was sitting on the other side of the couch. What? For? Well, I mean, what I'm Shinso put his face in his hands with a groan. Wow, I never thought we'd meet someone worse at saying what they mean than you, kid, but here we are. That's mean, first. Your quirk clearly has caused you a lot of problems, probably as many as my own, and you've been more or less hiding it for 4 years, which sounds awful by the way, and nobody else even believes you have a quirk. And here I am making you explain it after calling you crazy for it. Shinsu's face is all twisted up, and his sight is planted firmly at his lap where his hands are twisting the fabric of the blanket. It's okay. I'm used to it. Plus, I'm not exactly alone. I've got 6 people to talk to and help me out. And to be fair, you didn't immediately call mental health services or my mother, which is better than the last time I made an effort to tell someone. Shinso jerked his head up at that, staring at Izuku incredulously. Wait, someone actually did that? Like actually? What the hell? Finally. Someone besides us with some sense. I mean, she was my teacher. And seeing a 9-year-old talking to thin air on several occasions when they were officially diagnosed as quirkless is probably more than a little worrying. I was either doing it for attention or was sick. Izuku, that didn't make it okay. You told her about your quirk and she still did that. Didn't change that it happened though. Dude, that is so wrong on so many levels. You were 9, and she basically gave you the choice between lying about your quirk or being sent to a mental hospital at 9. Who does that? Yeah. Who does that? First you were there. You know exactly who does that. Not the point, Izuku. He stared down at his own hands, threading his fingers together. Yeah, thinking back on it, it was a little messed up. I'm glad the ghosts were smart enough to realize what exactly the teacher was implying. Otherwise, I'd probably have insisted on my quirk and been actually institutionalized. In Midoriya, I have the genuine need to fight your teacher. That startled a laugh out of Izuku. Dude, it's fine. I didn't let her or anyone get to me, no matter how hard they tried. I'm stubborn like that. And that's part of why we like you, kid. He thought they liked him for his intelligence? That too. I'm with Shinso. I still want to fight your teacher, kid. Izuku glanced over at Fifth and had to slap a hand to his mouth to stop a startled laugh. Fifth, you can't just fight my old teacher. Literally, you're a ghost. Well, I'm glad someone agrees with me. The rest of the ghosts materialized around, protesting and almost startling Izuku out of his seat on the couch. Hey, I want to fight her too. Let me get a piece of her. Normally I am not one to advocate for violence against civilians, but I would like to make an exception in this case. I would be okay with just putting her in jail for her crimes, but punching would work too. He looked to Nana for help, but she just shrugged. Sorry kid, but I'm with them. I'm not sure violence would help in this case, but she sure didn't deserve to get off scot-free like that. His shoulders sagged. Midoriya? Dude, are you okay? Izuku glanced back over at Shinso, who was looking concernedly over at him from across the couch. If fine is hearing half a dozen ghosts agreeing with wanting to fight your teacher from when you were 9, then yes, I am fine. This time, it was Shinsu's turn to laugh. I sure wish I could hear that. Trust me, you don't. More laughter. Izuku had to admit, it made him feel good to make someone else smile. It had been 4 months since he met Shinso, and a little more than 4.5 years since he'd met the ghosts. It was just about 5 months until their birthdays, and how funny was it that they were born so close together. Shinso was staying the night since both his dads were both working late tonight and decided he would be okay staying at a friend's. Izuku's mom had agreed, and was letting them stay up late to watch some pre-quirk movies. They were in the middle of Lego Batman, when Shinso gasped at a totally inappropriate time for what was going on in the movie. Oh my god. Izuku looked over at Shinso, who had a mixed look of embarrassment and dawning realization. I never told you my quirk. Izuku blinked. He guessed he hadn't, had he? Izuku paused the movie. Do you want to tell me now? Shinso shrugged faux casually, a tenseness to his shoulders belying his nervousness. Sure, but save the nerding out for after the movie, okay? Izuku nodded quickly. I can do that. It would be hard, but he was so curious. He hadn't wanted to push Shinso on his quirk and at some point had forgotten that it was a mystery at all. But Shinso was offering, and he wasn't sure if he would still be willing to share after the movie was over. It's brainwashing. That sounds like an accurate description from what happened to you. He had so many questions though. But he quickly shut his mouth before they could come spilling out. Focusing on the movie after that was near impossible, questions about the specifics of Shinsu's quirk fluttering through his mind the entire time. By the time the movie was finished, he had a rather long list of questions. What a nerd, and he rushed to get his notebook before the credits finished rolling. Midoriya dash. Izuku didn't wait for Shinso to finish speaking before he was in his room at his desk, rapidly scribbling his questions down in a new entry for Shinso. He heard Shinsu's quiet steps behind him as he entered his room. You know, I really should have expected this. I've seen your entries on Heroes and your classmates. I'm honestly surprised you managed to make it through the rest of the movie without asking me questions. Rather than dignify that with a response, he spun around with his notebook, questions written. I have so many questions. Izuku, please don't scare Shinso. He didn't get scared off when he found out he literally spoke to ghosts on a regular basis. This was probably fine. Shinso sighed. You can ask me 5 tonight and the rest tomorrow morning, okay? Izuku nodded his head enthusiastically. Okay. So even though Shinso knew about his quirk, he didn't know the extent of how cruel mean the kids in his middle school were. Somehow, he supposed he'd been lucky so far, that either Shinso wasn't coming over when he got hurt worse than usual, it shouldn't be a usual, or that they were small enough where he could hide them before he came over. The break before the new school year had been a much-needed reprieve from having to do constant injury maintenance. Unfortunately, school was now back in session. It was the first week of the school year, and Kakin and his friends' lackeys had beaten him up every day after school since it went back in session. Today had been the worst by far. His uniform was singed and covered in holes from where Kakin's quirk had burned through it. The sleeves were more holes than actual sleeves at this point. He'd put up just enough of a challenge for Kakin to actually land a hit on him thanks to the practice dodging with the ghosts that Kakin had lost control of his quirk like hell he did and caused more damage than he normally did. It hurt. He didn't really want to move from his position on the ground. But he needed to get home. Yeah. That's where he kept all his medical supplies, since it got ruined last time he tried to bring it with him. Focus right? He needed to get up. Pushing himself to stand felt like a Herculean effort, but somehow he managed it. He stumbled his way home and through the front door, ready to hurry his way to the bathroom in case his mother was home, but froze when he saw Shinso sitting on the sofa, staring at the front door as he closed it behind him. He'd forgotten that he was coming over early today. Hi, Shinso. Shinso was still just staring blankly at him, so he headed towards the bathroom. He could deal with Shinso after he didn't feel quite as awful. Izuku took stock of his injuries and winced. That's definitely going to scar. Yeah. And he was going to have to figure out a good excuse for needing a new uniform too. Or just use the rest of his allowance. He used shaking hands to take out his burn cream and bandages. Bandaging with his non-dominant hand wasn't ever fun, but he was going to need both hands to get all of it. The door to the bathroom opened, and Izuku quickly turned to face it. Shinso was standing in the doorway, concern and disbelief written all over his face. Dude, you didn't tell me the bullying was shit like this. Izuku blinked. Didn't really have a good response to that, so he just shrugged, wincing as the action pulled on burned skin. He saw Shinsu's eyes flicking over the new burns and tiny discolored starburst-shaped scars on his skin, and his friend actively shoving it out of. Can I help you bandage it? The thought was weird. Someone else helping with his injuries. But not bad. Yeah. I'll walk you through it. Hitoshi was reeling. Midoriya had offhandedly mentioned the bullying from his peers, but he hadn't mentioned anything like this. If Midoriya hadn't seemed so calm, he would have been calling a hospital. His shoulders were a mess of fresh burns, and his arms were a patchwork of barely older, healing burns and fresher ones. The shredded and singed bandages on the floor indicated that his arms had been bandaged before this had happened. His torso was covered in spots of starburst scars and a myriad of bruises. Hitoshi couldn't believe he had missed this. Midoriya was talking him through how to treat his burns, and Shinso was wrapping and rewrapping the burns so the bandages fit properly. Through all of this, Midoriya hadn't made a single noise of complaint, though from the way he tensed occasionally, he wanted to. He didn't like the implications very much. Hitoshi finished wrapping the bandages around Midoriya's shoulders, moving his hands away. How is it? Too tight? Midoriya smiled up at him, as if nothing was wrong, and Hitoshi was suddenly struck by the realization that his friend was very, very good at hiding things. Those things apparently included pain. It's great. Usually I can't bandage my shoulders properly, so the help is appreciated. Though I wish you hadn't had to see that. Burns aren't pretty. The smile on Midoriya's face dropped as he trailed off. Does your mom know about this? Or have you been hiding it like your quirk? Hitoshi was willing to bet he'd been hiding it, because Mrs. Midoriya seemed like too good a person to not take action against whoever was doing this, or at least have Midoriya move schools, even if she did think Midoriya was quirkless. Or else he was going to have to reassess his opinion of her. Midoriya was suddenly standing in front of him, a very serious look on his face. You can't tell her. You can't. She's already so worried all the time, works so hard. She can't find out about this. His voice was hard, a tinge of panic to it that hadn't been present just a moment before. Hitoshi quickly raised hands in a placating gesture. Okay, I won't tell her. Midoriya, those burns are nothing to scoff at. Whoever did that should have been arrested. Midoriya tilted his head slightly. So far, that was the only tell Hitoshi had been able to find to indicate the other teen was listening to one of the ghosts. Then Midoriya shook his head. Kaken is gonna be a great hero someday. I can't be the reason he doesn't get into UA. But there was a lot to unpack there, but they'd have to do it later. Later, when Hitoshi actually had a solution that wasn't just telling his dads or the police. What now? Usually I'd go start on homework, or if mom's working the night shift I'd start dinner. I also need to figure out how to get a new uniform. The thought made him sick to think about, that Midoriya had done this before, and frequently from the sound of it. Worse that he didn't even let himself relax after getting hurt. Hitoshi held a breath, and then exhaled, imagining all the stress going with it. It wouldn't do well to freak out in front of Midoriya. He needed to stay calm. Let's get you to your room and figure out what to do next. I still need to clean the bathroom dash. Oh, right. The bathroom was a mess, covered in scattered medical supplies and bandages. Oops. You can get to your room yourself, right? I'll clean it up, don't worry about it. Midoriya looked surprised. He opened his mouth to speak, but before he could, tilted his head. After a few moments, he closed his mouth and nodded. Well, at least the ghosts cared about Midoriya at least as much as him. Hitoshi watched as Midoriya exited the bathroom, his movements appearing unhindered by the burns. That was more worrying than if he had been, because it meant that either he just couldn't feel them, or was actively putting himself in more pain to appear normal. Either way, it didn't bode well. Izuku carefully slipped on a long-sleeved shirt over his bandages, instinctively suppressing a wince as he did so. Heroes don't show pain, so he wouldn't either. Bonus benefits of making the bullies leave faster that, too. He really wished he'd remembered Shinso was coming over early. Now he'd seen it. Needless to say, he was going to have to do a lot of damage control if he wanted to make sure Shinso didn't tell his mom or the authorities. Or, you could let him go to the authorities with this. Bakugo has been nothing but cruel no. Kaken was going to be a hero. He had to be a hero. Second appeared on the bed, sitting next to him. Kid, he's awful. Bakugo is awful. Let Shinso get him arrested dash. Nana, ever the lifesaver, appeared and slapped a hand over Second's mouth. It wouldn't actually keep him from talking, but it was the thought that counts. Shinso picked that time to enter his room, closing the door quietly behind him before turning to face him. So, what's the plan? Izuku raised an eyebrow. That was a rather open-ended question. Well, I need to figure out how to get a new uniform so I still have a spare. I can probably afford one with the rest of my allowance, but I'd be cutting it close on the medical supplies if I did that dash. Shinso cut him off. No, I meant, what's the plan to get this to stop happening? You're acting like this is normal, like it's okay, but it's really not, Midoriya. Izuku couldn't help it. He laughed. He spent several seconds trying to stop laughing, like Shinso had just told him the funniest joke in the world, but it was kind of funny. Shinso just stared blankly from across the room. Sorry. It's just, I've tried, Shinso. There's nothing. The teachers think I'm just making it up or exaggerating because I'm bitter about not having a quirk and going to The police is unthinkable. And every time I tried, it just got worse until I stopped trying. So I just need to wait it out. Shinso frowned. I know it's not okay, I swear. The ghosts tell me that a lot. He glanced over to where Nana and Second are sitting, well aware that Shinso couldn't see them, but I just can't. Okay. Izuku swiveled his head back towards Shinso. His friend's face was twisted up with distaste, like the words in his mouth were bitter, and he had turned his face away from Izuku. Let's get your uniform sorted first. And then I can help you with your homework, because you honestly shouldn't be moving your arms at all right now. I can go with you to get more medical supplies later if you want. Izuku stared a moment in disbelief. I really? You're not gonna tell anyone? He turned his face back towards Izuku, looking like he'd come to a decision. Yeah. No. If it just makes it worse, then we're just gonna have to do the best we can to mitigate the damage. Izuku tilted his head. We're in this together now, okay? I'm not gonna just let this keep happening while I can do something about it. Shinso paused and a very forced smirk appeared on his face. After all, what kind of hero would I be if I didn't help someone in my reach? They went out later that afternoon to pick up medical supplies. It took a decent amount of cajoling to convince Shinso to let him come along. You could have just told him what stuff to grab. He wasn't just going to let him go alone. First, one of the ghosts could have followed him for you. That's rude and invasive. Not if you asked. It's whatever, they're already almost there anyways. The only reason you're with me at all is because you probably would have kept using your arms like nothing was wrong if I left you alone. Also, you know where the medical supplies are in the store, and we need to get back before your mom. I haven't had to buy my own medical supplies in ages. He tucked that last bit of information away for later, but didn't acknowledge it. Third was following behind them, quietly snickering. The rest of the ghosts were also snickering in his head, and he could feel gentle amusement from First. Shinso, I can still use my arms and stuff. You don't have to treat me like I'm helpless just because I got a little roughed up. He got enough of being treated as helpless when he was diagnosed as quirkless. The amusement from First vanished at the thought. I know you're not helpless. That's exactly the problem. You don't know when to quit, and you definitely don't know when to let other people help you out. They turned into the shop, the door letting out a chime as it slid open. So, I'm just going to have to show you that you can rely on me. Now, where are the medical supplies? Izuku turned down an aisle on the far right of the shop, beelining for the cheapest burn cream and bandages. Shinso put out a hand before he could reach for them, keeping him from grabbing them. Okay, if I'd known you just grabbed the cheapest stuff, I would have made you stay home. Izuku frowned. If I bought the higher quality stuff, I wouldn't be able to buy enough. Shinso frowned back, but rather than grabbing the stuff Izuku had been reaching for, he turned his gaze up, closer towards the middle of the shelf, where the slightly more expensive supplies were. Shinso dash. Nope. I can afford it, I'm getting you better medical supplies. But Shinso dash. Nope, no buts. Better medical supplies means you get better faster, which means you're not pretending when you act okay. Just let him buy the medical supplies, kid. It'll make him feel better, at least. Finey. Shinso smugly grabbed the medical supplies, which Izuku wasn't even aware was something you could do smugly in the first place, and First found it primely amusing. It's hysterical. When they finally left the store, Shinso didn't let him help carry the bags of supplies. I let you come along so I could keep you from using your arms. Letting you carry bags would defeat the purpose. Izuku let himself pout childishly. Oh. Boo, Shinso. Remember what I said earlier? Let other people, in this case, me, help you. You don't have to do everything yourself. But he's never really alone, is he? Having a bunch of ghosts hanging out doesn't mean you're not alone, kid. Fourth materialized beside Third, who was still following behind them. Especially since we cannot do things like this for you. Let him help, please. Wait, but... He stared Shinso down as he walked beside him. Next time, if I want to, you let me carry my own stuff. Helping me doesn't mean doing everything for me, okay? Shinso nodded. Of course, I'm not gonna baby you, I just don't want you getting hurt for stupid reasons like pretending you're fine. At least, as much as possible. Fair enough. Now let's hurry up, we don't want to get home after mom. Izuku and Shinso were idly working on homework in his room. Today he'd managed to outmaneuver Kaken and his friends after school. Not having fresh burns for once was a nice change. Shinso eventually broke the monotonous silence of math homework. Hey Midoriya? Izuku didn't look up from the math problem he was focusing on, but responded with Emichim. Do the ghosts ever help you with your history homework? If they really go all the way back to the dawn of quirks, wouldn't they know a whole lot about history? Izuku lifted his head from over his paper and stared deadpan at Shinso. No. Shinso raised an eyebrow. No. Izuku crossed his arms, a pseudo-serious look on his face. They're banned from helping me. I already get stuff wrong all the time because of first, hey. And the rest of them don't give school-sanctioned answers. Shinso pulled himself to a sitting position for where he'd been laying on the floor. School-sanctioned answers? Izuku put his face in his hands. They complain about it all the time, it's ridiculous. Apparently the answers in the textbook are totally different from what actually happened all the time. Shinso leaned forward on his knees. No sheet? Like what? Izuku thought through the dozens of times the ghosts had given him the wrong answers on tests, coming up with one of the simplest but most memorable. The first time they tried to help me with my history test, first insisted that the quirk riots started on the 13th of May. They started in May. The 13th of May. Shinsu's face twisted in apparent confusion. But didn't they start on the 16th of June? Also wow, dumb and pointless school info being remembered for the win. I was there. They very much started on the 13th of May. And now first is ranting about this again. I am not ranting. Izuku stifled a laugh. Shinso sighed and laid back down on the floor. So no help with history homework. Got it. Yeah, sorry if you were hoping for a different answer. Nah, just curious. Hitoshi hadn't been sure about the existence of Midoriya's ghosts, even after he'd initially proved it to him. Or even after he'd explained what he knew about his quirk, though that had helped. No, it came from how, once Midoriya was certain that he wasn't going to be called crazy, he just casually conversed with the ghosts. It was the weird anecdotes about stuff the ghosts had done in the time he'd known them. It was Midoriya randomly ducking away from something despite them doing homework at the table by themselves. That stuff. I've tried to draw them a couple times. Maybe I'll show you when we get back to my house. Really? I was under the impression that they looked like chic ghosts. Ah, classic insincerity. It served him well. No. They look like people for the most part. Just slightly transparent. And also they don't have reflections. Do you know how weird that was to figure out? I'm guessing super weird? Super weird. Shinsu's birthday was next week, and Izuku had no idea what to get him. First didn't either, or else he would have likely told Izuku already. So he asked the rest of the ghosts. He started with Second. Hey Second, do you have any ideas on what to get Shinso for his birthday? The answer wasn't too surprising, coming from Second. Get him a bunch of those old pre-quirk movies. You know, the ones with Batman and Spider-Man. Not a bad idea, but not top of the list either. Next he asked Third. Third, do you have any ideas on what I should get Shinso for his birthday? Third, of course, thought long and hard before coming up with, he's going to try out for UA too, right? Maybe offer to help him train for it. Also not a bad idea, but there was something about the idea that felt impersonal. Next, he went to Fifth, because Fourth refused to answer him for some reason. It wasn't the first time one of the ghosts had refused to respond, but it was pretty weird. Hey Fifth, what do you think I should get Shinso for his birthday? Fifth responded immediately with, quirk training. One's quirk can always be improved upon, after all. Izuku wasn't so sure how much Shinso would appreciate that one. Shinso was usually willing to use his quirk, but he never seemed comfortable afterwards. Plus, it sounds more like something you'd be interested in, Izuku. Also true. Experimenting with Shinso's quirk sounded like it would be interesting, but probably not as fun for Shinso. So he went to Sixth. Hey Sixth, what do you think dash? A knife. Izuku pauses. What? A knife. Get Shinso a knife for his birthday. Izuku just turned around and left. He wasn't getting his friend a knife for his birthday. There was no way his parents wouldn't be weirded out by it. Nana wasn't much more helpful, surprisingly. I agree with third, training for UA is probably a good bet. Especially with his lack of physical quirk. Okay, another mark for that idea. Still not exactly what he was looking for though. Izuku was doing his homework when fourth decided to pop in. You were asking the others for ideas on what to get Shinso for his birthday. Do you know his favorite hero? Perhaps he would appreciate some merchandise. That sounded better, but who was? Was Eraserhead, pretty sure. Oh yeah. Though Eraserhead was underground, so there wasn't really any merch of him. You could make some then? Oh, he'd been mumbling again. Still needed to squash that habit. That's not a bad idea. Thanks, fourth. Eventually, Izuku decided to make a keychain of Eraserhead's goggles. It took a decent number of tries with oven-baked clay just to get the shape and sizing right. It needed to be smaller than the real deal, otherwise it wouldn't be much of a keychain, and then it took about 5 tries to get the yellow of the paint just right. He barely managed to get it finished in time for Shinsu's birthday. He personally thought it came out pretty good. Agreed, it looks pretty nice. He took the time to put it in a nice box for when he went over to Shinsu's house later. It wasn't much, but he hoped Shinso would like it. Happy birthday, Shinso. Shinso wasn't having a birthday party per se, but he had invited Izuku over to spend the evening. Of course, both of Shinsu's dads were there as well, and the only thing keeping it from being an actual birthday party was the lack of other kids. Sitting right next to each other, they seemed even more contrasting, like opposites than he had gathered from the few minutes of exposure he'd had when they picked Shinso up from his house in the evenings. Shinsu's pa, in his own house, was downright loud. He also sounded extremely familiar when he was being loud. Almost like a certain pro hero with a radio show. No, Shinso probably would have told him if his pa was present. Mike. He forgot to tell you his quirk, Izuku. Okay, point taken. Regardless, despite being loud, he was very nice. It was also glaringly obvious that he was the one who had set up the streamers and balloons. Everywhere. Shinsu's dad looked like he was exhausted beyond belief. He looked like he was awake from coffee and spite alone. And also love for his son, because he does actually seem to be enjoying the party that too. He also looks familiar. Hey, doesn't he look kinda like Eraserhead? He does actually. But he's pretty sure that if Eraserhead was Shinsu's dad, he would have said he had a different favorite hero. But isn't Shinso adopted? Izuku was just going to hope really hard that it wasn't actually Eraserhead and Present Mike in the same room, because this was Shinsu's birthday, and he wasn't going to ruin it by fanboying. Nope, he definitely wasn't going to. Alrightly, kids. Oh my god, it really was Present Mike. He was as dull as a box of rocks for not noticing before now. It's present time. He gently ushered them into the living room where a number of gifts had been put on the table in front of the couch. Izuku slipped his gift to Shinso out of his bag and onto the table with the rest of them. It looked small in comparison to the pile, and Izuku felt his heart sink. Shinso started with the biggest present first, one that had been making a suspicious scratching noise. Izuku heard a gasp as his friend leaned into the box and pulled out a kitten. The same kitten they'd rescued from the tree that first day. Shinso's eyes were shining in amazement, and his face was disbelieving. The kitten had grown significantly since the last time he'd laid eyes on it. Its fur was no longer the scraggly mess it had been when they'd found it, and looked smooth and healthy, and it was something like twice the size it had been. Shinsu's dad smirked at his expression. That smirk is terrifying. Oh my god. Why don't you open the rest of your presents from us? Shinso didn't hesitate now, gently placing the kitten back in the box before ripping open the rest of the presents, which unsurprisingly turned out to be cat supplies. The last thing was a collar with a blank metal name tag. I'd wait a few days before naming them. Maybe try a few out. Shinsu's pa snickered. Says the man who named his last cat, Trashcan. Do as I say, not as I do, Zashi. Shinso ignored their bickering in favor of putting the collar on the kitten and setting it down on the floor to explore. The next hour or so was spent helping Shinso set up the cat supplies, watching the kitten explore their new home, and coming up with names. Personally, I like Glitter. He still thinks Cloud was better. What about Grit? Called third from across the room, Except not really because it was in his brain. No way, Hale is a way better name. Nana insisted. What was it that Shinsu's dad said? Do as I say, not as I do? I'm pretty sure grit would count for that. Izuku half restrained a grimace at the ensuing arguments being thrown around. Shinso took one look at his face before smirking. Are the ghosts arguing again? Why was he whispering? His parents are here. Oh yeah, Shinsu's dads. Had just been kind of content to stand to the side and make sure they didn't break anything. Izuku had kind of forgotten they were there. Midoriya? Oh right, he needed to actually respond. Yeah, they're arguing over what to name your kitten. Needless to say, they're a little loud. Still, he couldn't help but smile at their antics. Really? What are some of their ideas? Izuku paused for a moment, listening in more closely. Third suggests Grit. First wants to name them Glitter. It's a good name. Second is suggesting Frog. Nana wants to name them Hail. Something about it being gray. Fifth says Sleet. And sixth wants Slush. Lots of cold rainstorm names. What about fourth? Or do they not have any ideas? I do, I just think none of you are sophisticated enough to understand the nuance of it. Fourth was leaning on the counter next to Shinsu's parents, attempting to look like a responsible adult and failing miserably due to his outfit. Third walked over and poked Fourth's shoulder teasingly. Oh really, Fourth? Wanna tell us? Berlioz. The other ghost stared. Third looked mildly dumbfounded. I dunno what I was expecting, but it wasn't for it to actually be something I didn't understand. Izuku turned his eyes back to Shinso from where he'd been watching the ghosts out of the corner of his eye. Fourth said Berlioz. I'm not actually sure if I'm pronouncing it right. Shinso furrowed his brow in confusion. That sounds like I'm missing a reference. Izuku nodded in agreement. Yeah, I'm not sure if he just made it up or if it's a reference to something. Shinso drops the whisper to resume normal conversation. Well, what about you? Do you have any ideas for a name? Me? I wanted to go with Cloud. Like a storm cloud, kinda. Shinso smiled slightly. Better than Grit. Hey! Izuku forced down a snicker at Third's shout. Hey, Hitoshi, you forgot something. Shinso whipped his head towards his dad, who was looking rather smug for some reason. What? Did I forget something important? His friend ticked off on his fingers the things he'd set up for the kitten and didn't come up with anything missing. So what? Kid, what did you sink more than a week into making for Shinso? If you think the present from your friend isn't important, then I guess not. Shinsu's dad looks unbelievably smug. Izuku hadn't even known it was possible to look that smug, ever. Shinso glanced down at the coffee table in front of where they were sitting. Izuku's own small present was sitting there. He flushed. It wasn't exactly up to comparison with a new kitten. Midoriya, I am so sorry I completely forgot Dash. It's okay. The kitten definitely took priority. You can open it now if you want. Yeah, of course. Shinso grabbed the present and unwrapped it with significantly more care than he had with the rest of his gifts. When Shinso laid eyes on the homemade eraser head goggle keychain, he flushed. Izuku was nervous now. He wasn't exactly sure how to take that reaction. Shinso, it's great, I love it. Hitoshi hadn't had enough hot sugary drinks, read hot chocolate, to deal with this. This being figuring out what to get Midoriya for his birthday. He'd come up with several ideas, but none of them felt quite like what he was looking for. He could always get him more notebooks. Midoriya ate through the things like a kid did candy with his homework and hero notes. But he could get 5 of those for 500 yen, and they didn't exactly feel personal. Honestly, he'd just get them for Midoriya whenever he wanted. Having 2 heroes who taught at UA paid well. Hero merch was probably a good bet. He'd mentioned that some of the ghosts were heroes, and that they would be probably high up on his list of favorites. Midoriya's room had a decent amount of All Might merch, so he was probably a good bet for his favorite. He didn't exactly want to contribute to making Midoriya's room look like a veritable shrine to All Might. Maybe tickets to a hero con. That he's pretty sure that either Midoriya or the heroes at the con would perish if he did that. Midoriya because of his excitement to meet heroes, and the heroes because of the sheer number of questions Midoriya would ask them. And there's also the issue of supervision. While his pa would probably be more than willing to take them, he was working almost all waking hours, and would probably get recognized within 10 minutes of arriving, which would suck. His dad wasn't a huge fan of limelight heroes, who were always the focus of hero cons. Midoriya's mom seemed to be constantly busy, and she generally treated Midoriya like glass, which wasn't conducive to a good time. Medical supplies, while definitely useful, would probably be a terrible idea to give as a gift. First, because Midoriya might think he was going to stop supplying him with free burn cream and bandages every time he got low. Second, because it might alert Midoriya's mom that something was up, which would probably be bad. And third, Mrs. Midoriya might think he was beating up her son. Basically, it was the worst possible gift idea. So he might have been a little stuck on what to get Midoriya. If he couldn't come up with an alternative, he'd probably get him an All Might figurine, as much as it would pain him. But he wasn't going to just roll over and buy something All Might related without a fight. He thinks Midoriya mentioned drawing the ghosts at some point, but he'd forgotten by the time they'd arrived back at his house. Maybe if he asked, Midoriya would show him? They were hanging out at Midoriya's house while his mom was at work when he decided to ask about it. Hey Midoriya, what do the ghosts look like? I remember you mentioning that you've drawn them, but I don't think you ever showed them to me. Was that casual enough? He doesn't think he put anything more than his usual curiosity, but he could be wrong. Midoriya looked over for a moment before springing to his. Oh yeah. Hold on, let me go get it. He zipped off to his room, leaving Hitoshi by himself. Or at least he assumed so. There might have been a ghost. He whispered under his breath. Hey, if there are any ghosts in this room, if you could figure out a way to give me ideas on what to get Midoriya for his birthday, that would be very appreciated. Nothing happened. Hitoshi hadn't exactly been expecting anything to happen, but somehow it was still disappointing. Midoriya re-entered the living room with a notebook clutched in his hands. I'm not the best artist, but I did my best to draw them, so. He handed Hitoshi the notebook, which he took gently. This one looked more worn than the others, like Midoriya had had it for a long time. He might have, actually, if he'd started it when he first manifested his quirk. He carefully opened the notebook. The first page was a poorly drawn picture of a lady with black hair, yellow boots and gloves, and a cape. It was labeled Shimura Nana, with 7th, in parenthesis underneath in childish handwriting. Okay, so he really had started this back when he was 9. There are more recent drawings further in. I like to think I've improved some, so. Hitoshi nodded and flipped to some of the later pages. He came to a stop on a newer-looking drawing of what appeared to be the same lady. The drawing was significantly more detailed. He could see the half-bun she apparently kept her hair in, and where there was a mole on her chin. It was labeled the same. Shimura Nana, 7th. She definitely looked like a hero, but an older one from the style. Maybe from 50 or 60 years ago. Makes sense, given she's a ghost. He flipped the page. The next drawing was of someone with short black hair and a blue high-collar jacket. It also looked to be a hero costume, and if the ridiculous buttons were anything to go by, he was from way before Nana was. He was also wearing a pair of white hiking boots that looked like they'd been scuffed from combat as opposed to actual hiking. He looked young for a hero. He was labeled 6th. No given name. He flipped the page. It was an older-looking man, with stubble on his face. He was bald, wore goggles and what looked to be a modified leather jacket. Maybe from when heroes were just coming into the public eye? He looked like he should be harsh, but Midoriya had drawn him grinning widely. It made him look friendly, somehow. He was labeled 5th, again with no given name. Another page, another drawing. This one was of a man with jagged lines running vertically along one side of his face. His hair was pale, and he looked ever so slightly tired. In the drawing, he held himself stiffly and appeared overly formal. It was a contrast to his puffy jacket, which was missing a large chunk of a sleeve and didn't cover his stomach. He also didn't appear to be wearing any shoes. Maybe he wasn't a hero then? He was labeled 4th, no given name. The next page had a drawing of someone whose light hair honestly looked kinda like a pineapple. He wore an outfit that looked out of date by at least a century, maybe two. Nobody had worn chest protection that had looked like that since a half-century after the dawn of quirks. But it looked like it had definitely seen a few fights. If the trend of them being from further and further back held, maybe he was from before pro heroes were even a thing? Midoriya had drawn him leaning against a wall, looking almost pensive if it wasn't for the small smirk on his face. He was labeled third. Did Midoriya not know their names? Or had he just not written them down? Hitoshi wondered why Midoriya had drawn them counting down, and flipped the page. There was a man with brown, short-cropped, spiky hair. If he thought the last guy's outfit was outdated, this one was even more so. He wore a black undershirt that looked like it had seen better days and a white tank top over it. He wore a heavy-looking belt with a line of worn pouches running along it. He also had a large scar running diagonally across his face, with a smaller nick through the middle of it making it appear almost like an X. But despite this, he'd been drawn with a mischievous grin that made him look more like he was going to prank someone than go into actual battle. He was labeled second. For the first time it occurred to him to wonder why Midoriya called them by numbers instead of names. He turned the page to the most recent drawing in the notebook. That if he thought sixth had been young, then this guy was younger. He had shoulder length, white hair that hung in front of his face, and green eyes that were almost hidden behind it. He wore a white, baggy-looking long-sleeve shirt that hung off his shoulders. His drawing was less detailed, like it hadn't been drawn with the person in front of them. Like it had been drawn from memory. He was labeled first. Then it clicked. Right, Midoriya had mentioned something about first getting mixed up in his head when his quirk manifested. He'd almost forgotten. Maybe he'd only seen first a few times? Second, I didn't draw these to make you look cool, I drew them so I could show other people what you look like. Oh, Midoriya was talking with a ghost. Second, presumably. Hitoshi carefully closed and handed Midoriya the notebook. What's he saying? Midoriya took the notebook back and glanced to the side. Presumably where second was standing. He wanted me to add explosions to his drawing. And also weapons, but I'm not very good at drawing either of those yet. Hitoshi had an idea on what to get Midoriya now. That's fair. I don't think I could draw anything near as well as you drew the ghosts. Is that really what they look like? I mean, as close as I can get. Most of the ghosts won't sit still long enough for me to do a decent drawing. And he paused before he could finish and tilted his head. Fourth would like you to know that he did, in fact, sit still long enough for me to draw him. Hitoshi isn't exactly sure how to respond to that. Good job, Fourth. Okay then. Silence. Well, this was too awkward even for Hitoshi. Do you want to finish the homework for this week? Oh, yeah, that sounds like a good idea. Hitoshi was about as smart as a box of coat hangers. Which is to say, not very smart. The ghosts couldn't exactly do anything to interact with him directly. They had to go through Midoriya. But if they didn't want Midoriya to figure out they were trying to give Hitoshi ideas on what to get him, they had to be clever about it. So, clearly either Fourth had actually cared that Hitoshi knew he had sat still long enough to be drawn, or he was trying to hint at something to get Midoriya for his birthday. Though from Fourth's hint, it sounded like Midoriya wanted to draw him. It'd be a little self-centered to tell Midoriya to draw him for his birthday, so he was going to have to think of something else though. At least he had an idea of where to start now. Which is, art supplies. All of Midoriya's drawings were on the lined paper of his notebooks, so maybe he could get him a proper sketchbook? And he seemed to use colored pencils, so maybe he could get him some of those? He hadn't expected art supply stores to have so much stuff. He wasn't exactly sure where to start looking for anything in this place, much less sketchbooks and colored pencils. So he did what all people do when they go into a store and don't want to bother the poor staff for directions, and wandered around. Thankfully, the place was at least organized into aisles, so he started winding his way from the far left of the store to the right. He eventually found an aisle that had colored pencils, but there were about a dozen different options, and he found himself lost on which ones to buy. They all advertised qualities that he was unsure of the meaning of. Something about core hardness and pigmentation? And that wasn't even getting into colors. Some of the sets seemed to be entirely different shades of one color, which Hitoshi found weird, but could kind of understand? Hitoshi thinks he spent like half an hour looking at the wall of colored pencils before someone who was part of the staff wandered over. Do you need any help? She seemed polite, but the kind of polite you get from working with customers. Which was fair. I want to get a present for my friend, and they seem to like drawing, but... He glanced up at the wall of colored pencils. I'm not exactly an artist. The polite smile shifted to one of faint amusement. I would recommend this. She took down and handed him a moderately priced pack of colored pencils that contained a range of colors. Its quality is pretty good for its price, so it's a good middle ground. All right. Do you need help finding anything else? Yeah, actually. Could you tell me where the sketchbooks are? Hitoshi had respect for artists before, but now it was a whole nother level. Figuring out what to buy was like trying to learn a different language after being dropped in the country where it was the native language, i.e. really hard and complicated. Why did paper have pH value? What was the difference between multimedia and marker paper? Eventually, he got a sketchbook with a decent amount of pages that was labeled multimedia paper. He felt like it was the safest bet. He'd already spent too long in this store. When he finally got home, he placed Midoriya's present on his desk before flopping face first onto his bed. He still had to figure out how he was going to wrap them. Did he want to put them in a box? A bag with tissue paper? Was he going to make a card? This was harder than he'd anticipated. He almost felt bad for Midoriya. He'd probably done something similar for his birthday. He pulled his keys out of his pocket and looked at the keychain Midoriya had given him. He was pretty sure Midoriya had made it specifically for him. He was just so thoughtful. How was he supposed to follow that up? Midoriya had remembered his favorite hero, his dad, Eraserhead, had gone to the trouble of finding out information about him, an underground hero, and then made him a piece of custom merch. Sure, it was a little embarrassing to receive it in front of said hero. He'd felt himself flushing. He was pretty sure his face had been the same shade of a tomato. But he definitely couldn't make Midoriya something and have it come out any good. So, art supplies. He just hoped Midoriya liked it. Today was the day. Today was his 14th birthday. He'd been looking forward to this day for literally 5 years. He'd even woken up extra early for this. It was somewhere around 5 a.m., actually. It was also a weekend, so the ghosts had no excuse to make him wait until later that day. In fact, because Shinso was coming over later, and his mom was still working her shift, it was better if they told him now. He sat cross-legged on his bed the morning of his 14th birthday, staring the ghosts down. You promised. The ghosts shuffled on their feet, looking at just about anywhere but him. You promised you would tell me when I turned. I'm 14 now, so talk? Geez kid, what is this, an interrogation? You're included in this too, first. Spill. Second started, his usual joking demeanor nowhere to be found. So, we may not have been entirely honest with you on the quirk front. Izuku raised an eyebrow. The brown-haired ghost rapidly waved his hands. We're still a part of your quirk. That part wasn't a lie. Seeing us ghosts isn't all you can do with it. Or at least, it won't be. Izuku was beginning to think that they hadn't actually had anything important to keep from him. What? Can I make you visible or something? I don't understand why that would be such a big secret. Nana stepped forward. Sorry, but that's not even in the realm of what we're about to tell you. Midoriya Izuku. The way his name was spoken brought forth an intense pressure, a feeling of grave importance, crushing any potential for making light of the situation. You are the 9th holder of this quirk. Nana held her hand forward, and a light coalesced in her open palm. This quirk's true name is One for All. It's a quirk that chooses the most heroic person it can find and bestows upon them the power to fight a great and ancient evil. Nana closed her hand, and the light vanished. That evil goes by the name All for One. All of us you see here have held this quirk before you, and have all fallen by All for One's hand. Izuku flicked his gaze from where it was firmly trained on Nana to the other ghosts. Their posture had gone ramrod straight, but their faces were cast downward. All of them? His eyes focused back on Nana. The real reason we didn't tell you this was because she trailed off, and her own eyes found the ground. first spoke, his thoughts more distinct from Izuku's own than they'd been in years. I hadn't realized you were so young when I chose you. I didn't want to drag you into a centuries-old conflict at the age of 9, Izuku. So I slowed the transfer, asked the others to keep it a secret from you. But now, 6th spoke, eyes trained on Izuku. 8th still lives, but he's weakening. His grasp on the quirk is slipping, has been for the past 5 years already. We first knew this. 14 was far from an arbitrary number, Izuku. Soon, 1st will be unable to keep the real power of the quirk from transferring, and we need to prepare you for when it does. Izuku felt like his head was spinning. Wait, if the quirk is just seeing you guys, how is it supposed to fight this great and powerful evil? And what exactly is all for one? 5th stepped forward, his face serious. The real power of the quirk is a stockpiling quirk that's been building up since the dawn of quirks. It's powerful now. If it was transferred to someone all at once with no adjustment or training PRD, it's liable to blow their limbs off with its raw power. Izuku felt a shiver go up his spine. You should be fine though. 1st might not be able to suppress the flow to almost non-existent anymore, but he can keep it from doing that. 4th put a hand to his chest, his face as expressionless as ever. All for one is was 1st brother. He is now a monster with the power to give and take quirks. Give and take quirks. Izuku could only imagine how powerful someone who could do that had become, especially if they'd been amassing power since the dawn of quirks. Yes. 3rd stepped forward and crossed his arms, not quite meeting Izuku's eyes. He was the master manipulator of underground dealings for centuries, until 5 years ago. He is also the origin of this quirk, and why it was able to grow so strong. Well, it's true. My brother, all for one, was one of the most powerful people at the dawn of quirks. I, his sickly, quirkless younger brother, opposed him at every opportunity. Eventually he gifted me a quirk, a stockpiling quirk. I'm still not sure if he did it out of kindness, or in an attempt to convince me to join his side. Wait, 1st was? We thought I was quirkless, yes. But as I discovered, I had an invisible quirk. The power to pass on quirks. My quirk combined with the stockpiling, which made it significantly more powerful. Powerful enough to pass on even after I had died fighting my brother. Izuku is pretty sure this conversation had been the most 1st had ever said all at once. 2nd waved a hand, bringing his attention back to the ghosts in front of him. 1st picked me as his successor. I learned later on he chose me, and all of the following holders, based on heroic spirit, current and potential. Izuku blinked. But what about me? I'm like the opposite of heroic. I'm just weak. I run away from fights and lose every fight I can't. Izuku felt disapproval from 1st, though with exactly what was unclear. Nana kneeled in front of him. Izuku, if you think winning fights is all it takes to be heroic, you're wrong. Heroism is saving others. 6th put his hands in his pockets, a serene look on his face. Heroism is knowing you'll lose and fighting anyways. 5th braced himself, like he was preparing to fight. Heroism is getting up again and again even if it hurts. 4th raised a hand, voice low. Heroism is running away so you can keep fighting another day. 3rd clasped his hands, uncharacteristically serious. Heroism is being a light in the dark. 2nd grinned wildly, almost feral-looking. Heroism is saving people's hearts. Izuku felt unwavering determination from 1st, heavy and spilling into his own emotions. Heroism is never yielding. Nana placed her hand on his shoulder, even though he couldn't feel it. Being heroic, being a hero, has nothing to do with winning, Izuku. But it has everything to do with helping others. Though, winning sure doesn't hurt. 5th grinned and gave him a thumbs up. The tension broke. 3rd groaned. 5th you ruined the moment. 5th looked over at 3rd, confusion plain on his face. What? I thought it fit perfectly? It's not like I'm wrong. No, but dash. Nana cut off their bickering before it could really start. Alright, that's enough you two. We still need to tell him one more thing. Izuku raised a hand tentatively. Actually, before that, I have a question. Nana glanced over at him before shrugging. Shoot, kid. Who's the 8th? You said he was still alive, right? Nana smiled. That's exactly what we were about to explain. Drum roll, please. Nobody drum rolled. Nana continued anyways. All Might. Izuku's jaw dropped. So let me get this straight. Predecessor? Is that the word? Confirmation came from first and a nod from Nana. Is literally All Might? That's right, kid. Unfortunately, he isn't exactly aware that first picked his successor. He stared over at fifth. What do you mean? Sixth fiddled with his jacket collar. Well, normally the current holders can see. The ghosts of the previous holders, like you. But All Might. Second crossed his arms. He couldn't see us or hear us. The closest we've been able to get to him is through the occasional dream. Izuku blinked. Oh, does he know that you exist, at least? As ghosts, I mean. Nana smiled, full of regrets. Yeah. I mentored him when first made him my successor before I lost. He saw me talking plenty with the other holders, but never saw any of them himself. He theorized it was because the power wasn't completely his yet, but he couldn't see us even after. We could see him though. Izuku tilted his head in questioning. I'm not entirely sure what this has to do with anything though. Third frowned and copied second's arm crossing. It's kind of important actually. Because while we can direct you in training and give you information, that's it. We can't physically spar for practice, we can't provide resources, we can't protect you from danger like he could. That made sense, he supposed. How am I supposed to get in contact with All Might? He's the #1 hero, there's no way to contact him without being like, part of the Hero Commission or the government. The ghosts looked at each other. We sort of have a plan? This was gonna be good, it's not, actually. Nana spoke hesitantly, like she herself wasn't quite sure. When first starts letting more of one for all flow into you, it should alert All Might that first has picked a successor. That, in combination with us trying to aggressively signal him in dreams will probably be enough. Probably. Izuku felt his face twist. You don't sound very confident about this. Fifth practically whined at him. We're doing our best here, kid. He wasn't sure he liked how uncertain the ghosts sounded about this. Worst comes to worst, we can't get All Might's attention and you'll be on your own. That's what happened with the first 4 holders. It's not the end of the world, but having All Might backing you up is a distinct advantage while you're training. First had a point. It took him a moment to realize he needed to respond verbally for the benefit of the other ghosts. That tracks. I mean, I'm pretty sure anyone with All Might backing them up is going to be given a surefire win, but that's not the point, I guess. He was met with silence. What? Am I wrong? All Might is the symbol of peace. He's never lost a fight. The ghosts glanced at one another, nervous again. Nana spoke. You remember what we said about transferring the quirk, right? Yeah, I remember. Oh. Yeah. So wait, the more of one for all I have, the less All Might has? That's dash. Fifth frowned, looking as displeased with the idea as Izuku felt. Not ideal yet, but there's not much we can do about it. We've put it off as long as we could, and you're not going to drain all of All Might's power all at once, but he's definitely going to get weaker as you get stronger. Izuku felt something well up in his chest, and he felt tears spill over and onto his cheeks. The ghosts startled in unison at his tears, and Fifth made a hasty attempt at comforting him. Hey kiddo, it's okay. All Might isn't a total idiot, I'm sure he'll be okay without one for all. Izuku nodded, but couldn't stop crying, quiet hiccups echoing in a physically empty room. Third put his hands behind his head, awkwardly looking away from Izuku's crying. Well, this seems like a terrible start to a birthday. But it's early enough where I think you could probably fall back asleep and try again, right kiddo? Another teary nod. Izuku shifted until he was back under the blankets, wrapping them tightly around himself in a mock hug. Good night, kid. Have a good sleep. We can talk more when it's not excessively early, okay? Let's try this whole birthday thing again, kid. Sleep tight, don't let the bedbugs bite. Sweet dreams. Good night, Saint. He drifted off into a blessedly dreamless sleep. The first thing that was apparent to Hitoshi when he arrived at the Midoriya residence was that Midoriya was having a bad day. He was doing a great job of hiding it, but the tells were there. It had taken seeing his friend beaten up more than once for the tells to become obvious to Hitoshi, but now that he'd figured it out, he couldn't ignore it. Still, he couldn't exactly bring it up without ruining the mood that Midoriya was fighting to keep up. If it had just been the two of them, he would have just called Midoriya on it, but his mom was there, so he would just have to wait until later tonight. Because the green-haired boy's birthday was on a weekend, he'd invited Hitoshi to stay the night after. Which didn't help with the anxiety he had over whether or not Midoriya would like his gift. He'd put it in a decently sized, festively colored bag with tissue paper to disguise the fact that it was technically 2 items. Mrs. Midoriya had taken it and put it somewhere out of sight when he'd arrived. Currently, they were watching a movie with the lights dimmed. The curtains were drawn to further block the setting sun outside. The movie playing was surprisingly not a pre-quirk one. It was an all-might movie, one that had come out late last month, he was pretty sure. It had pretty high-quality visuals, but the plot could use work. But maybe that was because he was only half watching the movie. He was splitting his focus between it and Midoriya, who had tears streaming down his face every time All Might came on screen. Hitoshi wasn't sure if that was because of him being an easy crier combined with hero worship, or something related to whatever had made Midoriya upset. The movie came to an end, All Might victorious of course, and Mrs. Midoriya flipped the lights back on. Okay, who's ready for cake? Midoriya launched himself to his feet enthusiastically, simultaneously throwing his arms in the air as he did so. I am. He looked down at Hitoshi from where he was currently standing and tilted his head. Hitoshi fluidly rolled off the couch and to his feet. Yeah, cake sounds great. Midoriya snickered and Hitoshi swears he heard him say, he's like a cat. The cake was small, but well decorated and flavorful. It had, Happy Birthday Izuku, written in English on the top. Hitoshi was full after just one slice. Mrs. Midoriya brought out the presents while they were finishing their cake. There were 3, one of which was Hitoshi's. Midoriya's eyes sparkled when he laid his eyes on the gifts. He opened the ones presumably from his mother first. One was the new All Might figurine that had come out to promote the movie, and the other was a stack of nice quality notebooks. Well, now he was glad he hadn't gotten Midoriya either of those things. Midoriya hugged his mom tearfully with thank yous pouring from his lips. After what felt like an eternity, he started opening Hitoshi's present. His friend's eyes lit up and he smiled brightly when he finally laid eyes on it through the tissue paper. Shinso, this is fantastic, thank you. Midoriya spun towards him and tackled him with a hug that had more force behind it than he'd been expecting from the shorter teen. Maybe he would ask what was wrong tomorrow instead, if he still looked upset. Despite the revelations on his quirk early this morning, Izuku was having the best birthday he'd had in years. If he thought hanging out with the ghosts afterwards was good, hanging out with Shinso and the ghosts was better. Of course, he had to play telephone every time one of the ghosts made a snarky comment to Shin so they weren't snarky. Or, at least, not all of them, but it gave him ample opportunities to be snarky right back to the ghosts. It was almost enough to make him forget about this morning. Almost. He waited until he was pretty sure Shinso was asleep, if the steady rise and fall of his friend's chest was any indicator, before asking the ghosts some of the questions he hadn't gotten the opportunity to ask during the day. He whispered, barely louder than a breath, you know, you guys didn't actually explain what the quirk was or how it worked. Oops. He made out the faintly glowing form of Nana now sitting at the end of his bed. She didn't cast light anywhere else, which made sense given nobody else could see her. Sorry Izuku, that wasn't intentional. What do you want to know? He sat up quietly, careful to keep the rustling of his bed to a minimum. Shinso was a notoriously light sleeper, he discovered. Even the quiet sound of his door opening had been enough to wake him in previous sleepovers. His voice was barely a breath above a whisper for that reason. What does the quirk do, primarily? Other than make me see you guys, obviously. For a moment, deliberating on her response. In the past, it was used as an enhancer. It would enhance the holder's quirk and physical abilities beyond what would ordinarily be possible. But with the addition from All Might, it might be capable of more. All Might. He'd need to ask about that in more detail later. How does it work exactly? Is there an activation requirement? Oh, I can answer this one. There's no real activation requirement other than concentration. It's a little hard to describe, but it's like flexing a mental muscle. All Might? What's gonna happen to him? Before either of the ghosts get the chance to answer, Shinso sits up and stares at him bleary-eyed. Midoriya, what the f do the ghosts have to do with All Might? Hitoshi kept staring at Midoriya, before eventually sighing and going to flip on the lights. They both squinted at the sudden brightness. You not answering is making me more than a little suspicious, Midoriya. His friend fidgeted with the covers, and glanced towards the end of his bed. Was there a ghost? I can tell him, right? This isn't some huge secret that'll collapse society if it got out or something, right? Hitoshi suddenly regretted having not waited until morning to question Midoriya. His friend paused and tilted his head. Listening to the ghosts, probably. Midoriya didn't look back at Hitoshi, his eyes still firmly planted towards the end of his bed. So there's apparently more to my quirk than just seeing ghosts. Hitoshi sat down in Midoriya's desk chair, pulling a leg up and forcing his posture to relax. What, can you make them visible or something now? Midoriya grimaced. No, that's what I asked them too, this morning actually. Hitoshi didn't take his eyes off Midoriya. He was, admittedly, more than a little curious. It's not every day someone finds something new about their quirk. What then? Midoriya fidgeted some more. So, basically, when my quirk first manifested, the ghosts said they would tell me more about it and themselves when I turned 14. There was a whole bunch of stuff they wouldn't tell me. Like their real and hero names, why first always feels guilty, generally what the deal with my quirk was, and that all fell under what they like to call the rule of 14. Didn't matter how much I badgered them. Something about me potentially doing something rash if I found out. That was not reassuring at all. Well, that isn't reassuring. Yeah, who would have guessed? A pause, another head tilt. Was he talking with, first, or another ghost? But they finally told me, this morning. I'm still kinda processing it, but I'll do my best to, relay it, basically. Hitoshi nodded. He can understand needing time to process it. None of this told him what the heck any of this had to do with All Might, but he could be patient. Midoriya, despite how it looked to outside observers, usually had a reason for explaining stuff before getting to the point. So, my quirk is apparently actually called One for All, and it's actually a stockpiling quirk that, how did you say it first? Picks the most heroic person to wield it in a battle against evil? Hitoshi felt himself blue screen. I'm not exactly clear on the qualifiers for that, but it picked me. Hitoshi opened his mouth to call bullshit. This was probably some stupid story the ghosts had either told Midoriya, or was an elaborate prank banking on his insomnia. Before he could, Midoriya whipped up his hands to cut him off. Please let me finish before calling this all bullshit. Please. Hitoshi shut his mouth, dissatisfied, but was willing to wait. It wasn't every day Midoriya actually asked him to wait for him to finish, even if it was on what was likely a dumb prank. Midoriya continued. One for All is a stockpile quirk that goes all the way back to the dawn of quirks. It's been passed down, stockpiling the power of the past holders as it did, and apparently also vestiges, the ghosts, of those who held the power. This had to be a prank. This was a terrible, awful prank. I'm the 9th to hold this power. The 8th, according to the ghosts, is All Might. Hitoshi is relatively sure at this point that Midoriya isn't in on whatever prank this is. But if it really wasn't, no, it couldn't be. Also, when I said this power was passed down to wield in a battle against evil, I meant one specific evil. All for One, who was first brother, and also has the power to give and take quirks. Hitoshi refused to believe that any of this was real. Who'd ever heard of a quirk that could give and take quirks? You can imagine how powerful a man with the power to give and take quirks would be if they started collecting power at the dawn of quirks, right? Hitoshi nodded. If such a man existed, he'd probably be unstoppable. So it's a good thing he didn't, and was just made up for this increasingly silly prank. You also remember that PRD of time around 5 years ago where All Might vanished for a few months, right? That was oddly specific. He remembered the media simultaneously freaking out and trying to pretend All Might was still around, mainly with doctored videos. But leave it to Midoriya to remember such a specific detail when talking about something completely made up though. All Might fought a battle with All for One. The results were a hesitation and a head tilt. Were the ghosts telling him what to say? Uncertain. First wasn't sure if All Might would survive, and wasn't sure if All for One had been defeated, so he found the next holder. Well, now this was just silly. The idea of All Might losing to anyone was preposterous. But if this really was real and this All for Whatever guy really had been gathering quirks since the dawn of quirks, Hitoshi couldn't stay silent anymore. This joke was running far too long. You really expect me to believe all of this? This sounds a lot like an elaborate prank. You haven't even actually told me what All Might has to do with this, other than being the last holder of this quirk before you. He crossed his arms. And last I checked, All Might still has a quirk. People don't just share quirks, Midoriya. Midoriya's face fell. Time for damage control. I mean, how do you know the ghosts aren't just pulling your leg? This all seems like the start of one of those pre-quirk animes. Chosen hero destined to fight the big bad and all that. I mean, what are the chances of something like that happening for real? It's gotta be like 1 in 10 billion or something ridiculous. Midoriya's face just seemed to fall further, before closing off. Sheet, was this actually serious? Or were the ghosts really just stringing Midoriya along? Hitoshi isn't actually sure which would be worse, Midoriya being manipulated by the ghosts, or all of that being real. When Midoriya spoke again, his voice wasn't its normal, stuttery cadence. It was clipped and hard, like he wanted nothing more than to not be speaking with him. Hearing it made Hitoshi feel like he'd been dunked in ice water. I'll finish up this explanation then. One for all is passed between holders, but if the previous is alive, the transfer is more gradual, so that the previous holder isn't left defenseless. First can't stop the transfer, but he can slow it to a trickle. He did this for me because I was 9, and didn't want me potentially dying just for having a power I wouldn't be able to use. He likely would have done it until I was even older if he'd been able to. But because All Might got hurt in that fight, he could only hold it back for around 5 years. Until I was 14. This wasn't a prank, was it? Now that One for All is transferring, All Might is going to get weaker, and it's Midoriya hiccuped, and Shinso snapped out of whatever reverie he'd been in and saw that Midoriya was crying. It's all my fault. The tears aren't happy, not at all like the ones spilt earlier that evening over presents and cake. Midoriya was actively trying to quiet himself, and was succeeding for the most part beyond the occasional quiet hiccup. Shinso felt his heart clench. This really wasn't a joke, was it? None of this lined up with anything Midoriya had told him about the ghosts previously. None of them would take a joke this far, to the point where Midoriya got genuinely upset over it. If they would, then he would. Worry about kicking ghostly, but later. Right now, he needed to comfort his friend. It took a while to calm Midoriya down from his crying, and even more time after to reassure him that Hitoshi believed him. Hitoshi hated the fact that it had taken Midoriya breaking down in front of him to get him to believe what he'd been saying. Weren't friends supposed to trust each other? And here he was doing the opposite. God, he was a terrible friend. But self-flagellating could come later. At this point, he and Midoriya were sitting face to face on Midoriya's spare futon. So, you said your quirk was a stockpiling quirk. Midoriya shrugged and glanced to the side. According to the ghosts, yeah. It apparently could blow an unprepared person's limbs off if it was transferred all at once. Which makes sense. When you look at All Might. Hitoshi still couldn't really believe that Midoriya had the same quirk as All Might. That's kinda insane. Hitoshi abruptly processed the rest of that statement. Transferred all at once? He remembered hearing something like that at the end of Midoriya's explanation, but at that point all he could really focus on was how much he'd f'd up. Midoriya either didn't notice or didn't care that he was repeating something he'd already said. Instead he nodded, and pointed a finger towards the ceiling. One for all transfers slowly over time if given the chance, so as to not leave its last holder defenseless. Now, anyways, that's the reason why I've only had the ability to see the ghosts. Without the enhancement, the transfer was slowed by a lot. Hitoshi could feel his somewhat okay understanding of quirks coming into question in this conversation. He'd have a crisis over that later though. If he wanted to help with this mess, he needed to know about what Midoriya's quirk could do. Enhancement. According to first, one for all functioned as a general enhancer to the holder's quirk and body. Midoriya frowned. Not that I have a different quirk to enhance. Oh. That's right, Midoriya had been diagnosed as quirkless. Midoriya tilted his face towards the floor, wearing a keen mix of shame and sorrow. Yeah, I really would be quirkless if one for all hadn't chosen me. That doesn't change anything. You tell me all the time that my quirk doesn't define me, so why would this be any different? Your lack of original quirk doesn't define you, and neither does having one. Hitoshi certainly wouldn't let it, if he had any say. It's what you choose to do, isn't that what you always tell me? A beat before Midoriya smiled, tinged with insincerity. That was okay though. Midoriya didn't have to believe it right away. Hitoshi certainly hadn't believed things would get better for him. Thanks, Shinso. The silence stretched on. So what do we do now? Toshinori woke with the scraps of a dream clinging to his mind. The only things he could remember were splashes of green and glimpses of freckles. He shrugged it off. He had things to do, and worrying about a strange dream wouldn't get them done. The answer to Shinsu's question was apparently training. Now that one for all was flowing slowly into him, they needed to prepare for the worst-case scenarios. And to keep Izuku's limbs from blowing off. Shinso was eager enough to learn whatever he could, even if it was filtered through Izuku. Your stance is too wide, Midoriya. And tell Shinso to shift his balance further forward, he's leaning too far back. Izuku relayed the information and attempted to shift his own stance. Both of you could be better, but it'll do. Remind me again why we couldn't just have your dad teach us, Shinso? Hey, you're the one who convinced me to let the ghosts I can't see or hear and who can't touch either of us try and coach. Okay, fair. Izuku resumed trying to fix both his stance and Shinsu's at fifth's instruction. Eventually, they got enough of the basics down that first felt okay with him trying out the little bit of one for all he had. It wasn't very much, so even if he used it at full force, it wouldn't be able to cause damage. The main issue now was activating it. He tried meditating, just straight up hitting things, and even Shinsu's quirk in an attempt to get it to activate, but he'd been unsuccessful. He tried asking Shinso and the ghosts what it felt like to use their quirks, even if they weren't exactly similar, especially in Shinsu's case. He went to Shinso first. When I activate my quirk, it's like casting a fishing line. And when someone responds, it's like a fish bit the hook. I still get to decide if I reel it in, but if I take too long, the fish might swim away. Not helpful, but interesting. Nana responded after a few moments of thinking, trying to explain it in words. It feels like how it feels to take a deep breath and hold it, except across my entire body. Since I got one for all, it feels like I could hold that feeling forever. Sixth paused before responding. Every time I've used my quirk after I got one for all, it feels like battery acid has been poured in my veins. Invigorating, but not something I do for no reason. Fifth looked almost sad when thinking of a way to describe his. My quirk feels like compressing a spring for each and every action I take. When I added one for all, it's like the springs got bigger. The longer and tighter it was coiled, the more force behind it. Fourth's response had little hesitation to it. It feels like the hum of electricity, a sound that could only barely be heard through the walls. A faint undercurrent in my limbs, and when one for all got added to it, it was like flipping a breaker switch and almost burning out the system. Third held his hands like he was cupping a flame. It feels like a fire that I needed to keep stoking to keep the flames from going out, and my own energy that was the kindling. Second pointed at the cup on the counter with his thumb. It feels like I was handed a cup and needed to fill it, but the water was myself and the cup never grew full. First took longer trying to describe it. When I got the stockpiling quirk, it was like I'd been given a void and it would never be full no matter how much I put in it. But with every person who's held this quirk and given it strength, it's changed from a void to a vast ocean. A sea of raw power. As interesting as these descriptions were, none of it helped Izuku with activating One for All. He doesn't understand why he couldn't activate it. The ghosts all said it had come easily to them, even if a little unwieldy for the later users. Maybe it was because he didn't have his own quirk? No, that's not it. If that was the case, then All Might would have had a lot more trouble with activating One for All. The first time as well. What? Is first implying what Izuku thinks he's implying? I'm not implying anything. All Might was quirkless just like you. Izuku felt his mind come to a screeching halt. All Might was quirkless. What? He started, swinging his head to Shinso who was next to him on the grass. All Might was quirkless? Izuku pressed his fingers to his lips. Shinso put down his food. Midoriya dash. Izuku let out a gusty breath. According to first. Yes, he was quirkless. What's the big deal? Silence. Shinso furrowed his brow. That no one can ever find out about this. Izuku nodded quickly. Agreed. Midoriya finally managed to use his quirk. Apparently he'd accidentally activated it when fleeing Kaken, and that had been enough for him to be able to start using it consistently. First says I'm using less than 1% right now, but the difference is already a little surprising. Hitoshi threw a punch at Midoriya's shoulder. The freckled boy, already skilled at dodging before they'd started training, effortlessly moved out of the way. Though the blurring seemed to increase when I had it activated, and our thoughts were harder to distinguish than normal after, which is an interesting side effect, Midoriya threw a kick, and Hitoshi jumped back to dodge. I'll have to double-check my history homework more thoroughly to make sure none of that is getting mixed up. Hitoshi closed the distance and made a poor attempt at swiping Midoriya's feet out from under him. Predictably, his friend deftly hopped backwards, unaffected. And the ghosts want me to limit using it in anything but controlled environments. They don't want me to accidentally get in trouble or something. Midoriya takes advantage of him being off balance from the attempt at sweeping his legs and got in close. He then grabbed Hitoshi's arms and pulled them behind his back, effectively restraining him. Midoriya went quiet, and Hitoshi could almost picture him tilting his head behind him. He always waited for one of the ghosts to declare a spar over before letting him go. After a second, Hitoshi's arms were released. Good thing too, they were starting to feel uncomfortable. Fifth says you've improved a lot. Hitoshi turned to face his friend and rolled his eyes. Yeah, but still not enough to beat you even when you're on one of your rants. Midoriya instantly flushed and Hitoshi grinned. Well, that's not a fair comparison for you. I only win it all because I've been practicing dodging attacks for years. You would win against just about anyone else. Yeah. Hey Fifth, got any points I could work on? Midoriya turns his head towards the tree, where Hitoshi assumed Fifth was standing, staring for a moment. Midoriya turned back to face him, a thoughtful look on his face. He says you should probably work on your speed. The leg sweep probably would have worked if it was a little faster. Hitoshi nodded at Midoriya. He couldn't see the ghosts, and Midoriya had told him. The ghosts actually found it extra weird when he tried to directly acknowledge them, so this was the compromise. Makes sense. I'll work on it some more later though. He jabbed a thumb at the sun that could be seen setting between the buildings that surrounded the park. We should probably hurry back to your house so your mom doesn't have a heart attack over us not being there when she gets home. Right. They scooped up their bags from the base of the tree and hurried back to the Midoriya residence. Puff, what are you looking at? Puff was currently staring at one of the walls in Hitoshi's living room. He'd been staring for a while, which was the only reason Hitoshi had noticed. It was a little worrying, but he'd read plenty of online stories about cats staring into space for minutes and then resuming whatever they were doing. Some of them even joked about how their cats must be seeing ghosts. Oh, for F's sake. He quickly pulled up his chat with Midoriya. Fun-sized eraser. Dude is one of the ghosts at my house right now. Puff is staring really intensely in one spot. I swear if one of the ghosts is spying on me. Ponded. No? At least, I didn't ask for any of them to. Fun-sized eraser. Midoriya. Midoriya, is this implying you have asked them to spy on me before? I can see you typing. What the hell is taking so long to type? Ponded. I'm coming over. Hitoshi blinks. That was unusual. Midoriya almost never asked to come over to his house, and had never just said he was coming over with no preamble. It was also almost sunset too, and Hitoshi was pretty sure Midoriya's mom was working the night shift today, so there was a decent chance Midoriya was just going to end up staying the night. Fun-sized eraser. Dude, if you come over now you're gonna end up staying the night. There's no way my dads will let you go home alone. Ponded. Noted. Well, apparently Hitoshi had underestimated how important this was. He popped his head into his pa's office. Midoriya's coming over in a bit, is that okay? His pa lifted off his headphones, glancing back over his chair at him. Sure, but why the short notice, little listener? Sheet, he needed an excuse, but Hitoshi could exactly say, ghosts, and leave it at that. I dunno. Midoriya just said he was coming over, and he never does that, so. Luckily, his pa thought that was as good a reason as any. Alright. Just make sure you're both asleep at a reasonable hour. He turned back towards his computer and tugged his headphones back over his ears, going back to whatever a radio host/teacher/pro hero does when not doing one of those things. Actually, knowing his pa, he probably was doing one of those things. Midoriya arrived just as the sun finished falling beyond the horizon, knocking politely on the front door where Hitoshi had been waiting. Despite having had to run in order to get to Hitoshi's house that fast, Midoriya didn't even look winded. Hitoshi stepped aside and allowed Midoriya to step inside. So, what's the reason for you coming over instead of just being a normal person and texting? Oh, I didn't really want to talk about it over text. Hitoshi nodded. Well, my dad isn't home and my pa is currently hyper-focused on work, so we can talk about it here. Okay. Midoriya's eyes slid past him when they entered the living room, landing on the same general area where Puff was staring. Hitoshi raised an eyebrow. So, do you have one of the ghosts spying on me or not? His friend grimaced. Does it count if they were doing it without my permission? Midoriya holds up a finger in the universal signal for, wait, and tilts his head. Midoriya's brow furrows and his mouth twists. Third said something about security. Which is stupid, because you live with two pro heroes who can actually defend you, unlike a ghost. Hitoshi frowned. Considering this villain has been around for centuries, I'm pretty sure I'd be screwed regardless. Midoriya nodded furiously. Exactly. What would I do? Call the police and have them send people to their probable deaths? Hitoshi shuddered. Yeah, not much anyone could do. Hold on, what had Midoriya said? How did you know my parents are pro heroes? Midoriya flushed. I kinda. Figured it out on your birthday? There's no way your pa isn't present, Mike, and your dad is totally Eraserhead. Hitoshi groaned. I thought I told them to keep it under wraps. Midoriya's face turned a deeper shade of red. To be fair, I don't think most people would have figured out Eraserhead. It's just that I'd spent a while doing research on him in order to make your birthday present. But Present Mike was easy, he almost called us, listeners, several times. Hitoshi put his face into his hands and groaned some more. If it makes you feel better, I promise to continue not grilling them with questions. Hitoshi sighed in relief. He knew exactly how many questions Midoriya had about his dads, and it was a lot. Thank you. Puff hissed and puffed up their short fur at what appeared to be thin air. Hitoshi's head swiveled at the movement from the normally sleepy Puff. Hey Midoriya. Midoriya glanced away from his phone and up at Hitoshi. I think Puff can see the ghosts. Puff hissed again, drawing Midoriya's eyes. However, rather than sticking to Puff, they flicked upwards. Did I think you're right? Midoriya flinched back slightly, his eyes tracking something traveling across the room. I know you guys can't knock over furniture, but sparring in Shinsu's living room seems no. I know you're ghosts, but you're freaking out the cat. So who's sparring this time? Is it fifth and fourth again? No, today it's third and second. Another cringe away from whatever the ghosts were doing. Puff scrambled onto the couch, still puffed up. Their whole head moved as they tracked the ghosts, And Hitoshi could see Midoriya staring at the same spots. Do you think you could get the other ghosts to play with Puff? Oh, no question. As soon as they realize Puff can see them, they're gonna lose it. Toshinori was starting to become concerned. Less than 6 months ago, he'd been able to hold buildings up with only minor effort despite his injury. Now, holding a building up actually took him concentrating and a heavy amount of bracing. Is my injury finally catching up with me? Recovery Girl had told him more than once to limit how long he spent in muscle form to slow the progress of his deteriorating body. However, his hold on One for All had been strong enough to prevent any major loss in strength, regardless of his body. Or at least he had thought so. Now he wasn't so sure. If he was losing his grip on One for All, that meant one of two things. Either the quirk had found a successor, or the quirk itself was fading. Toshinori wasn't sure which would be better. On one hand, All for One was dead, so if the quirk had chosen a successor, there was no danger for them. On the other, if the quirk had not chosen a successor, then the effort since the dawn of quirks would vanish with or even before him. Or maybe, without the ghosts that his master had spoken of, the quirk was unable to pass to a new holder. Half-remembered dreams of a boy with green hair and freckles clung to his mind like cobwebs. He shook his head to clear the thoughts. They wouldn't do anything but bring him stress, and there was nothing he could do about them anyways. Midoriya had been hurt badly again. It made Hitoshi boil with carefully masked anger. Even the kids who'd bullied him had never done anything on this scale. When Midoriya had stumbled into his apartment where Hitoshi had been waiting after school, Hitoshi had been exactly one Midoriya brand sob from calling a hospital. Midoriya's entire back was covered in angry red burns, bits of cheap, melted uniforms sticking to his skin. The smell of melted plastic filled the room. Hitoshi could only be grateful that despite the size of the damage, none of the burns were serious. I'm going to tell my parents. Hitoshi's tone brokered no argument. Of course, Midoriya argued anyway. You can't, Shinso, you can't get anyone involved. Dude, Midoriya, if these burns were any more serious, you'd be hospitalized. They cover your entire back. You're lucky none of them are serious, or you probably wouldn't have been able to get home. Hitoshi barely managed to keep the frustration out of his voice, trying to fill it with concern instead. From the look on Midoriya's face, he's not sure he succeeded. You promised. Hitoshi felt himself freeze where he was wrapping Midoriya in bandages. You promised you wouldn't tell anyone. He forced his hands to keep moving. I don't want to break my promise, Midoriya, but if it's between breaking my promise and being able to keep you from getting hurt, then I'm going to take the second option. Midoriya tensed as a new strip of gauze pressed against the mostly treated burns. Please, Shinso. Only a few more months. Entrance exams are almost here, and Kaken will probably leave me alone for a while after this. Hitoshi grimaced and in a breath. Midoriya his friend looked over at him, face pleading in eyes that already looked defeated. Hitoshi sighed. Fine. I won't tell my parents or anyone else. But if you ever want to tell anyone, or even think about telling someone else, let me know. We can go through my dad's, they'll make sure nobody tries to pull anything funny. Midoriya frowned, but nodded. Hitoshi finished wrapping the bandages, something he was more experienced with at this point than any teen should be. It hurt to think that Midoriya was probably even more experienced than him. They're not too tight, are they? No, they're fine. Thank you for your help, Shinso. Shinso nodded. We should go order you a new spare uniform. Yeah. Hitoshi needed advice. Badly. So he was going to bend the rules of his promise just a little bit and talk to his dad. Can I ask for some advice? His dad looked up from his laptop, fingers pausing over the keys. Yeah. What kind? He sat up from where he was learning over the laptop, focusing all his attention on Hitoshi. Hitoshi swallowed. What do you do when your friend is in a bad spot but can't do anything to get out of it without making it worse? His dad took a moment to think, hand to his chin. There's a few things you could do, but if there's really no way to get them out without making it worse, then the best thing to do is be there for them as much as you can without hurting yourself in the process. Hitoshi frowned. That's about what he'd expected, but he'd kind of been hoping. Of course, Sometimes the best thing to do is to make a little damage happen and just get them out of the situation entirely. Hitoshi glanced back up at his dad from where his gaze had fallen to the floor. His dad's face was neutral as always, but his eyes held a glimmer of concern. Hitoshi bit his lip. Thank you. He bid a hasty retreat back to his bedroom, not glancing back at his dad. Shinso was spending the night at Izuku's again. The plan was to grill the ghosts for information about them, like their actual names, what they did when they were alive, stuff like that. Problem was, Shinso kept trying to grill first not the plan for tonight, and a little rude honestly, and they were also having problems figuring out exactly whose memories were whose. How do you not know whose memories are whose, Midoriya? Memories aren't exactly a sock drawer. Izuku took a deep breath. Okay, so you know how I said that me and First were kind of tangled? There was a pause, and then Shinsu's eyes widened. No dash. Izuku waved his hands around placatingly. It's not as bad as it sounds. No, I agree with Shinso. Shinso threw his hands up in the air. I don't even know what it sounds like yet, and I'm already worried. At least let me explain first before you start getting worried. Then, Shinso just crossed his arms, looking expectant. He's waiting, kid. So, me and First are pretty sure that when he picked me as the next user something went wonky and our minds got tangled, like I said before. And the things that make us separate people have been, blurring together. So, memories, emotions, that stuff. That stuff, Izuku literally all I am is a ball of memories and emotions. I think I've mentioned this during one of our sparring matches, but when I started using my quirk the blurring kind of sped up, or at least put us more in sync so it was harder to tell who was who in the first place. But anyways, the current running theory is that eventually First and me are going to be the same person more or less. Izuku winced. It sounded a lot worse when he said it out loud. Because it is bad. Shinso just stared for a moment, before putting his head in his hands and exhaling loudly. I think you actually broke him this time. Oops. Shinso took his face out of his hands and looked marginally more composed than he was a moment ago, which was impressive. So let me get this straight. Eventually, you're not going to exist anymore and it's going to be some weird hybrid of you and First. Izuku frowned. I guess? It's less of either of us not existing anymore and more of us just being so close to the same that there's no difference. Izuku, to be perfectly honest here, I also don't like this whole situation. Shinso looked like he was having a crisis. How did you make it worse? He had no idea. Izuku scrambled to think of something to say and gave him the first coherent example he could think of. Think of it like two colors of paint. When you mix them together, you don't lose anything, you just get something new that's the sum of its parts. Shinso now looked slightly less like he was having a crisis, but infinitely more tired. He could have just grilled the other ghosts, but no. Midoriya, do I need to explain to you that First is literally as old as the dawn of quirks? He's probably got way more memories than you. That's like adding a dab of green paint to a bucket of blue. Izuku shrugged. There's nothing to be done about it. I made my peace with it like 3 years ago. Though if it makes you feel better, First also isn't too happy about this. Because you shouldn't have to share brains with a centuries-old ghost, Izuku. Shinso didn't look completely over his crisis, but regardless said, somehow it does. Duh. Shinso stared. Izuku stared back. Hey, wait a second, do you not even know First's name? Did he? I never told you. I just kind of assumed one of the memories with it got mixed in somewhere. Izuku shrugged. I don't actually. First just kinda assumed I knew it already. Do you want to know? He does. Shinso raised an eyebrow. Why don't you ask him then? My name is Shigaraki Henshin. He wondered what kanji were used for that. He says his name is Shigaraki Henshin. Shinsu's face turned contemplative. Somehow I was expecting something else. Like what? I dunno, something related to his quirk like a lot of people. He was born at the beginning of quirks, and his quirk was invisible until he died, so that wouldn't even make any sense. Shinso scrunched his face slightly at the reminder that First, Henshin, was actually dead. Fair enough. Izuku had been on edge all morning. Today they were going over future careers and high school options in homeroom. While it was a well-known secret that he was going to apply for UA, bringing Kaken's attention to it never left him unscathed. Nana appeared beside his desk. While I can't say it's going to be fine, I can confidently say that you're going to make it into UA, Midoriya. Fifth appeared in front of his desk. Yeah. With all the training you and Shinso have put in, there's no way you won't get in. You're going to be great. He whispered his thanks under his breath, surrounded on all sides by his classmates and not wanting to make a scene. The teacher strolled in, a small stack of papers clasped in his hands. The ghosts vanished. Last time they'd hung around, he'd gotten distracted and the teacher mistook his giggling to be at whatever topic he'd been talking about. That had gotten him detention and worried his mother. Even though it had been a long time ago, there hadn't been any reason to give up the habit. Now, we're supposed to talk about your future careers, but the teacher threw the papers up into the air and smirked. I know you're all going to try out for heroics, aren't you? The room burst into shouts and showy uses of quirks, everyone talking over each other excitedly until an explosion rang through the room, causing Izuku to involuntarily flinch. Don't you dare lump me in with these extras, Kaken declared, 1 foot planted on the top of his desk. The only one in this class going to become a hero is me. Still as egocentric as ever then. That's not a nice thought to have, Henshin. I'm not wrong though, am I? The teacher didn't flinch at the explosion and continued on unfazed. Ah, that's right, you're applying for UA, aren't you, Bakugo? Kaken let loose another explosion, grin on his face like a savage mockery of seconds. No, second and this brat are nothing alike. That's right. And I aced the mock exam. Izuku shrunk down at his desk, trying to avoid Kaken's ire by pretending to not exist. Maybe if he pretended hard enough he'd actually stop existing for a few minutes. Oh, Midoriya, you're applying to UA too, aren't you? Izuku shuddered as the entire room turned their eyes towards him. DMN teacher. The whole class broke into raucous laughter. Midoriya? No way. He's quirkless. You can't get into the hero course just by studying. You can't be a hero without a quirk. Izuku nervously lifted his head, glancing around at his jeering classmates. Technically, UA got rid of that rule. There's no reason for me not to try dash, an explosion. Slammed into his desk, startling him into the back of his chair, arms raised protectively in front of his face. Kaken was leaning threateningly over his desk, explosions popping threateningly in his palms. Demon Deku, don't even try to put yourself on the same level as me, you quirkless loser. I'm the only one here going to UA, so don't even try it. Izuku frantically waved his hands in front of him, attempting to placate the blonde. I'm not trying to put myself on the same level as you at all, Kaken. Why try when we're already there? I'm just Dash. Shut up, you DMN nerd. Another explosion, this time blackening the surface of his desk. Izuku flinched violently. He knows you have to clean that up. Izuku could feel Henshin's irritation and anger bubbling up next to his own fear, and forced himself to take deep breaths. Getting angry wouldn't do anything, he needed to keep a lid on it. The teacher clapped his hands. Alright, that's enough. Back to your seats. Izuku sighed with relief as Kaken and a few other students returned to their seats to begin class proper. The school day over, Izuku rushed to collect his things and hurry home. He was about to exit when the teacher called out to him and told him to clean his desk before leaving. He winced. He'd been hoping to get out before Kaken and his friends decided he would make a good punching bag. He reluctantly slunk back and began scrubbing the desk. By the time he finished, the teacher had vanished somewhere. He couldn't hear Kaken stomping, so he decided he could take a moment and double-check he had all his things and go over the hero notes he'd taken earlier that day. A hand snatched his notebook out of his hands. Izuku made a grab for it, but quickly aborted the movement when he saw exactly who had grabbed it. Kaken stood over him, leering with his friends standing behind him. You still write these things, stupid Deku? Izuku didn't say anything, just glancing at his notebook. He really didn't want that to get destroyed, and even if it meant groveling, if he could get it back in one piece, it'd be a miracle. We're not groveling, Izuku. He's going to destroy it either way. Henshin had a point, sadly. Still, trying to do anything would get it destroyed faster, and he didn't want that. So he kept his mouth shut. Kaken's friend leaned forward beside the blonde. Huh, idiot still thinks he can be a hero. Kaken's other friend smirked. Well, of course he thinks so. He's quirkless and everyone knows they're inferior in every way. Naturally, this includes intelligence. He's literally just too stupid to know when to give up. Kaken let loose a blast threateningly at his friends. Shut up. Him being quirkless has nothing to do with him being stupid. He's just deluded himself into thinking that he can be a hero despite the fact that he's a useless Deku. Kaken turned back to Izuku and smirked. Oh no. He slammed Izuku's notebook between his hands, blasting it and charring the covers before tossing it out the window. Let's go. I'm not in the mood to practice right now, busy. Like you're doing anything but beating up an innocent. Let it go, Henshin. He'd just have to grab his notebook from below. The blonde and his friends turned to leave, before glancing over his shoulder, face startlingly neutral. If you really want to be a hero, Deku, here's a quick solution for you. His childhood friend's face split into a jeering grin. Take a swan dive off the roof and hope for a quirk in the next life. Izuku felt Henshin's rage rise and mix with his own. How could he just say that? And it's almost enough to get Izuku to stand up for himself. He was about to speak angry words on his tongue, when Kaken lets out an explosion on his palm and the fear came rushing in. Kaken smirks, before turning away. That's what I thought. Kaken and his friends leave, and Izuku can't help the tears that start pooling in his eyes. Izuku snags his exploded, waterlogged notebook and laments the fact that it's probably ruined. Fourth appeared beside him, face uncharacteristically pained. You can probably recopy your notes into a new notebook, if they're clear enough. Yeah. Izuku felt drained. He put more than a little effort into his notes, and he'd been really proud of his more recent ones. Shinsu's updated section was in it too. He pushed the thought aside and began the trek home, Fourth following a few steps behind. Izuku had almost finished crossing under a bridge when he heard Fourth shout. Izuku dash! Before he could process what was happening, he was submerged in something that felt disgusting. A medium-sized invisibility cloak, huh? You'll do just fine for hiding from him. Izuku could feel the presence of all the ghosts, faintly hear them yelling in his mind, but it was all overwhelmed when he felt the sludge trying to push its way into his mouth. He managed to get enough of his wits about him to summon up the small bit of one for all he had access to. He panicked when he realized he didn't have enough power to do anything. Izuku. He was going to drown here, time up before he'd even gotten the chance to help anyone. There was a sudden whoosh of air, and he felt himself smack hard against the concrete of the bridge, winding him and forcing him to cough up sludge after the impact. He was certain that if he hadn't been using one for all, he would have been out cold. As it was all he could do to stare up at All Might, the number one hero, surrounded by the ghosts. What took you so long? Izuku could have drowned. In addition, the hero was also being shouted at by said ghosts. He didn't appear to hear the ghosts, though, and continued to gather up pieces of Izuku's would-be killer into a large soda bottle. Izuku, I know this whole thing is a little whirly right now, but you need to talk to All Might. Oh yeah. He needed to talk to All Might about One for All. But every time he looked at the hero, he could feel his brain turn to mush. It was All Might. The number one hero. He needed to try, though. All Might. All Might finished collecting the villain and put it into his large pockets before turning towards him. Hello, citizen. My apologies for not checking upon you sooner. I trust you are all right? Yup, mush brain. He felt annoyance from Henshin, right? He needed to say something. I'm just fine now that you're here, All Might. And, mental facepalm. He could feel the eyes of the ghosts staring at him. Izuku, oh my god. Well, since you appear to be all right, I must take this villain to the police station now. That's not proper procedure, if... Nana tilted her head at All Might. Is he almost out of time for today? Izuku reached out a hand as All Might turned away. Wait. He felt it snag on the eight's pants as he jumped, and then it was all Izuku could do to hold on to prevent dropping hundreds of feet to the ground. He noted that someone was screaming as they went soaring through the air. Izuku, you're the one that's screaming. Izuku kicked a stone on the road as he walked on autopilot. All Might had not only dismissed his question of if he could be a hero without using his quirk, "We'll figure out a way for you to use it without the blurring, kid, I promise," but he'd also been too shocked by the true form of his hero to talk to him about One for All. Izuku allowed an exaggerated look of disappointment onto his face. "You guys could have told me he actually looked like that." Fifth looked sheepish. "Sorry, kid. We only usually see him like that, and it was gradual, so we didn't really realize that it might be shocking." Izuku turned the corner, about to mumble a reply, when he was faced with a rather large crowd. A villain attack? Did his feet take him here without him noticing? "I told you your hero fight hunting habits would come back to bite you." Hey, analyzing a fight might be just what he needed to bring his spirits up. He wormed his way towards the front of the crowd and froze at the sight of Kaken suspended in the very same villain that had almost killed him earlier. He met Kaken's eyes, and suddenly his feet were flying over the ground towards the villain. He didn't have enough of One for All to punch his way through the sludge, but those eyes looked solid. He whipped his backpack over his shoulder and flung it. Luckily, it was unzipped, and his poor notebook jabbed the villain in the eye, distracting it. Kaken forced his head out, taking a gulping breath of air before screaming. "What are you doing here?" Izuku rushed forward into the sludge, digging through it uselessly in an attempt to grab Kaken. "I don't know, Dash." He glanced up, and could feel the tears threatening to spill over. "You just looked like you needed help, Dash." And then All Might was there, yelling about how he'd almost lost the meaning of being a hero, but remembered thanks to him and his actions. The villain was sent splattering, and All Might changed the weather with a single punch. Izuku trudged home after being scolded by the pros. He wouldn't have minded so much if he hadn't seen them praising Kaken at the same time. Here comes Bakugo. He's glad he had Fourth by his side right now, otherwise he'd never have noticed him coming. Too much had happened today already. He heard Kaken's feet as he ran towards him. "Hey, do you?" He turned to face Kaken, face carefully blank. He'd rather not have to deal with new burns on top of being almost suffocated in sludge. "I don't owe you shit for today, got it?" "Well, I didn't need your or anyone else's help. I would have gotten out of there eventually." Izuku, mostly at a loss for words, just nodded. The blonde turned and walked away without a further word. Izuku did the same, continuing home. He wasn't going to look a gift horse in the mouth. He jumped when All Might slid out from a nearby street. "I am here. All Might." A large poof of smoke appeared and his skeletal true form appeared when it dissipated, wiping blood from his chin. The hero squared his shoulders, a glint in his eyes that hadn't been present earlier. "Young man, I have a question for you." Izuku nodded quickly. "Anything, All Might." "What is your quirk called?" Izuku couldn't help the smile he felt spread over his face. He and Henshin were just too happy. Finally, something went right today. "My quirk is called One for All. It's nice to properly meet you, Eighth." "So, you're the next chosen of One for All, huh?" Izuku nodded. All Might put a hand to his chin in thought. "That explains the weird dreams then. I was wondering why I was dreaming of a green-haired child with freckles so often." Izuku perked up at that. "Oh, those actually worked? We weren't sure you'd remember them when you woke up." All Might shifted a little. "Well, I only recalled them when I saw you saving your friend, so I suppose that they weren't wrong." Izuku shrugged. "Well, it worked eventually at least." All Might grinned. "That it did. Now, we should discuss your training. I'm sure that you've been training by yourself, but if you want to eventually handle the full power of One for All, we need you to build up some strength." Izuku let a wobbly grin spread over his face. "Okay. How are we going to train?" "Community service." Izuku glances around at the literal beach of garbage in front of him. "How does something like this even happen?" "No clue. I'm assuming you're shooting for UA, young Midoriya?" Izuku nodded. It was the only hero school that accepted quirkless students, so he didn't have much choice. Shoot for the moon, and if you miss you'll be crushed by the cold, unfeeling void. Izuku, the saying is, shoot for the moon, because if you miss you'll land among the stars. Yeah, but if he fails he's definitely screwed. You can always go vigilante if you fail. And probably die 10 minutes in. All Might continued, bringing him back to the present moment. We have about 10 months before the entrance exam to build your strength then. All Might gestured at the garbage surrounding them. This beach is covered in trash both because of the currents and locals using that to disguise their illegal dumping. Is that a whole car? And for your strength training, you're going to be cleaning the whole beach. Nana appeared beside All Might. It's not a bad idea, actually. Just make sure you bring good gloves. She glanced down at the sand. And maybe shoes you don't mind ruining. Izuku nodded. I won't let you down. One more thing. All Might whipped out a thick booklet. I have created a personalized training schedule for you. Now, depending on how much training you've been doing before this, we can probably lighten the load a little, but this is pretty close to what you're going to be dealing with. Izuku flipped through the packet. A few of the ghosts appeared and looked over his shoulder as he did. Second was staring incredulously at the page he currently had open. Did he schedule the time for sleeping? This thing is intense. Izuku gulped, but put on a brave face. I think I can handle it, sir. All Might clapped him on the back. Good. I'll make changes after I get an idea of where you're at tomorrow. For now, any questions? Izuku paused and ran over a mental list before coming to a halt. I have one question. I have a friend, he knows about One for All. He's also shooting for UA. Do you think he could come train with me? All Might put a hand to his chin and ummed for a few moments. I suppose that would be all right. I can see where you're both at tomorrow and make training plans for the both of you. Having someone who can watch your back isn't a bad idea. Though, for future reference, don't go spreading the knowledge of One for All around. Wouldn't want anyone unsavory hearing about it. Izuku beamed. All right. Midoriya was sitting on Hitoshi's couch, snickering at whatever antics the ghosts appeared to be getting up to with Puff. What Hitoshi could see was funny enough, with Puff practically sprinting back and forth across the room, so Hitoshi could only imagine how chaotic it looked with the ghosts added into the mix. Eventually, Midoriya managed to quell his snickering to actually talk to Hitoshi. His friend was obviously nervous, so there was a 50-50 chance of it being ghost-related or a new question about Hitoshi's quirk. He tilted his head at the shorter boy. So, what's up? Considering you haven't gone home yet despite being in a villain attack earlier, I'm assuming it's pretty important. Midoriya turned pensive for a moment before excitement appeared on his face. I finally got to meet All Might. Hitoshi felt his eyebrows shoot up in surprise. Wait, really? His friend nodded. Up. And I got to talk to him about One for All too. He said he's going to help train me. He smiled a little despite himself. That's great. Maybe he can help with the blurring too. Midoriya shook his head. A little. No, that's a little bit of a unique to me thing even among the previous holders. Hitoshi couldn't help but feel a little disappointed, but shrugged instead. Oh. Well, it's All Might, so his training will definitely be good for you to get regardless. Though how he's going to avoid fans while doing that is probably going to involve a miracle. Midoriya smiled nervously again. About that. So, you're young Midoriya's friend. All Might stood in front of the garbage-filled beach in his skeletal true form. Shinso appeared unfazed beside him, but Izuku could see the suppressed glimmer of excitement in his eyes, despite All Might's appearance. Shinso bowed. I'm Shinso Hitoshi. It's an honor to meet you, All Might. It was probably a good thing Izuku had warned him about All Might's true form. All Might just continued grinning. It's nice to meet you, young Shinso. The number one hero clapped his hands together. All right, let's get started with figuring out where you two are at to start. Young Midoriya, how much of One for All can you use right now? Izuku started. Less than 1%, sir. Any more than that and I start to get bruises. All Might nodded. All right, don't use it during these exercises. I need to see where you are without it. Both of you, start with a run. Run as many laps around this beach as you can without collapsing. Izuku and Shinso nodded, faces set with determination, and immediately set off jogging. It had been about 2 weeks into training with All Might, and while Izuku was definitely glad for it, he was kind of missing combat lessons from the ghosts. We don't want to exhaust you. All Might's training will run you into the ground if you do extra stuff on top of it. Henshin was probably right, but All Might was off getting drinks from the nearest convenience store, so. Hey Shinso. Izuku waved over where Shinso was putting an old rusted microwave into the back of the truck All Might brought. You want to take a break and spar for a minute? Shinso squinted at him. Not exactly a break, but, sure, I don't mind. They walked over to the nearest spot that wasn't completely covered in garbage and got into ready stances. Fourth appeared on the side to supervise. While he couldn't actually call a start because only Izuku would hear it, he could at least watch and make sure they didn't get hurt too badly, and give them tips to help them improve afterwards. They waited a few moments, and then both swung into motion. Their fighting was a far cry faster than they had been when they started, though both were still rough around the edges. The match finished when Shinso had successfully hooked a foot under Midoriya's ankle and tripped him to the ground. Then they heard clapping. Simultaneously, they lifted their heads and saw All Might. The hero looked pleasantly surprised, a crinkle of amusement in his smile. If I'd known you two were going to fight as soon as I left, I would have had you come with me. Izuku flushed as Shinso helped him to his feet. We weren't fighting, sir. Izuku glanced over at Shinso, who was somehow blushing while keeping a straight face. We were sparring. We used to do it every other afternoon before we started training with you, sir. Really? Who trained you too? Your moves looked a little too refined to just be the result of going with the flow. Shinso blinked and glanced over at Midoriya before raising an eyebrow. Well, some of the ghosts did, sir, Izuku stammered. Wasn't it obvious? Fourth was standing right there. Unless. All Might furrowed his brow for a moment, before smoothing his face back into a smile. Well, if you two wish, I can add sparring into your training schedules. Wouldn't want to fall out of practice, would we? Third appeared beside him, face carefully blank. He can't see us, kid. Remember? He blinked. He'd kind of forgotten that detail. Izuku pushed the curiosity to ask about that and nodded in response to All Might. I'd be okay with that. Shinso? He turned to Shinso, who also nodded. Yeah, that'd be really good, thank you. All Might smiled. Well, back to work you two. I'll get to work on modifying your plans. Yes, sir. They said in unison and went back to hauling garbage. Izuku would ask later. Today was young Midoriya's 15th birthday. Apparently, young Shinso's had been earlier in this month too. All Might had been surprised when young Shinso had mentioned it offhand, talking about the gifts he'd gotten. Midoriya had made him a scarf, apparently. Needless to say, Toshinori had been annoyed with himself for missing the day, and now almost missing young Midoriya's as well. So, while he couldn't exactly buy a present at the moment, though he would definitely be doing that later, he could take the boys out for a treat after they had finished their daily trash hauling. Speaking of, the beach looked significantly cleaner than it had been when they'd started, despite only 2 months having passed. Toshinori was genuinely impressed at how hard the boys had been working. They encouraged and pushed each other further at every turn, and young Shinso, despite his initial impression, was just as hard-working as young Midoriya. He was certainly glad young Midoriya had found friendship in him. Now, where to take them when they finished? They'd probably be having cake later tonight, so he shouldn't get them anything too filling. There was a nice ice cream parlor a few blocks away that he could possibly take them to. That seemed like a good bet. Today had been hot, so it'd be a nice treat. The alarm on his phone that signaled to him that it was time for them to finish up rang quietly in his pocket. He waved the boys over. All right, that's it for today, young Midoriya, young Shinso. The boys perked up and finished hauling the couch they had been moving together into the back of the truck. They both jogged over to him, pulling gloves off and shoving them in their pockets. Work today. The beach is looking great. Young Midoriya flushed and stuttered something along the lines of, "It's all thanks to you, All Might." Young Shinso just nodded, a small but pleased smile on his face. Toshinori grinned. How do you feel about getting some ice cream? Despite being freshly 15, both boys' faces lit up at the idea of the treat, though young Shinso did a decent job of hiding it for a 15-year-old. Toshinori had been a pro hero for decades now. If he couldn't read micro-expressions, he ought to have quit long ago. Yeah. Sure, sounds good to me. Toshinori smiled. All right then. Young Midoriya had mentioned the ghosts a few times when asked, and Toshinori had to admit that it felt familiar somehow. Sometimes he'd catch young Midoriya talking to thin air, or going quiet for an extra moment before responding. And it reminded him, almost eerily, of Nana. He'd been doing his own stretches before heading out for more hero work when it had clicked into place. Nana had mentioned something about how the current holders of One for All could speak with the past users in the form of ghosts. Eventually, Toshinori had forgotten, never meeting the previous holders himself. But now the idea was in his mind, and he decided to ask young Midoriya next time he saw him. Young Midoriya jogged over, followed closely behind by young Shinso. He waved, a smile on his face. It always warmed his heart to see the boys putting the effort in. All right, you two. How about you stretch for a bit, and then before you get to work I have a few questions. Young Midoriya tilted his head and Shinso stiffened slightly. He'd investigate that reaction later, if it didn't appear to be linked to his questions about the past holders. The boys stretched, making sure nothing would cramp while they were doing the hard work of carrying trash from the beach to his truck. They turned to him as they finished, looking expectant. Right, this question is more for you, young Midoriya. You've mentioned ghosts a few times, and I'm curious. Are the past wielders of One for All? Toshinori wasn't sure which answer he was hoping for. Before young Midoriya could answer, Shinso just put his face in his hands. He mumbled something into his hands that sounded like, "Oh, not this conversation," before peeling his face out of his hands, looking at All Might tiredly. Sir, can I begin carrying garbage? Midoriya can answer your questions by himself. I'm not listening to the ghost explanation again. Young Midoriya flushed. Hey. To be fair, that was the first time I'd ever told anybody. And you had to re-explain like 6 times. I'm not gonna sit and listen again. Toshinori coughed quietly, interrupting the argument. You can begin, young Shinso. Just don't try to carry anything too large. Young Shinso nodded and headed over to the garbage. Toshinori turned back to young Midoriya, raising an eyebrow at the boy. So? Young Midoriya started a little. Oh yes. They are the past wielders of One for All, sir. Toshinori sat on the staircase down to the beach, patting the ground next to him to encourage young Midoriya to sit next to him. Will you tell me more? About them and about One for All as well. My master didn't get the chance to teach me everything. Young Midoriya lit up with a smile and sat beside him. Are you talking about Nana? She's so nice, I'm glad she was the first ghost I met. All Might was absent today, something about a mission, so he and Shinso did the exercises they could do alone, which mainly consisted of running, sit-ups, and stretching. Though, they could probably bend the rules a bit and get away with sparring as long as one of the ghosts were watching. Who was he kidding? They were definitely going to spar. To be fair, sparring is fun. Shinso kicked out at him, and Izuku ducked out of the way, feeling the way the wind from his friend's kick ruffled his hair as he did. Shinso was definitely better than when they had started. He'd finally figured out his balance and was now an expert at, what would you call it? Leg-based combat? He could certainly kick high enough to almost knock Izuku's head off thanks to his height. That wasn't to say that Izuku had been slacking though. He liked to think he was decent enough at dodging to get in close. It was good for combating Shinso, who couldn't really kick him when he was directly in front of him. You also pack a punch when you bother to use your fists. Though, why hit the enemy when pinning them is just as effective? Speaking of pinning, Izuku reacted to Shinso's kick by grabbing his leg while it was still in the air and spun him to the ground. The purple-haired teen hit the ground with an oomph dash, and Izuku promptly sat on top of him. 1, 2, 3, the match. Midoriya wins. Second called enthusiastically. Izuku stood and held out a hand to help Shinso up. He accepted and allowed Izuku to help him to his feet. Shinso brushed himself off, slightly grimacing at the grass stains on his workout clothes. I think that makes us evenly matched now? Izuku walked over to his bag and pulled out one of his more recent notebooks. He flipped it open to the page where they kept score of matches and added another point to his wins, confirming that it was now a tie. It's honestly a little scary how quickly you caught up. Shinso sat with his back against the tree, water bottle in hand. Not even. You said it yourself, your only advantage when we started was dodging. You'd never actually sparred with anyone before that. Izuku grabbed his water bottle and sat beside him. I guess. The two drank greedily from their water bottles, sitting in a comfortable silence. Izuku shifted, trying to get more comfortable against the tree. Hey Shinso. Your parents are pros, right? Why didn't they ever train you? For a moment. Well, I think it's primarily because I never asked. It's probably also because of the whole traumatized orphan bit too, but mostly because I never asked. Izuku nodded, before his brain snagged on one part of that sentence. Wait, traumatized orphan? Shinso tilted his head toward Izuku, an eyebrow raised. What, did I never tell you my, he raised his fingers in quotes, dramatic backstory? Izuku shook his head furiously. No, I mean, I figured that there was a reason you'd been adopted by two pros, but I never wanted to pry and eventually I just kind of forgot about it. Well, there's not much to it. Izuku clicked his mouth shut, turning his full attention to Shinso. My birth parents died in a villain attack when I was 3, and I got put in the foster system. When my quirk manifested, the people taking care of me decided I was a villain in the making, and everyone else copied what they did. Things were pretty shitty up until I was 9, not gonna lie. I'd been locked outside during winter when Eraserhead. Shinso got a far-off look in his eyes. When Dad found me, Shinso rubbed a hand over the bridge of his nose, eyes distant, as if remembering a worse time. Izuku could sympathize. Sorry. Now, obviously a 9-year-old walking around in the snow with no shoes and a muzzle on his face was going to raise concerns. It was pretty easy for them to shut the place down and get me out. I went to therapy, and they moved me to online schooling when kids at my new school started bullying me. Shinso smiled, small and soft. They were, and are, really good to me. I'm glad I got lucky enough to have them as my parents. Izuku smiled. He was sad his friend had been in that situation in the first place, but he was glad that he wasn't anymore. Shinso glanced over at him and must have found his smile odd because he raised his eyebrows at him. You know, I kinda expected more pity when telling someone this. Izuku shrugged slightly, letting his smile brighten. Well, you're not in a bad situation anymore, are you? There's nothing to pity. I'm just really happy that you're in a better spot than you were. Shinso smiled back wryly. You know, my therapist said telling someone else about all that would make me feel better. I didn't exactly believe them, but guess what? Izuku snickered. Your therapist was right? My therapist was right, who would have guessed? Shinso spread his arms in front of him in an exaggerated gesture. Not like they had a degree or anything, past me. They totally had no idea what they were talking about. Izuku laughed at Shinso's antics. Joy bubbled overwhelmingly in his chest, and he knew Henshin was happy too. Despite the fact that All Might was helping him and Shinso train, Izuku hadn't asked him anything more about their conversation on the roof. If Izuku hadn't had the support of the ghosts, he probably would have lost all hope right then and there. Nana had been rather angry, actually. Power doesn't make a hero seems to have not gotten into his thick skull. I'd thought Gran Torino would have made sure he'd remember that. The rest of the ghosts hadn't been too happy about it either. They'd been suggesting, in the case of Nana, politely demanding, he brought it up with All Might. Something about it being important to not let it get swept under the rug. He needs to apologize, kid. So, after they finished today's hauling of garbage, he asked All Might if they could talk. Shinso raised an eyebrow when he didn't move to leave, but didn't comment before waving goodbye. He probably wanted to get back home for whatever that special training from his dad he'd asked All Might to adjust his schedule was. All Might turned his attention fully on Izuku. Well, what did you want to speak to me about, my boy? Izuku trained his eyes on the ground and scuffed a shoe across the concrete. The Jich vestiges wanted me to talk to you about what you said on the roof. Ah. Izuku tilted his head up from the ground. All Might looked surprisingly remorseful. Well, at least Toshi hasn't become a total meathead since I kicked the bucket. Nana doesn't look completely appeased by this though. I owe you an apology for what I said up there, young Midoriya. Using a quirk or not, you will be a great hero. I see this now. Izuku was honestly a little startled. He'd never been sure if All Might really thought he was worthy of one for all or was simply training him because he'd been chosen and nothing more. But, knowing All Might really thought he could be a hero, quirk or not, really believed in him. You'll be an amazing hero, Izuku. Izuku fell to his knees, tears spilling over his cheeks. All Might had felt guilty after bringing Izuku to tears earlier, and so he had decided to treat him to the place they'd gone for his and Shinsu's birthdays. Izuku and All Might sat and enjoyed their ice cream, the sun setting in the distance. Izuku felt emotionally drained after crying, and liked at his ice cream slowly. Hey All Might, what does being a hero mean to you? To me, being a hero means saving everyone I can with a smile, no matter the cost to myself. He gestured at where Izuku knew his injury to be. As you can see, I certainly paid. Izuku hummed to himself, taking another lick of his ice cream. What about you, young Midoriya? What does being a hero mean to you? Izuku started a little at being addressed. And me? All Might nodded, curiosity gleaming in his eyes. Izuku hesitated, trying to think over his answer. But every time he tried to think about it, he couldn't find an answer that quite fit, not anymore. As a kid, he'd wanted to be a hero just because they were cool. And then when he got older, it was to save people just like All Might. With a smile no matter what. But none of those felt right anymore. Then how about? He activated One for All, and felt Henshin slide in sync with him. Then he had his answer. Being a hero to me is helping others, and making it so that even if they are afraid, they know help will come. That even if everything seems hopeless, they can rest assured that everything will be okay in the end, whatever that end is. He let One for All fizzle out under his skin, and felt Henshin slip out of sync with him. He ran through the set of statements that he and First had come up with to help re-establish who was who. He was Midoriya Izuku. I'm Shigaraki Henshin. He was 15 years old. I'm as old as Quirks. His favorite food was katsudon. My favorite food is instant ramen. He ran through his memories to see if anything was out of place, to see if any more of Henshin's memories had slotted into place. There was another memory from when he'd been locked in the vault, and he quickly shook his head to dispel it. He glanced over at All Might, who had a thoughtful look on his face. We're similar then. All Might smiled. We both want to truly help others. I'm glad One for All chose you, my boy. Izuku smiled back. Izuku sighed over his newest sketch of Henshin. He'd been sketching over and over but he wasn't able to get it to feel right. You should take a break. Izuku startled and almost went toppling out of his seat, before spinning to face Sixth. You got so focused on trying to draw me that you didn't even notice Sixth appear? Izuku shook his head. I'm almost done. Henshin is the last one I need to draw, and then your new entries will be finished. Nana materialized beside N, a disapproving look on her face. Izuku, it's 1 in the morning. Izuku glanced at the clock. Nana was correct, it was in fact 1 in the morning. Oops. Looked like he was picking up some of Shinsu's insomniac tendencies. Go to bed, kid. You can work on it some more tomorrow. Izuku looked down at the sketch and frowned before standing. Yeah, okay. Midoriya held up the new notebook he'd designated for the ghosts with a cheer. It's done. Hitoshi looked up from where he was doing homework on the table. Oh, you finally finished it? Let me see. He held out a hand and Midoriya eagerly handed it over. He flipped through the pages, lingering longer on the carefully drawn pictures of each of the users. Shimura Nana, 7th. Then 6th. Banjo Daigoro, 5th. Shinomori Hikage, 4th. 3rd, 2nd, and then Shigaraki Henshin, 1st. Their quirks were listed underneath their names in fine pen. Nana had Float, and had Smokescreen, Banjo had Black Whip, and Shinomori had Danger Sense. 3rd and 2nds were still blank. Finally, Henshin had One for All. He scanned through some of the info Midoriya had written. He was a bit surprised his friend had managed to get this much info out of the ghosts. They'd apparently been extremely cagey before Izuku's 14th birthday, and after that he'd only had snatches of time between school, studying, and training to ask them. Henshin's name had been the first solid bit of info they'd really gotten out of the ghosts. Second and third were the worst of them. In combination with their refusal to actually reveal anything significant about themselves, their tendency to make everything into a joke made them masters at redirection. According to Midoriya's complaints, anyways. Second and third still won't budge on giving you their names? Midoriya huffed but looked amused. No, and Henshin refuses to give me any hints either. I swear I will figure it out someday though. Hitoshi snickered. Yeah, good luck with that. Izuku braced himself, bringing up one for all under his skin, sliding into sync with Henshin. His threshold had been increasing steadily, but he still could barely use any of the power that he now held. He had about 10% of all the power of one for all, and already it felt like there was a lake of power, and he was trying to run it through a straw-sized hole in a dam. Today, he was going to see if he could hold 1% without getting covered in bruises. He slowly increased the amount of one for all, opening the floodgates ever so slightly. He hit 1%, a small stream out of the lake, and he stopped increasing the flow. He felt stiff, and moving while keeping focus on limiting the power was going to take effort. And if he'd opened it beyond what he could handle, he was definitely going to bruise. He slowly lifted a leg and felt elated when he didn't feel as much strain as he had last time he tried this. He took a step forward and then another, just practicing moving while holding the 1%. Soon he was jogging and then running and then sprinting down the road towards the beach. He sprinted towards the railing blocking the concrete path above the beach, braced himself, and jumped, sailing through the air and down towards the sand, utterly elated. The sand approached rapidly, and he braced again as he skidded to a stop on top of the sand in front of a startled-looking Toshinori and Shinso. I can hold 1% now. He bounced in place, elated and buzzing with energy. All Might smiled, and Shinso huffed, an amused smirk on his face. Well done, young Midoriya. I'm glad your training has been doing some good. Shinso gestured towards him lazily. That's great, but you should probably stop using your quirk before you accidentally up the percentage like last time. He winced, remembering the bruises, and gradually lowered the percentage until he stopped using one for all altogether. He and Henshin ran through their statements again, and then Izuku checked his memory. He remembered a skyline that should have been unfamiliar but Izuku felt instinctively was home, and shook his head to dispel the memory. Shinso tilted his head at him when he finished. You back, Izuku? Izuku nodded. Yeah. We're still sorting out how to quickly come out of it. Not being able to switch between using one for all and having it inactive could be dangerous in a fight. Shinso nodded. Yeah, that tracks. All Might looked on curiously. Come out of it? I remember you saying something about side effects of using your quirk, but I'd assumed that was just the injuries from using more than you could handle. Shinso looked back and forth between Izuku and All Might, eyes settling back on Izuku. You didn't tell him? Izuku's smile turned sheepish. Kinda just forgot to tell him. Okay. Shinso placed his face in his hands with a groan. I'd assumed you told him when you told him about the ghosts, but apparently not. Izuku flushed, embarrassed. He'd kept getting distracted by All Might's stories about Nana. To be fair, the one about her saving an entire burning building's worth of people was really cool. There was a beat of silence. Shinso pointed a thumb at All Might. So, are you going to tell him? Izuku jolted. Weiss, I'm sorry for not telling you sooner, sir. He fidgeted with his hands a little as he spoke. When Henshin first picked me as the next wielder of one for all, something went weird. So now we're kind of tangled together? The lines between us are slowly blurring more or less, and since I've started using one for all, it's sped up a bit. He was skipping over a few details, but that was probably fine. If he really needed to know what he meant by blurring, he could tell him, but no reason to freak him out more than this undoubtedly would. You do realize Shinso is going to call you out, right? Maybe he'd get lucky and he wouldn't? Whenever I use one for all, we kinda, stop being separate people. I think it's just us falling into sync super well and there's almost no difference between us. It's not bad. The only issue is that when we deactivate one for all it's disorienting. We're working on getting faster at going back to being out of sync, but it's a work in progress like I said. All Might blinked. Shinso crossed his arms disapprovingly. You skipped over a few things there, Midoriya. Izuku cringed. Told you skipping info would get Shinso to call you out. Hey, he just wanted to not freak All Might out as much. If you think he would freak out, then it's obviously a bad thing, isn't it? The blurring isn't necessarily a bad thing, but he knows that other people might find it that way. You literally won't be yourself after the blurring finishes, and he'd had that looming over his head since they'd figured it out when he was there. Wasn't anything to be done about it. He felt guilt settle in his chest, and he frowned. Shinso snapped his fingers in front of Izuku's face, startling him. Earth to Midoriya, anyone home? I've been calling you for like a whole minute. Izuku rubbed a hand on the back of his neck, sheepish again. He'd have to talk more with Henshin later. Yeah, sorry. You want to explain what exactly the blurring entails, Midoriya? Izuku sighed and nodded. Okay, so I mentioned blurring and us being kind of tangled together, right? It's a little like, he struggled to think of a proper metaphor before recalling the one and only time he'd seen Henshin, recalling the swirling colors of the environment around them. Like if you put two colors of food coloring in water. As long as you don't stir the glass, the colors don't mix very much, but they will if you leave it long enough. That's kind of what it's like with me and Henshin. The things that make us different people, like memories and emotions, they kind of mix together. The ghosts are pretty sure that eventually we're going to stop being separate people altogether. Henshin isn't really happy about it. All Might and Shinso were both frowning, but All Might had a hand to his chin in thought. How old were you when One for All chose you, young Midoriya? Izuku raised an eyebrow. He wasn't sure how this was related. I'm not sure either. I was 9, sir. All Might thumped for another moment, a considering look on his face. It's possible that this tangling was caused by you being so young when chosen, young Midoriya. Shinso tilted his head at the hero. Why do you say that, All Might? All Might grimaced a little, though it was hard to tell on his gaunt face. Well, I'm not certain about the other holders, but I was around 14 when I was chosen to hold One for All. It could be that Midoriya was young enough to not be established as a person. Izuku furrowed his brow. Maybe? For a while we theorized if it was because I was quirkless, but you were quirkless too before One for All, so it couldn't just be that. The group lapsed into contemplative silence for a moment. Shinso tapped a fist to his palm. I've got it. Izuku and All Might both turned to Shinso, curious. It's not just because he was quirkless or because he was a little kid, but because he was both at the same time. Izuku felt the ghosts materialize beside him, but kept his focus trained on Shinso. What? Shinso pointed at All Might. All Might was quirkless, but he'd already been quirkless for 14 years of his life before he got One for All. He was established as a person, and had his own thoughts on how things should work, and 14 years worth of life experience. He pointed at Izuku now. You, on the other hand, were only just 9, and only had 9 years worth of life experience. I remember you telling me that back then you were still hoping you might manifest a quirk late too. Basically, not very solid in your perception of yourself. Izuku thought back to when he was 9. It took a moment, because most of his memories of then were mixed with Henshin's or from after he met the ghosts. Yeah, that seems about right. Shinso nodded at the confirmation. Henshin is basically the quirk itself, right? Izuku shrugged, but felt a cold, apprehensive feeling from Henshin creeping into his chest. I don't like where this is going. It'd make sense that a quirk like this would try and integrate itself as completely as possible. It wouldn't be feasible for someone with 14 years of memories to get a couple centuries worth of new ones without something going bad, but a 9-year-old? Even if done slowly, it'd probably work. Izuku felt the guilt swell and crash over him like a wave, and he barely managed to keep himself from sobbing. The ghosts moved to crowd around him, but stopped when Nana raised an arm. Their faces were all concerned, and a few had a hand forward like they wanted to reach out, and it just made the guilt in his chest swell further. He needed Henshin to calm down. How am I supposed to calm down when I Henshin Izuku? If I hadn't Henshin, I basically sentenced you to death. Izuku. Henshin. Izuku felt the words spin, the sensation of falling, someone calling his name, and then everything was gone. Izuku snapped his eyes open to swirling colors and immediately shot to his feet. His eyes fell on Henshin, who was on his knees, shoulders shaking. Izuku rushed over, ignoring the urge to cry himself. Him crying too wouldn't help anything, he needed to stay calm. Henshin. He placed his hands on the other's shoulders, ignoring how cold they were. Henshin, you need to calm down. The colors on Henshin's side weren't swirling calmly, like they had been the last time he was here. Right now, the colors were crashing and jagged, chaotic and almost painful looking. Where they collided with his, a solid line of color appeared, as if keeping them apart. Izuku, I'm so sorry. An overwhelming wave of guilt and sadness, crashing over him in sync with Henshin's colors colliding with his. Izuku blinked back tears furiously. He tore his eyes away from the colors. He needed to get Henshin to calm down. Henshin, there's nothing to be sorry for. Another shudder came from Henshin, and Izuku could hear his stuttery sobs in his head. The involuntary tears on his own cheeks were cold. Henshin, you need to breathe. I don't care if you're a brain ghost or whatever, just breathe with me, okay? Izuku counted through the breaths, in 4, hold 4, out 4, repeat. Eventually Henshin's sobs quieted in his head, replaced with quiet sniffling. The colors behind him were still swirling erratically as Izuku pulled Henshin into a gentle hug. You know, I think you picking me as the next holder of One for All is the best thing that ever happened to me. I think, if I had been left actually quirkless, I would have been very lonely and very sad. Instead, I had the luck to be given a quirk to help others, and 7 friends who'd stand by my side in anything. But, Izuku dash. No buts. I don't care about the blurring or about All for One. The past is in the past and we can't change any of those things. All we can do is face whatever comes next, okay? A shaky breath sounded through his mind before Izuku felt a tentative nod against his shoulder. Henshin carefully hugged him tighter, and Izuku let him. The colors swirled, calmer now from what Izuku could see from over Henshin's shoulder. The white-haired teen's shuddering had stopped a few minutes ago, but neither had moved to escape the embrace. Eventually, Henshin spoke, his voice quiet in Izuku's head. We kind of always knew, huh? Izuku hesitated and nodded. Yeah. Guess. Izuku woke on the sand with a start, eyes snapping open before squinting at the brightness. Midoriya. He blinked at the sudden figure over him, before it resolved itself into Shinso. His friend looked worried, upset, and relieved all at once. His friend's hands hovered over him as he pushed himself to a sitting position. Dude, are you okay? You just kinda collapsed when I dash. No. It wasn't really your fault? Henshin, freaked out a bit. He wasn't happy about the blurring before, and then the idea that it was entirely his fault. It wasn't a good reaction, is all. I'm fine though, really. He stood, trying to demonstrate that he was okay to Shinso, who followed him up, frowning. I think collapsing in any scenario is probably a bad thing, Midoriya dash. Young Midoriya. Izuku turned his head toward the shout, and saw All Might hurrying his way over with a convenience store bag hooked in the crook of his arm. Are you alright? You suddenly collapsed earlier. Izuku waved his hands back and forth in an attempt at reassurance. I'm fine, All Might. You didn't look very okay when you were falling over, Izuku. Nana appeared beside All Might, a worried look on her face. You were crying and then you collapsed. They're right to be worried. All Might looked at him, the concern still not leaving his face. While I do not doubt that you feel fine, you were out for quite some time. Shinso held up his phone, which read that only about half an hour had passed. It had felt a lot longer than that when he was with Henshin. You were out for a whole half hour, Midoriya? The only reason I didn't call an ambulance is because All Might is trained in first aid and was able to check if you were okay. Izuku blinked. Had he really worried them that much? Shinso, you don't normally call the hospital if someone just collapses dash. Shinso scoffed and crossed his arms. With your track record? I'm pretty sure you could break a rib and forget about it until the next day. Izuku crossed his own arms, raising an eyebrow in return. Says the one who forgot more than once that hot chocolate isn't a meal. Shinso took the bait, the long time and pointless debate instantly grabbing his attention. You take that back. Hot chocolate is a perfectly acceptable breakfast, lunch, or dinner. Izuku raised an eyebrow, an exaggeratedly incredulous look on his face. Shinso, it's all sugar. If you ate something else with it, then maybe it'd be okay, but dash. Hot chocolate is a stand-alone item. It's definitely not a whole meal though. It took a little, but eventually Izuku managed to explain what had actually happened. Shinso looked guilty over it, but Izuku did his best to reassure him that it wasn't really his fault. They couldn't even be sure that his theory was correct, anyways. All Might decided that they could afford to take a day off, especially after that mess. All Might passed them both some granola bars. So, this has happened before? Izuku nodded. Only once though. I was the one freaking out then, and Henshin was trying to calm me down. Bit of a role reversal. Shinso huffed quietly. So, one of you freaked out, and then you collapsed and then woke up? Izuku paused. Oh, did I not tell you about the whole Shinso and All Might looked a little alarmed, if curious. Tell me about what? Izuku flushed slightly. He couldn't believe he'd forgotten to tell them this when he was explaining earlier. That's when I saw Henshin for the first time, and it's where I saw him this time too. When I collapsed, I went into a weird shared mind space between me and Henshin. It's a bit hard to describe. All Might and Shinso looked at him expectantly, Shinso chewing on his granola bar at the same time. It's not really a place, but it's not a void like it sometimes is in cartoons. It's like, the whole place is filled with colors that are swirling and colliding. They collided mostly in the space between me and Henshin from what I could see. Running theory is the colors represent our respective selves, but I've only been there twice, and I'm pretty sure Henshin is only there when I am. Izuku plastered a smile on his face. Anyways, I've seen Henshin twice now. Even if both times one of us needed to be, emotionally compromised to do it. Shinso finished swallowing the remains of his granola bar, and snapped his fingers. Oh, so that's why your sketches of him were less detailed. Yup, he popped the P, forcing cheer into his voice. Normally Henshin would have chimed in by now. I'd only seen him in person once by then, and he didn't exactly hang around mirrors when he was alive. Sketches? All Might interrupted. Did you draw the past holders, my boy? Izuku flushed. Yeah. I wanted to be able to show people what they looked like if I ever told someone about my quirk. They're not great, but I'd like to think I've improved a bit. Shinso broke in. Bullshit, Midoriya, your art is fantastic. I will fight you on this, your art is really good. But Shinso, All Might already said we're not doing anything today. Midoriya shot back with a snide grin on his face. Admit your art is good and then we won't have to. Shinso said with a snider grin on his face. Izuku broke into snickers. Shinso. Alright, that's enough you two. All Might plopped a hand on each of their heads, ruffling their hair. Shinso moved to fix his hair as soon as All Might took his hand off, but Izuku didn't bother. His hair was impossible anyways. All Might turned with a faint smile towards Izuku. Young Midoriya, if you wouldn't mind, could you perhaps bring some of your pictures tomorrow? I'd be interested in seeing them. Izuku lit up. Of course, sir. Today was the day. The UA entrance exam. Izuku couldn't help but feel excited, walking into the gates of UA with Shinso. Even if it was only for the entrance exam, just setting foot in this place made him excited. He could feel Henshin's excitement alongside his own, but it didn't overwhelm him like it once would have, instead merging smoothly with his own. You ready, Midoriya? Izuku turned toward Shinso, who had a lopsided smile on his face. Izuku met it with his own bright grin. Yeah. They walked together into the written exam, but were quickly separated. Anti-cheating measures most likely, to keep students from cheating off of one another. Izuku whizzed through the written portion, resolutely ignoring second and third's attempts to help with the test by cheating. It was easier than expected, but he hadn't been slacking on test prep. And you had half a dozen former heroes to help you learn. He reviewed his answers until time was called, handing them in with everyone else. Next was the hard part, the heroics exam. Izuku hadn't actually been able to figure out what exactly the exam entailed, but it was safe to assume there would be a physical aspect to it at the very least. And while he and Shinso hadn't necessarily been training for UA, they had been training for just about every other scenario which had to count for something. Everyone who had applied for heroics was brought to a large auditorium. On his way into the building, his foot caught on something, and he felt himself start to fall. This is it, the last embarrassment needed for one for all to vanish out of existence. We're doomed. Suddenly, he felt gravity stop working. Oh, that is weird as hell. Sorry. I would have asked before using my quirk on you, but I figured that falling would be bad luck. Someone reoriented him above the ground, and he felt gravity take a hold over him again. He turned to face his rescuer from the ground and saw that it was a girl with short brown hair and pink circles on her cheeks. I'm Uraraka Ochako. What's your name? Izuku felt his brain short-circuit. It was probably worse than when he first met Shinso. Izuku right, response. Thank you for stopping me from falling. I'm Midoriya Izuku. Uraraka smiled. No problem. Good luck on the exam. She waved and went through the doors. He followed, but didn't see her again, and quickly hurried towards his seat. He and Shinso weren't near each other. Even worse, he was next to Kaken. Their examinee numbers must have been next to each other because they were from the same school. Just his luck. He resolved to ignore him as best he could. It should be easy enough considering Kaken appeared to be trying to do the same to him. He felt himself light up despite the fact when Present Mike stepped onto the stage. Seeing Shinsu's Pa in full hero gear was very different from seeing him in a casual setting. He could understand why nobody had figured out his civilian identity yet. Hello listeners. Are we ready for UA's Hero Course exam? The auditorium was silent. Present Mike was undeterred. Give me a yeah. Nobody gave him a yeah. Izuku would have, normally, but his nerves were threatening to get the best of him and he was pretty sure he would implode from embarrassment if he said anything. Okay, why? Present Mike went on to explain the rest of the exam, voice still cheery despite the failed call and response. Excuse me, sir. A teen with blue-tinted hair stood with his hand raised, posture stiff, in the middle of the auditorium. Yes, examinee 1777. On the pamphlets provided, there are 4 robots shown, not 3. If there has been an error, then it is disgraceful on the part of UA for having not provided the proper information on all fronts. Present Mike didn't seem fazed, and simply gestured back toward the screen. That's the 0-pointer. It's not worth any points, so it's more like an obstacle than anything else. Just ignore it and run away. Izuku felt Nana materialize in the row behind him. Knowing UA, that's probably a trick or a trap. Izuku agreed. Which exactly it was the question. And you? Izuku started at the shout. He'd assumed that the examinee had sat down after having his question answered, but he was now pointing an accusative hand at Izuku. Cease your mumbling. You are distracting other examinees from learning vital information about the test. Sorry. He placed a hand over his mouth. He hadn't even noticed he'd been mumbling. Maybe we should do something about it in your hero costume? Maybe. Soon they were all herded out of the auditorium and into buses to be taken to the testing grounds. The testing grounds were huge. A whole but miniature city? How much money does UA have? Nana followed him off the bus. UA has a massive amount of funding. They never do anything by halves, so be prepared. Great. There were about 20 other people milling around in front of the gates of the gigantic mock cityscape. He stretched, knowing he'd probably have to smash some robots soon enough. Out of the corner of his eye, he'd spotted a blob of brown. He turned his head slightly, and realized it was the girl who'd stopped him from tripping before entering the auditorium, Uraraka. He didn't really know anyone else here, and if he just stayed here waiting his nerves were definitely going to get the best of him, so he started making his way over towards her. Before he could get close, another familiar, if less friendly face, stopped him from approaching. Was it not bad enough to disrupt earlier with your muttering that you must distract your fellow test-takers as well? The teen chopped his hands, glasses glinting in the light. Izuku flinched backwards, away from his hands. No, I wasn't Dash. Start. Nobody moved. Well, what are you waiting for? There are no countdowns in real fights. Izuku didn't hesitate any further, and summoned up One for All carefully under his skin, sprinting off past the gates. He was quickly outpaced by the taller teen who'd been lecturing him, as well as other people whose quirks gave them speed advantages. He spotted a one-pointer and rushed towards it. While he definitely didn't have enough One for All to smash right through it, he had enough that he could rip the wires to shreds. He slipped underneath the false villain and started ripping the poorly concealed wires. Hikage materialized nearby as he moved out from under the collapsing robot. I'll be on spotting duty, I suppose. The rest of the ghosts appeared as well. Like hell we're letting you do all the helping, Fourth, yelled Daigoro. The ghost turned towards him, grin wide on his face. Let's do this, kid. He nodded, a matching grin on his own. He could do this. The next 10 minutes of the test was a blur, but he was pretty sure he'd gotten a decent amount of villain points. The ghosts had been helpful in leading him towards more robots, so he'd never had any major gaps in his destruction. And while he'd had to sacrifice a few, pushing people out of the way of falling debris and lasers, he could live with that. He was a little surprised that the other examinees caused that much damage, but quirks had gotten a lot stronger since they'd first appeared. He would know. He was ripping the wires out of a three-pointer when the arena started to rumble. He slid out from under the disabled robot before it collapsed on top of him. A glance around revealed people sprinting away from something, and naturally, he looked towards where they were all running from. Third was staring up with him. Holy shit, I know Nana said that you didn't do anything by halves, but this is ridiculous. He had to agree. Standing in front of them was a gigantic robot with a large red zero painted on it. Present Mike was right about the thing just being a giant obstacle. There was probably no way to even slow that thing. What wires he could see were equally large, and the thing was taller than some of the surrounding buildings. He turned to run, but stopped when he heard a cry. Second called out a mere second later. Hey kid, there's someone trapped under the rubble over here. He didn't hesitate to turn back and rush toward them. Points or not, that robot was on a direct collision course for the rubble. They could be crushed. He let a little more of One for All flow under his skin, pushing himself slightly over the limits of what he could use safely to get there faster. He didn't slow down as he approached, instead jumping up and slamming his feet into the rubble, pinning her and shoving it away. Normally he wouldn't have, there was too much of a chance of her getting injured worse, but the zero-pointer was almost there, and if he slowed down she might get crushed by its giant treads. He turned towards the now freed examinee. It was the girl from earlier, Uraraka. He held out a hand. Can you move? She sat up quickly and made an attempt at standing before wincing and falling back to the ground. She shook her head and spoke quickly. No, I think I sprained my ankle. Second, who was watching the zero-pointer for him, swore. Sheet kid, you need to move. He didn't hesitate to pick up Uraraka and start sprinting away from the zero-pointer. And he wasn't a second too soon. Moments later, he heard the crashing of rubble behind him as he sprinted toward the exit. The buzzer rang, and the zero-pointer stopped moving. That's listeners. If you're injured, please see Recovery Girl before leaving. He kept using One for All, but let Uraraka stand on one leg instead of just being carried, letting her lean her weight on him. He needed to help her get to Recovery Girl. Luckily, the healing heroine was headed in their direction. He waved a hand to get her attention. Recovery Girl. She sprained her ankle. Could you heal her? Recovery Girl came over, sighing. All right, dearie, can you set her down for me? He helped Uraraka to the ground carefully. Recovery Girl took her hand and placed a gentle kiss on it. All right, dear, you should be fine now. Take these and make your way to exit it. She handed over a small baggie of gummies as Uraraka stood. Uraraka smiled at the lady. Thank you. She then spun to face him, fingers pressed together. Thank you for saving me, Midoriya. I know it was just a test, but I seriously thought I was gonna get crushed. He blinked. He was Midoriya Izuku, right? But he was Shigaraki Henshin, wasn't he? Or was he? What? Uraraka looked at him, an embarrassed flush rising across her cheeks. He could have an identity crisis later, right now he needed to respond. Oh yeah, no problem. I couldn't just leave you there. I honestly can't believe they used something so huge for an entrance exam. They chatted for a bit as they made their way to the exit, mainly on how extreme the exam was. Robots, men. He gradually lowered one for all until it was barely active, ready to be dropped as soon as he got a few minutes alone. Eventually they reached the gates of UA and Uraraka left for the train station. He stood just outside the gates, waiting for Shinso. He stopped using one for all as soon as she was out of sight. Izuku and Henshin ran through their respective lists. It took a little longer than it had the last few times, but this was probably the longest PRD of time he'd ever used one for all. Most of the time, they used it for less than 5 minutes. He definitely remembered some things that he definitely hadn't before, mostly involving disassembling some complex electric locks, but he shoved the memories aside. Nana materialized in front of him. You okay there, Izuku? You didn't stop using one for all even after the buzzer rang. Izuku nodded before muttering under his breath. Yeah, we didn't want to risk spacing out while helping Uraraka. And then we got into conversation and I'm pretty sure stopping mid-conversation would have been weird. It would have been weird. Shinso has confirmed this more than once. Exactly his point. Nana nodded. Fair enough. Getting used to longer PRDS of using one for all is probably for the best. Shinso showed up looking dusty, exhausted, and miserable. That didn't bode well. Shinso, how'd it go? Izuku was willing to bet it didn't go. Well, the test was very obviously biased towards physical quirks, what with it being robots and all. No way for a mental-based quirk to succeed unless they had a weapon or prior training. Then again, Izuku had spent the entire time just ripping the wires out. It's possible Shinso had done something similar. His friend sighed dejectedly. I failed. Got it in one. You can't be sure about that. We have to wait for the results to find out. Shinso didn't look him in the eyes. I only got like 10 points, Midoriya. Oh. Shinso dash. Izuku reached a hand forward, but Shinso gently pushed it away. It's fine. They stood in tense silence for a moment before Shinso seemed to get a hold of himself. So, how did you do? Izuku startled. He'd kinda expected for them to just walk to the train station in silence. Oh, me? I'm not sure I passed either, to be fair. I heard some seriously high point values from the other examinees. Ripping wires out of bots isn't exactly fast. And I kept having to push people out of the way of debris. The purple-haired teen nodded. Yeah, some kids are seriously destructive. There was this one guy who kept exploding bots and sending debris flying everywhere. I swear, I had to use my quirk like a dozen times and shove people out of the way even more to keep them from getting hit. Ah, so that's why he'd only gotten 10 points. Someone else in the arena was being in butt. Sounds kinda like Bakugo, what with the exploding? He hoped not. He'd rather keep Shinso as far from Kaken as possible. You know when you two get in you're probably going to at least pass him in hallways, right? I hate to say it but there's no way he failed the exam. Didn't mean he couldn't hope that they never met. Yeah, I had a little of that in my arena. I would rather lose out on points than have someone lose an arm though. Shinso nodded in agreement. Yeah, and the test was stupid biased. Like robots? Really? And that 0-pointer. It was huge, how did they even afford one of those? This time it was Izuku's turn to nod. They had one in my arena too, I had to save someone else from getting crushed by it. Seriously dangerous stuff. It explains why we had to get our parents to sign all those waivers, I guess. Yeah, my mom almost kept me from applying when she saw them. They chatted about the exam on the way back, mostly on how dangerous it was and how reckless their fellow examinees were. The next few weeks were a bit monotonous. His dads had spent the last few nights at UA, so he'd been staying over at Midoriya's, which was kind of his mom. All Might was unavailable, so Midoriya and Hitoshi did their best to keep up with their training until they got their exam results back. But the anxiety over their results was starting to take a toll on both of them. So when Midoriya showed up at the door one evening, waving a letter around, Hitoshi rushed to get his own mail from his house. They both sat on the couch staring intently at their letters. His letter felt heavy, like someone had put a weight in it. Hitoshi turned his head towards Midoriya. "You open yours first. We both know you probably got in." Midoriya flushed but didn't argue. Instead, he ripped the short side of his letter open. What? The contents spilling out. Onto the desk settled a folded piece of paper and a metal disc. The projector? Suddenly in front of them was a projection screen with All Might's face on it. "Hello." Both he and Midoriya startled at the sudden volume, Midoriya startledly shouting, "All Might. I am here as a projection to deliver your exam results, young Midoriya." The projection Might stepped away from the camera, revealing a studio around him. "That's right. I am joining UA as the new heroics teacher." Holy shit, All Might was teaching at UA? On to your results. First, your results for the written exam. He gestured up towards the right of the screen, where bright text reading 100% appeared. "You passed with flying colors, my boy. Excellent job." Midoriya flushed beside him, and Hitoshi smirked. He knew Midoriya liked to downplay it a lot of the time, but he was genuinely smart, so him getting 100% on the exam was entirely expected. Didn't mean it wasn't impressive though. He held up his hand for a high five. "Nice job, Midoriya." Midoriya excitedly returned the gesture, grinning. "Thanks." The projection of All Might continued. "Now, time for your heroics exam score." They both turned back towards the screen, staring intently. This was what would decide if Midoriya got into the heroics course or not, after all. All Might's face turned serious. "You earned 25 villain points," which, while nothing to scoff at, did not pass the minimum 30 points to enter into the heroics course. Their faces fell. Hitoshi turned to see Midoriya tearing up. But that's not the only thing the heroics exam is graded on. Text appeared beside All Might, reading rescue points. Of course, a board of judges also grade an examinee on their heroic acts during the exam. And you, young Midoriya, exceeded their expectations. A clip of Midoriya smashing into a piece of rubble under which a girl was trapped played on screen. Was that the examinee that almost got crushed by the zero-pointer? All Might was back on screen. "Young Midoriya, for your actions during the exam, you have been awarded 40 rescue points, bringing your point total to 65 and securing you a spot in the UA heroics course." All Might stretched his hand forward towards the screen. "Young Midoriya, this is your Hero Academia." The screen cut to a scoreboard, showing the top 10 applicants. The top scorer was one Bakugo Katsuki, with 77 villain points. Midoriya was third, with 65 points total, barely beaten out by the person in second. Shortly after, the projection flickered off. Hitoshi turned toward Midoriya and saw him crying, with a wobbly grin on his face. He couldn't help but sigh fondly. Midoriya cried easily, but it was easy to see these were happy tears. At least, to someone experienced in the art for reading Midoriya brand tears. He waited a few minutes before he bumped Midoriya's shoulder with his own. "Okay, that's enough tears. It's my turn." He looked down at his letter pensively. "Rescue points, huh?" He opened it like a normal person, seriously who opens letters like that, and was greeted with a similar sight to Midoriya's. A metal disc spilled onto the table and began projecting. "Hello." All Might was on the projection. Did this mean? "I am here as a projection to deliver your exam results, young Shinsu." All Might again stepped away from the camera, revealing the same studio. "That's right. I am joining UA as the new heroics teacher." So there was a script. On to your results. First, your results for the written exam. He gestured up towards the right of the screen, bright text reading 89%. "You passed with room to spare." Shinso sighed in relief. That was one hurdle jumped. The projection of All Might continued like last time. "Now, time for your heroics exam score." Shinso didn't take his eyes off the projection. All Might's face turned serious, just as it had for Midoriya. "You earned 11 villain points. which, while impressive for a non-physical quirk, is not enough to enter into the heroics course. Shinso gritted his teeth. But that's not the only thing the heroics exam is graded on. The rescue points text appeared beside All Might again. Of course, a board of judges also grade an examinee on their heroic acts during the exam. And young Shinso, you have more than proved yourself a heroic soul. A few clips of Hitoshi pushing other examinees out of the way of flying debris, and of him shouting at a few others played. So they had noticed him using his quirk. All Might appeared on screen again. Young Shinso, for your actions during the exam, you have been awarded 30 rescue points, bringing your point total to 41 and securing you a spot in the UA Heroics course. All Might stretched his hand forward towards the screen. This is your Hero Academia. The scoreboard appeared again, this time showing the bottom of the exam results. He'd placed 31st, just above someone named Hagakure. He felt a grin spread over his face, and turned to Midoriya, who was sporting a similar one. Midoriya jumped up, arms thrown above his head. You got in. We got in. Hitoshi felt elated, like he was made of air, and he joined Midoriya's excited jumping around, though without yelling. Words didn't really feel like they could possibly convey his joy. Midoriya grabbed him in a hug, lifting him off the ground, both of them still grinning stupidly. We did it, Shinso. We're going to you. You need to tell your mom. Izuku was sitting in his room, staring intently at his newest, Hero Analysis for the Future notebook. He most definitely wasn't ignoring Nana's proddings to tell his mother about his quirk. Nope. Nana sighed. Behind him. Izuku, you don't have to tell her the same thing you came up with to put in the quirk registry. You can still tell her about us. All for One can scrub quirk registries, but he can't read minds. Duh. Izuku, I know that you're worried she won't believe you, but you still need to tell her. You know how worried she gets. He did. At least with the quirk registry it would only be seen by officials and teachers, none of which would know he'd ever claimed to have a ghost-seeing quirk now. But his mom remembered. Would she even believe him this time either? It's not like One for All currently gave him the ability to smash through walls without breaking his own bones. Somehow he'd managed to avoid anything more than bruises from his quirk, and he was keen to keep it that way. And would she believe him about the ghosts now if he showed her like he had Shinso? If she doesn't believe you now, then we'll ignore her. You got into UA, and she can't deny that, regardless of if she believes you. He took a breath. Okay. It was dinner. He was going to tell his mom about his quirk. He wouldn't tell her about All for One, or the fact that it chose someone new every time the last holder died. But he would tell her about the ghosts and about the strength it gave him, the strength it would give him. He just needed to work up the nerve first. Izuku set his chopsticks down with a clink. His mom looked up, curious. I have something I need to talk to you about, Mom. His mom set down her own chopsticks, her full attention on him now. What is it, Izuku? He stared down into his bowl. It's about my quirk. Duh. He didn't move to look her in the eyes. He didn't want to see the look of indulging a child's fantasies in them. I found a new aspect of it during the entrance exam. That was a lie, but it wouldn't hurt her if she thought he'd only just discovered it, not hiding the strength portion for almost 2 years. Oh, what is it, honey? The ghosts, the ones I always talked about. They can lend me their strength sometimes. Lend you their strength? Like mental fortitude. Izuku shook his head, eyes still trained on the table in front of him. No, like physical strength. Oh. Duh. Could you show me? He lifted his head, hopeful, ever so slightly that Mom believed him. But he could see that same indulgence she'd always had since he'd first told her about his quirk, that same disbelief, and any hope of that came crashing down over his head. Let's just show her. He stood up and activated One for All, and felt the buzz of power under his skin, barely restrained as always. It had been getting more difficult to keep the flood of power back, but he'd been managing. The table in their kitchen was wood, and fairly dense at that. He remembered trying to lift it and shift it over when he was a kid and barely managing. It was probably heavy enough to prove his quirk, right? He placed his hands under the table and lifted, bringing the table straight up over his head with no warning, dishes still in place atop it. Will this finally convince you that we have a quirk? His mom stared at him, alarm and clear disbelief in her eyes. Yes, yes. Now put the table down, Izuku. He nodded and carefully set the table down, the dishes rattling slightly when it touched the floor. He stopped using one for all and ran through the list. It didn't take many items before they felt grounded again this time. It made sense, Izuku had only been using it for a few seconds. His mom still looked rattled, even after he sat back down. I guess we need to update your quirk registry. Midoriya needed to register his quirk so the support department making his costume could account for it. In theory, that was simple, but Hitoshi could tell there was more to it for Midoriya than just writing a few sentences on a piece of paper. He already had an inkling as to what was wrong, but maybe Midoriya just needed to get it off his chest, or talk it out. So, he asked what was wrong. Midoriya scrunched his face up some. Everyone will think I was lying about seeing ghosts if I do this. Yeah. That's about what Hitoshi had been expecting. He furrowed his brow in thought. You could always write something that includes the ghosts? Midoriya shook his head. No, if All for One really is alive, he's probably watching the quirk registry. A quirkless kid suddenly getting a quirk that had both ghosts and super strength? That's way too obvious. Hitoshi grimaced. He hated to admit it, but Midoriya was right. The page remained blank. They both stared at it. I'm just gonna have to do it? Say I was lying the entire time when I wasn't. Shinso glanced over at Midoriya. His friend's eyes were dry, defeat clear in them. I'm sorry, Midoriya. Maybe when we're sure All for One really is dead you can make it right. Midoriya pressed pen to paper and wrote, crisp and clear unlike his usual handwriting. Superpower, strength enhancement that if used wrong will injure the user. Izuku and Shinso currently stood in front of the massive door of the 1A classroom. He and Shinso had lucked out, they'd both been put in the same class. Hopefully he'd get lucky again and not have Kaken or that teen from the auditorium in his class. Maybe he'd get extra lucky and have Uraraka in his class. She seemed nice enough. Judging from the sounds coming from behind the door, no, he wasn't going to be that lucky. Well, maybe if he and Kaken just ignored each other, Shinso wouldn't realize who he was? Who are you trying to kid here, Izuku? This is gonna be a sheet show of epic proportions. Yo. None of this changed the fact that neither of them had opened the door. Well, Izuku always was the more reckless of the two of them, so he started reaching for the door. He grabbed the handle and swiftly yanked open the door. He was quickly proven how unlucky he could be. There was Kaken, feet up on his desk and leaning back in his chair, explosions popping casually in his palms, and being spoken loudly shouted at by the tall teen from the exam. It appears we may have gotten off on the wrong foot. The glasses-wearing teen said stiffly, I am Ida Tenya, of Sumai Academy Dash. Kaken's snarl of a smile never left his face. Ah, so you're a rich kid, huh? Can't wait to beat you over the head with that stick up your butt. He certainly hasn't changed over the break. Not that I really expected him to, but hey, I could hope. The teen Ida seemed to finally notice that the door was open, both him and Shinso just staring at the scene in front of them. Ida was suddenly in front of them, hand outstretched for a handshake, startling both him and Shinso. Sheesh, this kid never chills out, does he? Greetings. I am Dash. Izuku waved his hands in front of him nervously, cutting him off. Ida Tenya of Sumai Academy, right? Yeah, we overheard. Izuku, that was so rude. Interrupting the poor kid, he was really nervous, okay? Cut him some slack. Luckily, Shinso was here to save the day, stretching his own hand out lazily to shake Ida's still outstretched one. I'm Shinso Hitoshi, and this is Dash. Du. What Dash? He turned slightly to properly face Kaken. Direct line of sight when directly confronted was better than just trying to ignore him. What the hell are you doing here, you BT? More nervous hand-waving on his part. Henshin fell silent. I passed the exam, Kaken, just L like everyone else here. Suddenly, Ida was standing between him and Kaken. What? Speaking of passing the exam, you appeared to be aware of something that we were not. You sacrificed several points to rescue other test takers, did you not? Izuku shook his head quickly. And no, I just didn't want anyone getting hurt, even though it was only an exam. He's cut off by the sound of someone else opening the door behind them. Oh, Midoriya. You're in 1A too. Oh, Uraraka is here. He turned to face her, willing to risk turning his back to Kaken for a moment. Surely he wouldn't try anything too bad while there were strangers around, right? Hi, Uraraka. Shinso turned to face her as well, but was still obviously keeping an eye on the other two teens. Oh, is this the girl you saved from the zero-pointer, Midoriya? She nodded, tapping her fingers together. Maybe because of her quirk? I'm Uraraka Ochako. Nice to meet you. Shinso nodded back. Shinso Hitoshi. We should probably sit down before the teacher arrives though. We can talk more later. Izuku startled as Ida responded, loud behind him. You are correct, Shinso. Class is about to begin. There were a few moments of them shuffling around to find their seats before the bell rang. He was sitting directly behind Kaken. The door slid open again with a click. Nobody came through, but there was suddenly a cry from the group that was hanging around the front row. If you're here to play at making friends, get out. Izuku pushed himself up slightly out of his desk to see and caught an eye of something yellow on the floor. Soon enough he didn't need to, sitting back in his chair as the yellow cocoon? Caterpillar? Rose to its full height in front of the podium. Suddenly it unzipped, revealing Shinsu's dad? It took you all 8 seconds to quiet down. This is the hero course, you don't have time to waste on idle chatter. I'm Aizawa Shoyuda, your homeroom teacher. You will refer to me as Aizawa-sensei. He tossed a plastic-wrapped uniform at one of the kids who had been standing up front. Put these on and meet me out on the field in 10 minutes. And then the door clicked shut as he left. Hitoshi was glad the locker rooms had changing stalls, if not for him then for Midoriya. He doubted his friend wanted anyone to see his scars. He didn't want anyone seeing his either, regardless of how old and faded they were. Hitoshi finished changing quickly, heading out to the field, setting his sights on his dad, who was also his teacher. This was going to be a weird year. Wasn't there some kind of rule against teachers teaching their own kids? Whatever. He'd just have to do his best to prove that he'd earned his spot here, regardless of the fact that his dad was his homeroom teacher. He didn't approach his dad, instead standing off to the side in front of him as other kids trickled out. When Midoriya hurried out towards him, about 2 minutes later, and he immediately noticed the bandages around friend's arms. Right, the uniforms didn't have long sleeves, and even though he hadn't been beaten up by Kaken recently, he still had the scars to show for it. Shinso, you didn't tell me sheet. No, he rapidly drew a hand across his neck, signaling for Midoriya to shut up. We can talk about it later, okay? He didn't like telling Midoriya to not talk, but he really didn't want the rest of the class to accuse his dad of favoritism. Thankfully, Midoriya got the hint and closed his mouth for a moment. Quickly after, everyone else arrived, thankfully a full minute before the 10 minutes were up. Hitoshi knew plenty about his dad's track record. As soon as the last person arrived, they all went quiet, facing their teacher. His dad didn't bother with any preamble. Today you will be doing a quirk assessment test. It's similar to the fitness tests you took in middle school, except this time you will be permitted to use your quirks. He waved a hand at Kaken. Of course Midoriya's BS-starred bully was in his class, calling him forward. Bakugo, you came in first on the exam, correct? What was your record for the softball throw in middle school? 64 meters, replied Bakugo. Demon, and it wasn't too shabby a number either, BS-dirty. His dad tossed Midoriya's bully a strange-looking ball. It had a ring of black plastic around the middle. Maybe a distance sensor? Throw this using your quirk. Just don't leave the circle. Bakugo grinned, before turning towards the pitch. He wound up his arm and launched it, releasing a huge explosion as he did. Christ, Hitoshi can see why Midoriya didn't call his burns anything bad. If he knew that the a-hole could pull this sheet, of course he would call anything less than dead not that bad. The ball flew and quickly was out of sight. A few moments later, there was a ping on his dad's phone. Soon he held it forwards for all the students to see. 705.2 meters. The other kids gasped in awe. Hitoshi would admit, it was pretty far. This is why testing without use of quirks is illogical. Several students started mumbling about how this was going to be fun. His dad got a dark look in his eyes. Fun, you say? Well then, how about this? The student who scores the lowest over all the tests will be expelled. Any excitement in the atmosphere came crashing down. To be honest, Hitoshi kind of expected this. He felt Midoriya stiffen beside him. Understandable. He'd never seen his dad while he was serious, mock or otherwise. Usually he was half asleep grading papers at the coffee table or not home. The girl Midoriya had saved, Uraraka he thinks was her name, spoke up. Sensei, you can't be serious. It's the first day. His dad stared at her deadpan. Exactly. If you don't show me you deserve to be here, then it's not worth my time teaching you. A kid with spiky red hair spoke up. But we passed the exam, Sensei. Doesn't that count for something? All it counts for is how well you can use your quirk to destroy robots. If you can't apply your quirk creatively to assist you in as many ways as possible, you have no potential to be a hero. Nobody protested after that. Let's begin. After all that, Izuku wasn't going to risk anything by not pushing himself as hard as he could during the tests. The rapid activation and deactivation of One for All was leaving him a little disoriented though. There had been several times where Shinso had to get his attention after a test. And while he was definitely doing better than he would have without his quirk, he was definitely losing a bit of his grip on limiting the flow. He was pretty sure that if he didn't get a grip on it soon, he was going to break something, and then he'd miss the rest of the tests. Next was the softball pitch. Despite it being the one Aizawa-sensei, Shinsu's dad, had demonstrated with Kaken, it was near the end of the tests. Aizawa-sensei didn't immediately hand him the ball when he called him up. Midoriya. He says lowly, you're barely out of breath. If you're not going to try, then you should just get out. Izuku stiffened and gritted his teeth. Sorry. It's called pacing yourself, asshat. He handed Izuku the ball and let him step up into the circle. He started using One for All, and made what was probably a bad decision. He allowed more of One for All to flow through his arm, uncontrolled, and he felt it more than saw the glow under his skin. He'd show Sensei what would happen if he didn't practice restraint. His arm back and launched the softball, and a resounding snap went through the air as he did so. Instantly, Izuku felt his grip on One for All slip away, and rather than running through the list like he normally would, he was assaulted with extreme pain running through his arm. He didn't bother to look at it. He was fairly sure that he wouldn't like what he'd see. He faintly heard the beep of Aizawa-sensei's phone as he hurriedly kneeled down beside him. Izuku gritted his teeth as he gripped his thoroughly broken arm. That was incredibly stupid of us, Otobu. How far did I throw, Aizawa-sensei? Midoriya, your arm dash. How far? His teacher cursed under his breath as he pulled out his phone to read out the score. 706 meters. Now come on, I'm taking you to recovery girl. He turned his head towards the other students for a moment. All of you stay here. I'm taking Midoriya to the nurse's office. He allowed Aizawa-sensei to pick him up despite the fact that he was very certain he could walk. He told him as much as his teacher hurried through the halls. Like hell I'm letting you walk to the nurse's office by yourself when your arm looks like that. Izuku finally allowed himself a glance down at his arm. It looked like it had been put through a meat grinder, twice. Second appeared next to him, pace easily matching Aizawa-sensei's. Kid, didn't we specifically tell you to not do this? His face was worried, and he had his hands out like he wanted to help despite being a ghost. He grimaced. It looked worse than it felt, but Izuku wasn't sure if that was just because he'd destroyed all the nerves or if it was because of his own pain tolerance. Sorry. I needed to make a point. Aizawa-sensei's silence was telling. Second grimaced for a moment before nodding and vanishing. En silently took his place. They finally arrived at the recovery girl's office, where Aizawa-sensei didn't hesitate to slide the door open with probably more force than necessary. Recovery girl, I have an injured student here that I need you to heal. Recovery girl spun around and hopped out of her chair. Oh dear, an injury already? It's only the first day, Aizawa. Aizawa-sensei set Izuku down on one of the beds, careful not to jostle his arm. "Oh, I can see why you brought him in." She examined his arm carefully for a few moments before she leaned in and gave him a gentle kiss on the forehead. Izuku could feel his arm mending itself together, and quickly his arm was healed as if new. Well, almost. The starburst scars from Kaken still remained on the now exposed skin of his arm. The bandages and some of his sleeve appeared to have shredded when he'd allowed One for All to go out of control. An interesting effect. He covered the scars as best he could with his other, still bandaged arm. He let out a sigh from the relief from the pain and his own sudden exhaustion. Makes sense. Recovery Girl's quirk uses your own energy to heal any injuries. She handed him some gummies. Those, dude. My quirk uses a person's stamina to heal their injuries, so you'll feel a bit tired until you can get some sleep. Aizawa-sensei sighed, tired sounding, from beside the bed. Your mother said you were quirkless. Izuku didn't turn to meet his eyes. I was a late bloomer. Got my quirk and she just didn't believe me until last week. And your quirk is bone-breaking super strength? I find it hard to believe that your mother would think you were lying. He shook his head carefully. That's not exactly it, no. Recovery Girl harumphed from the other side of the bed. Aizawa, don't you have a class you need to be teaching? You can interrogate him later. Aizawa-sensei sighed again, the chair he had sat in squeaking as he stood. We'll be finishing this conversation later. Come back to class when you're ready. Izuku heard the door sliding open and then shut again. He felt tension he hadn't realized was there fall off of his shoulders and the heaviness of almost sleep replace it. Looks like he'd be telling someone else after all. He closed his eyes and fell asleep. Hitoshi was kind of freaking out. He'd known, theoretically, that if Midoriya didn't have such tight control over One for All that it would shatter his bones, but seeing it actually happen was a whole different experience. And there was no way that was more than 35% of the total power, because according to Midoriya, that's how much All Might had lost so far. The worst thing had been the look on Midoriya's face before he'd pitched the ball. It wasn't an accident. He'd done it to make a point. Whatever his dad had said to Midoriya made him feel like shattering his bones to make a point. His dad, who had been under the impression Midoriya was quirkless. Hitoshi knew full well his dad never read anything about his students before he'd met them. Something about him not wanting to have expectations before meeting them, so there was zero chance he'd read Midoriya's updated quirk registry. Midoriya asked for the distance before he'd let his dad take him to the nurse's office. Hitoshi was definitely said, and still kind of freaking out. Nearly 10 minutes later, his dad returned from the nurse's office. All right, we're going to resume testing now. Uraraka raised her hand, but didn't wait to be called on. Sensei, what happened to Midoriya? His dad sighed. He's fine, just resting in the nurse's office now. He'll come back to class when he's feeling better. Uraraka nodded, apparently satisfied with the answer. Hitoshi glared at his dad as he was called to take the test. What did you say to him? He asked flatly. He wouldn't have done that without a reason. His dad blinked, expression neutral as always, and handed him the softball. We'll talk later. Hitoshi narrowed his eyes at him. Obviously you two have something you need to tell me. Hitoshi stepped up to the pitch, softball in hand, and chucked the thing as far as he could, the stew pot of emotions bubbling in his chest fueling. His throw. 53.4 meters. Midoriya hadn't come back until the assessment was over, arm re-wrapped in bandages. His dad asked his friend to stay after school so he could finish the tests. He'd glanced over at Hitoshi right after. So he wanted him to stay after too. Probably so they could have a conversation. In the end, nobody was expelled. It was a logical ruse, to get you all to do your best. That was a lie. He knows that if his dad had decided any of them had no potential, he would have expelled them on the spot. Regardless, everyone sighed a breath of relief on not being expelled. Everyone except Midoriya. He knew he was going to have to finish the test later, and he wasn't out of the fire yet. They collected the syllabus from the classroom and waited inside until the rest of the students cleared out. Uraraka, and surprisingly Ida, cast them worried glances as they exited the classroom. Bakugo shot Midoriya a glare as he left. We'll be having a conversation later, Deku. Midoriya quailed under the glare and nodded. Hitoshi glared back. He'd need to try and convince his dad to expel Bakugo, preferably sooner rather than later. If he could get Midoriya to let him anyway. When the classroom finished clearing out, his dad relaxed against the podium for a moment, sighing. Nobody spoke, letting the moment of quiet hang until their teacher broke it. He glanced over at Midoriya. So, you have a quirk? Midoriya nodded. Yes, sir. Dad tilted his head slightly, face betraying none of his thoughts. You mentioned your mom didn't believe you had one. Want to explain why? Midoriya shrugged. It's a bit hard to prove you can see ghosts when you're 9, sir. Confusion colored his dad's tone, but didn't reach his face. Ghosts? What do ghosts have to do with bone-shattering strength? The bone-shattering is a more recent development actually, sir. That's what happens when I'm not careful anyways. There was something off about the way Midoriya was talking, about the way he was holding himself. What does it look like when it's not shattering your bones? I was using it during the rest of the tests, actually. Though, there is a different kind of backlash, but it doesn't physically injure me. For all intents and purposes, it's just a strength quirk. Midoriya was being cold. He doesn't think Hitoshi's dad will believe him about the ghosts, and it showed in how he'd slyly redirected the conversation mostly towards the super strength portion of One for All. What kind of backlash? Midoriya went quiet. Hitoshi nudged his friend's shoulder. If you want, I can take over for a bit? Midoriya was probably emotionally and physically burnt out, after breaking his arm over whatever his dad had said. He'd rather not have his friend try and navigate the weirdness of this quirk with all that sitting over his head. Midoriya nodded slightly and almost whispered, "Please." Hitoshi nodded. His dad raised an eyebrow. Midoriya quirk is a bit weird. Not easy to explain in a way that makes sense, really. His dad crossed his arms. And you think you can explain it better than him? Hitoshi shrugged. At this point, maybe not better so much as easier to understand. His dad leaned stiffly back against the podium again. Go ahead then. Hitoshi took a breath. Midoriya probably wouldn't want him revealing that 8 other people had this quirk before him, right? And the bit with all for one too. Yeah, probably not. Right, so Midoriya's quirk, until he was 14, was literally just seeing 6 specific ghosts. Like he said, it's a bit hard to prove you have a quirk where you can see ghosts where they can't actually physically interact with the world at large. He figured out he could use them to feed him information though, which is how he proved they existed to me initially. He watched his dad's face carefully for any reactions, but it was as blank as it always was when he was trying to get information. And the super strength? When he was 14, the ghosts revealed that they could lend him their strength. Something about them not wanting him to get hurt before he had self-control. Unfortunately, without fine-tuned control over how much he's using, said strength would probably explode his limbs. He gestured at Midoriya. Earlier, that was about, I'd say, 40%? Right now he can use about 1% without getting hurt. The more he trains, the more he can use, theoretically. There was silence for a moment, and his dad closed his eyes, presumably thinking. Midoriya said something about a different kind of backlash. Sheet, he was gonna have to explain Henshin, wasn't he? Midoriya tapped his shoulder, getting his attention. I can explain this. Hitoshi blinked, but nodded. Shinso said I can see 6 ghosts, and while that's not wrong, there is a 7th. I just don't really get to see him. When my quirk manifested, something went weird, and we got all tangled up in each other's heads. Midoriya's hands fidgeted in his lap, nervous. So, sometimes there's a little spillover. Usually it's manageable, a memory here, a feeling there. Stuff like that. Midoriya is understating it as usual, but that's probably for the best here honestly. Hitoshi knew his dad probably wouldn't care, but he also hadn't thought his dad would say anything to make Midoriya so upset either. Worst comes to worst, Midoriya can explain the blurring later, right? When I use the strength part of my quirk, we kind of blur together. We stop being separate people, kind of. We're just in such perfect sync where his thoughts are my thoughts and vice versa. His dad nods once. That's not what you meant though, is it? Midoriya shook his head. No, the backlash happens when I stop using it. It takes a bit to reorient, being different people again, and a lot of the time I've got a few more memories from him to sort through. We have a few ways of dealing with it, but the longer I use it, the longer it takes to reorient. Rapidly turning it on and off again during the tests earlier was weird, and I didn't really have the chance to reorient between tests, but we didn't want to find out what would happen if I left it on for the entirety of the test. His dad shifted slightly against the podium. So, the backlash is this disorientation? Midoriya shrugged. More or less. His dad sighed. Alright, we're gonna go down to the field again and finish your tests, but you're gonna take the time to reorient before we move on to the next one. Hitoshi blinked. Midoriya and him shared a look, before turning back to his dad. That's it? I kinda thought you would have more questions or ask me to prove the ghosts exist, or call up a mental hospital or something. His dad raised an eyebrow again. Did someone do that before? Midoriya raised an eyebrow in return. 9-year-old with an unprovable quirk, who'd already been diagnosed as quirkless. What do you think an adult would do? Kid, that's illegal. They didn't do it, just implied heavily that they would if I kept talking about my quirk. His dad glanced subtly at the window. The sun was getting pretty low in the sky. He frowned slightly as if dissatisfied with the sun itself. We'll be talking more about that later. If we don't get down to the field soon, we won't be able to finish before dark. Midoriya stood, clearly ignoring the first part of that. Okay. His dad slid the door open, and they started down the hall towards the field. Izuka finished up his quirk assessment test, and came in 13th, roughly in the middle of the class. Not bad for only using 1%. Could be better though, was the problem. Midoriya called Aizawa-sensei, you're not expelled. Congrats. He paused. Don't go around telling people that Hitoshi is my kid, got it? Or that he's Hisashi's kid either. Shinso, who'd been with them and basically watched him like a hawk to make sure he was properly oriented before letting them move on to the next test, nodded in agreement. He won't be getting any special treatment. Neither will you, but you are going to be getting quirk counseling at some point. Izuku grimaced a bit. You're fine, 99 times out of 100 you don't blow up a limb, you don't need to see a quirk counselor. He didn't have much of a choice though. This is non-negotiable, Midoriya. Aizawa-sensei said, tone as inscrutable as always. Izuku sighed with reluctance that wasn't entirely his own. Yes, sir. Good. Shoyuta was going to be busy for a bit, setting up quirk counseling and possibly therapy if Midoriya was really dealing with a dead person's memories, as well as 6 others ghosts who just hang around, as Hitoshi had later elaborated, was a decent amount of paperwork. It was probably for the best though. If his mother had really just ignored his quirk, he would need it. He also needed to talk with Hitoshi about this whole mess really. Hitoshi and Midoriya were close, so it'd make sense that he'd tell Hitoshi about his quirk. But neither Midoriya or Hitoshi had told Midoriya's mother, or as far as he could tell, any adult really. Which made sense for Hitoshi. Even now he was still fairly wary of adults, and the trust he had in both Shoyuta and Hisashi was hard-won. But as far as he knew, Midoriya didn't have any reason to distrust adults in the same way. The problem with that statement was the as far as he knew part. He'd looked up the statistics for quirkless kids soon after he'd first met Midoriya, but he'd never really been around the kid long enough to get a good read on him. Before today, anyway. Midoriya had bandages on his arms when he'd come out of the locker room. He pushed the thought away. He'd talk with Hitoshi first. Jumping to conclusions wouldn't help anything. He made sure to make noise as he walked down the hall. Hitoshi never said it, but he didn't like being sneaked up on. He knocked twice, gently on the door. The muffled sound of a chair rolling back and a few footsteps prelude the door being opened. Hitoshi frowned slightly when he opened the door. What do you need? We need to talk about Midoriya. Hitoshi looked surprised for a split second before collecting himself. So he had an idea of what he was talking about, perhaps. Shoyuta stepped away from the door and gestured for Hitoshi to follow him to the couch. Neutral ground. Hitoshi flopped onto the couch and tried to look relaxed, but there was a tension in his shoulders that was telling. What about? You knew he had a quirk, Hitoshi. Hitoshi frowned at nothing in particular for a moment. He had a few reasons for not wanting anyone to know, at least until he got into UA. Midoriya had mentioned something about being threatened for talking about his quirk, but even once he got the super strength part? His son shrugged and crossed his arms. I mean, when he first started using it, he barely had any to use. The ghosts didn't want to risk him blowing off a limb, and the percentage he could use it at was less than it won't be much of a difference until he gets to, we're guessing 5 or 6%. And unless he wanted to shatter his bones like he did today, there's no way anyone would have believed him. Shoyuta hated to say it, but Hitoshi had a point. He hadn't even realized Midoriya had a quirk until he'd done that. And if he'd been anywhere but UA, he'd have been looking at months, possibly years of recovery time from an injury like that. You believed him though? Hitoshi scoffed. Yeah, because I got to know him before the ghosts decided they wanted me to know. Even then I made him to prove it to me. Still, if he could prove it to you, he could prove it to anyone. So why didn't he? His son grimaced slightly. Are you kidding? He was diagnosed quirkless. Anybody else would think it was an elaborate setup. Only reason I believed him was because I knew how to check for cameras. Even then it still took a few weeks for me to be fully convinced. About the ghosts or the super strength? Hitoshi blinked. The ghosts. By the time Midoriya got the super strength, I'd already known about the ghosts for a few months. Though he did have to convince me of that too. Another slight grimace. Shoyuta can understand why. He probably felt guilty for not trusting his friend. You could have told me. Or his mother, preferably. He could have gotten counseling before going to UA. Hitoshi shook his head. His mom already knew about the ghosts. She just didn't really believe him. Every time he so much as mentioned it, she got this weird look on her face, like he was embarrassing her by talking about it in front of me. And when he told her about the super strength bit, about 2 weeks ago now, apparently he had to lift their kitchen table to prove it. Shoyuta nodded, feeling his mouth twist slightly in distaste. Midoriya Inko had been nice enough the few times he'd briefly met her, but he knew that he couldn't judge someone on that alone. The second time Midoriya had visited, dropped off by his mother, she'd taken a few moments at the door to whisper to him about her son's quirklessness. What he'd originally taken as a mother looking out for her son, my son is quirkless, so please make sure they don't play too rough. I don't want him getting hurt, shifted slightly in the new light. She hadn't signed her son up for quirk counseling, and she hadn't even acknowledged any of the potential issues that could come from being surrounded by dead people. And she needed him to prove the super strength aspect when he did admit to it. Everyone thought he was quirkless, including his own mother. Hitoshi nodded. Yeah. He wasn't sure he liked how the picture was looking. He sighed quietly. On a scale of 1 to 10, how likely do you think your friend needs therapy? Hitoshi snickered bitterly. In my opinion, a 10. Getting him to agree to it would be a whole different issue though. Shoyuta didn't bother holding back his own grimace. Great, another problem child. Just what I needed. Hitoshi knew Midoriya would be set at him if he just straight up told his dad about Bakugo. He'd briefly considered doing it earlier during the conversation on the couch, but had decided against it. Regardless, he wasn't sure how Midoriya had convinced himself all these years that Bakugo could be a hero. Whatever Midoriya saw, Hitoshi wasn't seeing it. And he was sure that the bully would be immediately expelled regardless of how much potential he had if it came down to it. You don't let bullies become heroes. Unfortunately, Midoriya still wouldn't let him tell his dad about Bakugo. Fun-sized eraser. Midoriya, just let me tell my dad about Bakugo. You'd never even have to see him again, come on. Bones are haunted. You promised you wouldn't tell. Fun-sized eraser. I won't unless you say I can, but really dude? I had been hoping he was secretly this really nice but misguided dude, and what do I get instead? An unrepentant a-hole. Bones are haunted. And I'm still saying no. Hitoshi clicked his tongue in dissatisfaction. He'd kind of been hoping he could convince Midoriya, but he wasn't surprised. It wasn't the first time he'd tried, and it wouldn't be the last. Fun-sized eraser. But if I get any reason during classes to get him expelled that aren't related directly to you, I'm telling. Also, if my dad figures it out on his own, I'm not saying I'll tell, but I'm definitely not covering for Bakugo. Bones are haunted. As long as you keep me out of it, fine. You won't get anything though. Considering Bakugo looked like he'd been about to run out and fight Midoriya during the softball pitch earlier that day, Hitoshi was pretty sure Midoriya was wrong. Bakugo looked like he had a temper that matched his quirk, short-fused and explosive. Hitoshi was sure that with a few careful words he could rile Bakugo up enough to cross a line. He wasn't exactly sure he wanted to face the consequences firsthand though. He'd seen Midoriya with fresh burns over even older scars enough to know he didn't want a matching set. Kid, come on, just let Shinso tell Aizawa. Third was lying across the arms of his rolling chair across the room, despite the fact that he couldn't technically interact with it. If he really deserves to be a hero, then he won't get expelled for it anyways. Izuku wrinkled his nose. He wished it was that simple. No, most people would look at Kaken's actions and just call him a villain. I don't want him to be labeled like that. Third scoffed. What, like how they labeled you a quirkless freak? I can understand not wanting someone else to go through something like that, but honestly I don't care if the Bakugo Beach goes through it. Maybe he'd learn a little humility if he finally got a taste of his own medicine dash. Nana appeared, slapping a hand over Third's mouth. It was too late now though. The damage had already been done. Izuku sat upright on the edge of his bed, hands clenched into trembling fists and one for all flickered dangerously close to the surface. Are you kidding me, Third? How can you just dash? Izuku shoved his face in his hands as he tried to get a hold over himself. It didn't help that he could feel that Henshin was in agreement with the other ghost despite his attempts at keeping his feelings to himself. I don't care how horrible he was to me, I wouldn't want anyone to go through that. He took a harsh breath before pulling his face out of hands to look Third dead in the eyes. You know why people become villains in the first place, don't you, Third? A powerful quirk that everyone else is afraid of, enough marks on their record, and everyone uses it as an excuse to be cruel towards them. And then they feel justified in whatever actions they do because of how they were treated. He stood, and he could feel Henshin's sudden understanding alongside his own fury. Do you know why I need Kaken to be a hero, no matter how cruel he is to me? Because he would be so much worse as a villain. Third frantically waved his hands in front of him in a placating manner, alarmed at seeing Izuku so furious. Kid, there's no way the Bakugo brat would become a villain, he's too much of a hero fan to dash. He jabbed a finger in Third's direction. You can't be sure about that. How would you feel if he did end up a villain after thinking that? Izuku took a breath, and the anger seemed to leave him in a rush, leaving him feeling cold, empty, and afraid. He stared down at the floor, drained. Everyone has their tipping point, Third, and I'd rather not help Kaken reach his. I hadn't even thought about that. He couldn't see Third's face, but his tone held something. He wasn't sure what though, and he didn't want to meet Third's eyes. Izuku sniffed back tears. Yeah, well, maybe you should have. There was a pause. All right, Izuku. Sorry we pushed you. Izuku didn't respond. He didn't think he could even if he wanted to, his throat choked with silent tears. We'll be here if you need us. Good night, kid. He felt the ghosts disappear and let out a sigh, despite knowing full well they weren't really gone. He wasn't going to sleep well tonight, he knew already.